When Yemo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 1251, The Lightning Sword Rain outside Pei Hai City. Yemo didn't go help right now. He was flying to the outskirts and taking out formation flags and spirit stones to set up formations. Yemo hated these beasts' tides that came once in a few years, so he was going to end their roots. The spirit beasts that came here were high-level, low-level spirit beasts wouldn't participate in beast tides. Now, he set up a level 7 trap formation so he could net them all. Even if there was another beast tide, it would be a few hundred years later. It was really no pressure for Yemo to set up a level 7 formation now. At this moment, on the city wall, many cultivators saw a flying magic artifact and a few cultivators coming out of it. But the main thing was, they came to help the city. More cultivators came to help. The city had been trapped for a few years and cultivators came to help incessantly these few years, but most of them were flooded by the beast tide before they even reached the city gates. Some who made it instead needed cultivators from inside the city to help. Every time, the cultivators who went to help would be trapped and that cultivator would be lost too. Thus, the Pei Hai city didn't expect cultivators to help anymore. For this reason, Yemo's group's arrival didn't cause much joy but instead made the cultivators feel helpless. Soon, some cultivators found that the cultivators who came to help were different this time. One Golden Core State cultivator pointed at Tang Mangrao and called out, "Everyone look, isn't that Jade Woman Sex Tang Qianbei?" Most cultivators indeed saw Tang Mangrao had come back. Then they saw Ji Ling who fought with another disaster transformation state beast cultivator in Meng Hanan who easily killed cauldron filling state cultivators as well as Tang and Air Taa who slaughtered level 8 spirit beasts. Soon, the cultivators realized that the reinforcements this time were very substantial. Instantly, Pei Hai City rejoiced and more cultivators helped kill spirit beasts. One disaster transformation state middle stage cultivator also flew out from the city and protected a cauldron filling state cultivator to repair the city defense formations. With this, the cultivators' morale raised and the battle wasn't one-sided anymore. Yi Ling also saw the reinforcements, but soon she stared straight at Yemo who was setting up formation. A level 5 spirit beast shot out a water arrow and she even forgot to block it. Jin Xiaoshan quickly helped her and pulled Yi Ling. "Yi Ling, we have reinforcements but we can't lower our guard." "What's wrong?" Yi Ling murmured, "That's my brother Yemo, he's back, he's really back." Jin Xiaoshan's spirit sense also saw Yemo. It was indeed Brother Yi, she also exclaimed joyfully, "It's real, Brother Yi is back." Li Jingwen and them also saw Yemo now and were overjoyed. Yi Ling was immediately about to charge out but Jin Xiaoshan quickly pulled her back. There are so many spirit beasts outside, for those lower than body condensation state, going out is suicide. Your brother can easily move about the countless spirit beasts, clearly, he's body condensation state. He's so fast in cultivation. Look, Tang Mangrao Qianbei is back too. As long as we hold out here, the city will be fine. Brother Yi will enter the city too. Yi Ling heard this and calmed down a little, but she was still very excited. At this moment, all the cultivators felt some change in the entire space. Some low-level cultivators didn't notice, but high-level cultivators and spirit beasts noticed this. Ji Ling also saw that Yemo had set up a level 7 trap formation and the formation had closed. Ji Ling was dazed but immediately realized what Yemo was doing. He wanted to kill all the spirit beasts. But Ji Ling didn't understand. Yemo was strong, but it wasn't a good idea to trap all these spirit beasts. Despite a lot of them being low level, he only had a slight upper hand against the beast cultivator he was battling, and this was mainly because his body was just rebuilt and his essence spirit wasn't completely in unison with the body. As for Tang Mangrao, she only had a slight upper hand too as her cultivation essence hadn't completely recovered yet. However, Meng Hanan, Tang Yi, and Bian Fengta were utterly crushing their opponents without any pressure. Just when Ji Ling wanted to remind Yemo to open a hole to prevent the spirit beast from kamikaze attacks, Yemo jumped into the beast tide and raised his hands. Moments later, the place Yemo stood grew dark and there was the roar of thunder. Countless fine lightning swords were released by Yemo, raining from the sky like heavy rain. Yemo's lightning sword was in initial completion. The lightning arcs were thicker than infant arms. His lightning sword not only had formation power but also space confinement. This was no different than divine damnation. His lightning sword was divine damnation itself, but GMO wasn't going to use baby arm-sized lightning arcs for these low-level spirit beasts. It was a waste. He separated one lightning sword into more than 10. Despite this, its power was devastating. It was just a little taxing on spirit sense, but GMO had a lot of spirit recovery pills. He wasn't afraid of spirit sense depletion. It was a lightning sword rain, black lightning sword rain. More than 300 arcs were sent out that covered a radius of 50 meters. The lightning swords flashed non-stop in never-ending fashion. The spirit beasts caught in this area were instantly wiped clean. This formed an empty space amongst the beast tide. Blood and burnt smells filled the place. The area outside the city had become a carnage realm. This scene shocked all the cultivators and spirit beast. Since when had they seen such terrifying magic? This wasn't magic at all, this was divine punishment. Rumble, endless black lightning swords rained down and large areas of spirit beasts were harvested away. The living beings who still fought stopped. They had never seen such a terrifying scene. The spirit beasts dissipated in large areas. In just half a minute, the insides and outsides of the city were in complete chaos. Some low-level spirit beasts didn't know what was going on and thought there was a natural disaster. They all ran away. It was pointless even when high-level spirit beasts tried to stop them. Tang Mangrao was dazed. She knew EMO was lightning style, but she had never thought his lightning style magic was this devastating. This dense beast tide wasn't even enough for him to slaughter. If such a terrifying lightning cultivator was going to annihilate Jade Woman's sect. Tang Mangrao didn't dare to keep imagining. Ji Ling and Meng Hanan also shook their heads in shock. The Peihai City cultivators even felt sorry for these spirit beasts now, such terrifying magic. The only disaster transformation state cultivator in Peihai City completely forgot what he was doing as he watched Emo's lightning sword rain slowly down. Chapter 1252. First look at the state. The cauldron filling state repairing the formation also stopped. He knew he didn't need to do it anymore. The spirit beasts were like clueless flies trying to ram outside. Plus, with the mountains of spirit beasts the black lightning swords killed. Peihai City was very safe now. Shi Ziyu wasn't even able to talk now. He watched in a daze as Yemo sprayed out lightning sword rain. After a long while, he woke up and said to the dazed cultivator next to him, "Quick, go tell Song Yangzhu and Su Jingwen from MOU that Master Yi is back." Shi Ziyu breathed easily. "Luckily I didn't make a mistake before." The spirit beasts were in pandemonium. They had no interest in attacking the city at all. They all just wanted to run outside. However, the area was trapped by Yemo's trap formation and those spirit beasts were all blocked. Yemo rained down lightning swords without mercy. Eventually, he seemed to be in the same situation as when he killed metal spine crocodiles in the Herb Valley. He had completely forgotten he was killing spirit beasts. As his lightning sword rained down faster and faster, he even closed his eyes as though he was communicating with the world around him. This time, Yemo indeed had another enlightenment. He felt his lightning sword reached a certain level. If he went beyond this level, his lightning sword would be in great completion and its power would far surpass initial completion. Yemo seemed like a machine raining down lightning swords non-stop. At this time, the two disaster transformation state beast cultivators reacted. They knew that if this continued, all the spirit beasts would be dead. They couldn't care about fighting Ji Ling and Tang Mangrao anymore. They charged at Yemo together. But how could Ji Ling and Tang Mangrao let the two do as they wished? They stopped the two beast cultivators. The rest of the cauldron-filling state beast cultivators and level 9 spirit beasts also felt Yemo's threat and wanted to stop him. But how could Meng Hanan let that happen? She slaughtered them mercilessly. A few hours later, everyone was watching the direction of the endless lightning sword rain and the countless morning spirit beasts. "Stop, we'll leave Peihai City, stop." The two disaster transformation state middle stage called out worriedly. But Yemo couldn't hear them anymore. He had sunk into a peculiar state. He felt the other type of lightning sword's power. Lightning state. Yemo had never heard of nor seen this state, but he felt it now. He had a feeling that if he completely mastered this state, his lightning sword would be able to do whatever he wanted. He would be able to control the opponent's weakness, using the least effort to reach maximum effect. He also began to realize the meaning of will state. Will state meant two states. The first state was will. It was like his illusion cloud exert will strike. He would control his sword ray with his will to bind someone's movements. Will was very hard to reach, but if you understood it then you did. It was impossible to teach. Yemo thought will state was just will, but now he realized state and will were different. Will was an understanding and control of self, state was understanding and controlling your opponent's weakness. If he completely understood state, then he could casually use his magic and sword techniques to attack the opponent's weakness. When a magic's will state reached a very high level, he could easily counter an opponent's lethal blow and win. It was a great help in fighting people above your level. As lightning sword rained down, Emo's understanding of state grew. Eventually, he easily threw down lightning sword casually and large areas of spirit beasts were harvested. He didn't even need to scan with spirit sense to know which position to attack. The two disaster transformation state cultivators grew more and more desperate. One of them was hacked into a bloody mist by Jiling, who got more and more used to his body. Seeing this, the other disaster transformation state beast cultivator knew that this was going to sever the spirit beast's foundation. Despite knowing the severity of the situation, there was nothing he could do. He could only howl and send a messenger flying sword before fleeing. Tang Mangrao was a disaster transformation state tertiary stage cultivator after all. When this beast cultivator wanted to flee, she found his weakness and sliced off his head. However, his essence spirit fled away. Now, there was only Emo fighting and countless spirit beasts that ran around in a frenzy. No one could go help him, as the lightning sword would also kill the cultivators who went near it. But no cultivator worried, as they all knew the beast tide was over. Emo annihilated spirit beasts so fast, but there were just too many spirit beasts. He still hadn't even killed 10% yet. Luckily, the high-level spirit beasts were killed. Tang and Bien Fengta and them also helped to kill these low-level spirit beasts, but they weren't nearly as fast as GMO. Broken Leaf City was much more prosperous than Peihai City. Its defense formations were also much higher level. It was a level 9 formation, but now, they also faced countless spirit beasts. The spirit beasts attacking here were much stronger than the ones attacking Peihai City. There were 3 disaster transformation state beast cultivators. 1 disaster transformation state tertiary stage. Although there were much more high-level cultivators here than Peihai City, the situation was worse than that of Peihai City. If it wasn't for a level 9 defense formation, disaster transformation state level 9 Shandi, and a level 8 formation Grandmaster, the city would have long been destroyed. At the same time, on an island in the Heartless Sea, a red-haired beast cultivator was standing on a coral looking at the direction of Broken Leaf City. It was the nearest island to the city. There was a female cultivator behind him and she seemed very gentle. The beast cultivator turned around wanting to say something to the female cultivator. But suddenly a red flying sword flew over. The beast cultivator caught it and took out a jade slip. He looked at it casually and suddenly his face changed drastically. He immediately charged up into the sky and flew towards the continent. The female cultivator saw that the beast cultivator flew towards North Far State and her face was also shocked. As soon as he rose into the air, a gray figure stopped him. An old man stood in mid-air. Kong Yi, is there a point in stopping me? Even if I don't go to Broken Leaf City, it will fall in 2 months. You have a chance to reach higher states, why trouble yourself with such things? The red-haired beast cultivator asked calmly. Kong Yi said calmly, as long as the city hasn't fallen for 1 day, then I can't let you go. You also had an agreement with North Far State. Truth realization states must not be involved in the beast tide. But now, why are you going to the North Far State's land? The beast cultivator said coldly, that agreement was many years ago. Now there are no cultivation resources at the border of the Heartless Sea. The place where North Far State beast cultivators stay are also becoming arid in spirit chi. After countless years, only I've reached truth realization state and I'm only a truth realization state primary stage. If this continues, there will no longer be a place for beast cultivators in the North Far State. I don't ask for much, I just want human cultivators to share equally with beast cultivator the spirit chi arid places in North Far State. Kong Yi said calmly, anywhere in North Far State is arid in spirit chi. If you want a place with good spirit chi, then you can go to West Store State, that's cultivation heaven. Split North Far State equally? Shi Xie, I believe you know how West Store State became beast cultivator land. It's because they split land with spirit beasts, and now the human cultivators are living on the outskirts. Shi Jie said coldly, West Store State? Kong Yi, you really can imagine. Do you think we can cross the Heartless Sea to West Store State with our power? Do you want us to die? Plus, is the West Store State a place that spirit beasts can go to? West Store State becoming spirit beast land was countless years ago. Now, even spirit beasts don't dare to venture into the depth of West Store State. Kong Yi said calmly, if I could stop you for 100 years, I can stop you for 1,000 years. As for Broken Leaf City, as long as you don't go, then even if it falls its fate. The red hair beast cultivator was desperate. He suddenly looked at Kong Yi and said, Kong Yi, I'm not going to Broken Leaf City, I have something else to do. Can you move aside? Chapter 1253, Battle Truth Realization State again. Red-haired beast cultivator said again, okay, Kong Yi, I'll make the spirit beast leave Broken Leaf City now and this beast tide will end now. Now will you believe me? Kong Yi nodded. Okay, let your spirit beast retreat first. The red-haired beast cultivator immediately sent a messenger flying sword. After that, he looked at Kong Yi. Kong Yi, I've sent the messenger flying sword now, can I go? The beast cultivator was helpless. It wasn't that he couldn't go, but he didn't dare to make things troublesome with Kong Yi. Kong Yi's power was on par with his. If he didn't follow the agreement, Kong Yi could just attack the spirit beasts and beast cultivators attacking Broken Leaf City. Kong Yi shook his head. It's good that the spirit beasts can leave Broken Leaf City, but according to the agreement you can't go into North Far State. Kong Yi, you're cheating me? The red-haired beast cultivator's power rose drastically and a golden sword appeared in his hand. Kong Yi didn't say anything but a cauldron appeared above his head. Looking at this, the red-haired beast cultivator suppressed his anger and said, Kong Yi, you've been a very honest person, why are you going back on your words today? Kong Yi replied, I said you could retreat your beast cultivators, but I didn't agree to let you go North Far State. The beast cultivator seemed to know that even if they fought he won't be able to beat Kong Yi, and even if he could it wouldn't be fast, so he stopped. A few hours later, countless spirit beasts left Broken Leaf City and went back into the Heartless Sea. Instead, that red-haired beast cultivator went back into THS Heartless Sea as well. Seeing this, Kong Yi frowned and after a long while, he disappeared. 15 minutes later, a disaster transformation state tertiary stage beast cultivator appeared before the red-haired beast cultivator. He looked at the disaster transformation state beast cultivator and said, Peihai City has encountered an issue, I need to go over immediately. Don't fight here, wait till I come back. Yes. The disaster transformation state tertiary stage replied respectfully. The red-haired beast cultivator nodded and took out an instant transmission rune, looking at it for a long while before sighing and activating the rune. This rune had no space ripples so Kong Yi wouldn't be able to know, but it was just too precious. Even he only had one, it was practically a second life. If he used other space teleportation runes, Kong Yi would immediately know. Outside Peihai City, Yimo was slaughtering large amounts of spirit beasts. They kept wanting to break out of Yimo's trap formation, but the area of the lightning sword was getting larger and larger. There were also more injuries as well. If Yimo continued this, it would only be half a day before he would slaughter these spirit beasts clean. At this moment, there was a sharp howl and Yimo opened his eyes. He stopped his lightning sword rain as that sharp howl woke him up. He had a new understanding of state, but before he could organize his thoughts, a faint red sword light hacked at Yimo's trap formation. The trap formation that countless spirit beasts couldn't break free from was hacked open. With this, countless spirit beasts rushed out, but that howl sounded again. All the spirit beasts heard this and calmed down. They left Yimo's trap formation in an orderly fashion. Although Yimo slaughtered nearly a third of the spirit beasts himself, there were still countless spirit beasts exiting. Yimo was shook. He knew this howl was made by a truth realization state cultivator. Otherwise, his sword light wouldn't come before himself. As soon as Yimo had this thought, the red-haired cultivator appeared before Yimo. Yimo's eyes jumped rapidly. It was a truth realization state level 2 beast cultivator, husband. Yimo. Two crisp voices sounded. Yimo immediately knew they belonged to Yangzhu and Jingwen. His heart rested easy. At least they were fine. But Yimo didn't turn back. He was very calm facing this truth realization state cultivator. He knew if he was killed by this truth realization state beast cultivator, Peihai City would turn to dust. What he didn't understand was why Peihai City was trapped for a few years when there was a truth realization state beast cultivator. It was very easy for a truth realization state beast cultivator to annihilate Peihai City. If I came later, were you going to kill them all? The red-haired cultivator looked at the ground covered in spirit beast bodies and the burning bloody smell in the air. His tone was extremely furious. Ji Ling and Tang Mangrao as well as Meng Hanan also stood behind Yimo. They looked vigilantly at this truth realization state level 2 beast cultivator. There was nothing they could do against a truth realization state beast cultivator. They were also confused why this beast cultivator didn't come earlier. Emo released Zisu an octagonal cauldron, saying coldly, "What's your logic? The spirit beasts were attacking Peihai City, can the people not retaliate? Do you think your spirit beasts have more royal blood and can dictate the life and death of other cultivators?" The beast cultivator sneered. "Wanbei, you're a mere cauldron-filling state and you dare to be cocky in front of me. Do you believe I can kill you and destroy Peihai City before that old guy comes?" Emo sneered and replied, "If you want to fight then hurry up." Then, he activated his cultivation essence and ripples of purple formed. "You're bold, you can die then." The truth realization state beast cultivator was furious and just grabbed at Emo. This wasn't Yemo's first time he fought a truth realization state, but Miao Huizheng was heavily injured, so she was a far cry compared to this truth realization state primary stage. Emo saw the cultivation essence giant hand and an extreme sense of dissatisfaction rose up. This guy wanted to crush him to death with his hand just because he had stronger power. The truth realization state from Infinity Sect did the same in the Black Ice Sect. In his fury, Emo just hacked out with Zisu, Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike, Rumble. The purple ray hacked on the cultivation essence giant hand and made two heavy thuds. Cultivation essence splashed out, space itself made cracking sounds as though collapsing under the force of the clash. Meanwhile, Emo was sent flying kilometers away by this, he spat blood in midair. Emo's heart sunk. Although he was cauldron-filling state tertiary stage, he was instantly defeated by the truth realization state. He knew from that clash that even if he used all his means, he wouldn't be able to take on this beast cultivator. Jiling and Tang Mengrao's face changed. They retreated. Even they couldn't deal with this space collapse. Jiling was worried the most. He couldn't even take on truth realization state cultivator strike before. How could Emo do it? The truth realization state beast cultivator saw that Emo hacked his cultivation essence giant hand apart and just paid the price of spitting blood and was shocked, but immediately, the truth realization state beast cultivator sneered and raised his hand. A faint red appeared in his hand that turned into two sharp rays hacking towards Emo. As soon as it was hacked out, it seemed to have locked everything around Emo. Yet in the wake of such a powerful attack, Emo didn't retreat and went in instead, hacking out with Zisu. Seeing this, everyone's face changed. Emo hacked in the completely wrong direction. Chapter 1254, Joy of Reunion. Emo wasn't trying to suicide, of course. This strike was Illusion Cloud Domain Shattering Strike. It would shatter the opponent's domain and form his own. He didn't know where this beast cultivator's domain was, but he had an understanding of the basic state. This strike wasn't charged at the sword light but the weakness in the domain. The beast cultivator saw this and snarled. A mere cauldron-filling state cultivator dared to fight a truth realization state cultivator? When his sword went into his domain, he would know there was nothing he could do but await death, but soon, his snarl condensed. He found that Emo's purple sword rays had gone into his domain but didn't slow down one bit. Instead, they spread out, forming a purple veil. Then, it seemed something was beginning to shatter. What was going on? His domain couldn't bind this strike? The next moment, the truth realization state beast cultivator was more shocked. His sword was beginning to slow down and lost the support of his domain. The beast cultivator immediately realized what was going on. This was domain as well. This cauldron-filling state insect had his own domain. It was a domain in initial completion. That wasn't all. His strike not only shattered his domain but also bound his sword. How did he know the weakness in his domain? Only the cultivator himself would know the weakness of his domain, and yet this cauldron-filling state knew the weakness in his domain and used that to counterattack. Was that random, or did he really know? The truth realization state beast cultivator was furious and didn't hold back anymore. He used tens of hand signs. Waves of twisted air were sent out. Emo's purple sword rays broke the domain but were still blocked by this twisted cultivation essence waves. Soon, the purple withered and dissipated. The beast cultivator's strike was still rapid without the support of his domain, and two waves of red hacked onto the octagonal cauldron. With some rumbling sounds, the octagonal cauldron shook and Emo was sent flying and spitting blood again. Emo sighed. Despite having an understanding of state, the difference in power was too great. Seeing Emo fly out spitting blood again, Song Yangzhu and Yiling and them screamed. Jiling and Tang Mengrao breathed easy. Emo didn't get killed in that domain. They were both more shocked at Emo's power. He was facing a truth realization state cultivator. EMO was just a cauldron-filling state tertiary stage. Even if they went up, there was nothing they could do but await death. They were sure that if EMO reached truth realization state, he would have no enemies in the entire Luoyu continent. But how was he going to live through the calamity today? The truth realization state beast cultivator sneered. You have some tricks, but this ends now. But as soon as he said that, his face changed and sneered in midair. Don't let me see you again. Then he just left. Everyone didn't understand why this beast cultivator suddenly left when he had the complete upper hand. But everyone breathed easy. Seeing this, EMO also sneered, thinking, I should be the one to say that. Suddenly, he felt a wave in the air. He looked over immediately and heard a voice. EMO, you're very great. In a few years' time, you've come this far. The 100-year deal can be shortened to half. Hearing this voice, EMO was shook. He knew who this person was. It was Kong Yi. Kong Yi could scare off that beast cultivator. Clearly he was a truth realization state cultivator too. EMO never expected the low-profile Kong Yi was the real #1 power in North Far State. He thought Kong Yi wasn't as strong as Lin Zhongtian before, but now it seems he was greatly mistaken. He bowed in midair and didn't say anything. He had a deal with Kong Yi, but now he was cauldron-filling state tertiary stage and Kong Yi just shortened the time to half. One could see how much hope Kong Yi had for him when he made the deal. EMO thought of the moment when he first saw old man Kong Yi in Broken Leaf City. His care and support for him made EMO feel very warm at heart. Probably no one in North Far State expected Kong Yi was truth realization state. Kong Yi didn't appear, clearly not wanting others to know his identity. EMO also realized why the truth realization state beast cultivator didn't attack himself. There was also a truth realization state cultivator guarding North Far State. The spirit beasts all left and the entire Peihai city rejoiced. Yi Ling and them couldn't resist and ran towards EMO. They thought they would be able to see EMO in 3 years, but multiple times that duration had gone by. Yi Ling ran into EMO's arms. Song Yangzhu and Su Jingwen didn't talk, but the longing and softness in their eyes nearly melted EMO. Su Jingwen grabbed EMO's hand. She had been cultivating non-stop just so she could be with EMO and so she could go back and visit her mother. If that couldn't be realized, what was the point of cultivating to the peak for her? If it wasn't for the company of Yi Ling and Song Yangzhu, they would have collapsed. She really couldn't get used to this endless cultivation. She didn't like how lives were worthless in the cultivation realm. Now that she saw EMO again, she had 1,000 things to say, but where should she begin? EMO grabbed her hand. Jingwen, you're already nascent soul state middle stage. Su Jingwen interrupted and said firmly, EMO, let's be together no matter where you go. I will follow. I can't bear this waiting anymore. I don't care about cultivation level, I just want to be with you, I just want to visit Ninghai. I'm scared here. She was brave at the start of the sentence but couldn't finish it. She who never killed had to spirit beasts every day. She remembered the first time she killed a spirit beast, she kept vomiting non-stop. She was really tired of this life. Okay, we'll go back and be together forever. EMO pulled Su Jingwen and then pulled Song Yangzhu. Yangzhu, I came back to North Far State this time to take you guys with me. Don't worry, I will find Yimo and we'll go to South Peace State together. Xingxue, Susu, and Beiwei are all there. Song Yangzhu could control her emotions a little more. Due to this family reunion, everyone moved to the side. Seeing the 3 girls calm down, EMO brought them to Ji Ling and them. Introducing them, Ji Ling smiled. I already know, when I came to Peihai City, they were all here but you. Meng Hanan smiled. Martial brother Ye's 2 wives are both extreme rare beauties in the world. His sister is also very beautiful. Sister Tang, can your disciple Chen Dai be more pretty than Jingwen? It was Tang Mengrao's first time seeing Su Jingwen and she was also shocked at her beauty. Her beauty was innate and far from the gloating and arrogant beauty of Chen Dai. But she still felt her disciple was prettier than Su Jingwen. Before they went into the city, Chi Ziyu rushed up and saluted with his fists. Sect leader Yi, luckily we have you, otherwise the city wouldn't last long. It's the city's honor that you can stay here. Then he saluted to Tang Mengrao and Ji Ling. Ji Ling smiled and waved. He was disaster transformation state but never showed an attitude. Many cultivators who came with Ji Ling before were contemptuous to talk to Chi Ziyu. EMO waved his hand. City Lord Chi, you're too polite. Let's go in first. The cultivators started repairing the city and clearing the battlefield. Other than a few spirit beasts, most of the spirit beasts didn't even have a beast core left. Emo suddenly thought cultivator who guarded Pei Hai City for 5 years. He was very grateful to this cultivator. City Lord Chi, I heard a disaster transformation state Qianbei defended Pei Hai City for 5 years. Where is that Qianbei? Chapter 1255, Ao Qiandia's secret. Shi Ziyu also remembered and asked the cultivator on the side, yeah, where is Yu Qianbei? The cultivators looked at each other. Clearly no one knew where Yu Qianbei went. Emo scanned his spirit sense out. He had seen that disaster transformation state cultivator when he first arrived, but he couldn't see him now. However, he saw that formation repairing cauldron filling state cultivator come over. Emo quickly went over and greeted him. Emo greets you, friend. If it wasn't for your help, the city would be done for. The cauldron filling state laughed. Brother Yi, you're too polite. I've long heard of sect leader Yi's great name. The prodigy who created the spirit weaving pill. I didn't think you'd be such a prodigy in cultivation too. When you left Pei Hai City, I heard Ziyu say you were golden core state power, but now you're stronger than me. I was shocked when I saw you fight with that truth realization state beast cultivator. If it was me, I wouldn't even last one move before dying. Plus, Brother Yi's formation skills are much higher than mine. From the trap formation you set outside the city, I know your formation skills aren't something I can compare with. Brother Yi, you're indeed the greatest prodigy I've seen. Shi Ziyu explained, sect leader Yi, Lia Feng is the elder of formation forgery sect. If it wasn't for him and that the mysterious Yu Qianbei, Pei Hai City would have long fallen. Emo quickly said in gratitude, Emo's family is all in Pei Hai City and brotherly helped Pei Hai City, which is the same as helping me. If brotherly needs any help, Emo will do all he can. Okay, let's go to the city lord estate and have a good talk first. But Yudekian Qianbei doesn't like too many people, so he already left the city when the spirit beasts retreated. Otherwise, it would be great knowing someone like Brother Yi, elderly said. Emo immediately nodded in agreement. He told Jiling and them to go back to MOU first and that he would be back in a bit. In the North Far States, all herb mountain ranges, in the innermost part of the place was a cultivation home in a valley. A tall man sighed and got up. He didn't leave the cultivation home but instead went to another room. There was a very beautiful young girl here. The girl saw the tall man come in and sneered, shutting her eyes. Zhendai, why did you do this? The tall man asked inside. The pretty girl still kept her eyes shut. The tall man didn't get an answer for a long while and shook his head and turned to leave. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes and said coldly, Lin Zhongtian, put away that savior face. Don't make it seem like you're the savior of North Far State. You're just a shameless hypocrite. Lin Zhongtian turned back and said slowly, Zhendai, I never said I was a savior. I'm just doing what I should be doing. As one of the 3 strongest people in North Far State, I have the responsibility to protect it. Bullshit. Ao Kayandi got up suddenly and pointed at Lin Zhongtian, cursing, Lin Zhongtian, don't make yourself sound so great. Who raped a young girl? Who made that girl pregnant? Who cast aside that pregnant girl? Do you know how hard it is for an unmarried girl to bring up a child? Did you know how hard it was for the mother when the child was about to die but there was nothing she could do? Lin Zhongtian, how do you have the face to talk about responsibility and protection? Oh, Zhendai was so agitated that her body was shaking. Lin Zhongtian, in order to find you, I cultivated like crazy. But when I was struggling for cultivation resources, where were you? When I was hunted by enemies, where were you? If my essence spirit didn't find that pregnant woman within 45 minutes and stayed on her, managing to survive, there would be no Lu Zhendai in this world. I would just be a dead soul, an extra person. Lin Zhongtian's face looked more and more guilty. His body even became wobbly. He said dejectedly, Zhendai, the person I owe the most to in my life is you. I was young at the time and I didn't understand a lot of things. I thought pursuing the immortal Tao meant to sever your mortal ties. Later, I realized I was wrong and I went to find you, but you had already left your home. I know I owe you, Lin Zhongtian continued, but Zhendai, no matter how much you hate me, you can't start the beast tide and set up us 3 to be injured. You can't let the Ao Chang Merchant Association deal with spirit beasts, feeding cultivator golden core and essence blood to them. The pretty girl who calmed down a little heard this and exploded again. Lin Zhongtian, you think I don't know what you're thinking? You like that Tang Mang Rao? Did I make you lose face in front of her when I said you fuck me? If you have the balls, say you didn't fuck me. Say it. Lin Zhongtian's face burst red, but he still replied. Xiandai, don't say that. Tang Mang Rao is your master after all, how can you treat her like that? She deserves to be my master? Ao Qiandai looked at Lin Zhongtian coldly. I set up you three to fight each other? If you weren't jealous of Shan Di and Tang Mangrao's relationship, would you fight with your full power when they joined up against you? And that Shan Di, you think he can't tell that I'm still a virgin? How many women has he been with? It's possible Tang Mangrao can't tell, but you think he can't? Bullshit. Lin Zhongtian frowned. He was indeed jealous of Shan Di, but just a little. He didn't think of fighting against Shan Di with his life, but Shan Di was fighting with his life. If he went a little easy, he would die. So, he had to fight with his full life. Ao Qiandai continued. I think you're not sad because Shan Di attacked you with full power, but that Tang Mangrao blocked your killing blow for Shan Di. That's your greatest disappointment. Lin Zhongtian suddenly looked a lot older. He looked at Ao Qiandai and said, Qiandai, go. I don't want to see you conspire with spirit beasts again. Leave? Lin Zhongtian, you are actually letting me leave? After you abandoned me once, you want to abandon me again? The beautiful girl started to cry. Qiandai, you. Lin Zhongtian looked at this young girl and knew her soul was the woman he abandoned at home. But she was only 30 years old now, while he was nearly 1,000 years old. No matter what, the two couldn't get back together again. Ao Qiandai suddenly cried into Lin Zhongtian's arms. Zhongtian, I hate you. How am I not better than that Tang Mangrao? Why do you like her that much? Why don't you like me? I had your child before, and you still treat me like this. Feeling the faint aroma of the young and pretty Ao Qiandai, he suddenly didn't know what to do and murmured. But, Ao Qiandai no longer had the hatred she had before and just sobbed. Zhongtian, I miss our child. I owe him. Sorry, Qiandai, I. Lin Zhongtian patted the girl in his arms and wanted to comfort her. Zhongtian, let's have a child again, like many years ago. And we can live together. Ao Qiandai looked up with a miserable face that was soft enough to melt the hardest iron. Ha! Lin Zhongtian was dazed, but before he spoke, his face changed suddenly. He waved his hand and Ao Qiandai flew out, crashing onto the wall and spitting blood. Lin Zhongtian also spat a few mouthfuls of blood. He looked coldly at Ao Qiandai and said, You're not Qiandai, you're not Le Qiandai nor Ao Qiandai, who are you? Ao Qiandai sneered and wiped the blood from her mouth, looking coldly at Lin Zhongtian. It's not important who I am, what's important is that there will never be a Lin Zhongtian in this world again. Oh, perhaps one Lin Zhongtian. But he'll be my dog. Lin Zhongtian laughed. There's only a living Lin Zhongtian or a dead Lin Zhongtian in this world. No Lin Zhongtian, that's a dog. Bitch, I was blind to think that the person I loved the most would become as cruel as you. I just realized today you're a cauldron-filling state cultivator, but Tang Mangrao didn't know her disciple was a venomous snake hiding in the Jade Woman sect for many years. He looked at her and said word by word, what do you want to do? Ao Qiandai looked at Lin Zhongtian in contempt. What I want to do? Pity you won't know. I won't let you know, you need to have the resolve of being a dog. Lin Zhongtian released his magic artifact and looked coldly at her. You think destroying my Dan Tian will let you kill me for sure? I just want to ask you one thing, where is Qiandai? How do you know every tying in her heart? Chapter 1256, Jingguan stays with you. Ao Qiandai sneered and threw a red rune over. She knew that despite Lin Zhongtian's injury and destruction of his Dan Tian, his disaster transformation state peak stage power was much stronger than her cauldron-filling state tertiary stage power. She need to be careful. The red rune exploded around Lin Zhongtian and most of the explosion wave struck the stone wall. Lin Zhongtian's shield just blocked a small part of the explosion and he spat mouthfuls of blood again. Lin Zhongtian sighed. He knew he probably wouldn't make it today. He wanted to self-destruct his essence spirit while he could, but he felt the earth below him shake as though the entire mountain range was shaking. Ao Qiandai scanned with spirit sense, but she found she couldn't scan out her spirit sense at all. Her face changed and she immediately released a pink soul-catching bell, attacking at Lin Zhongtian. Lin Zhongtian would rather die than let this woman capture him. So, when she attacked with the ball, he also released the shield to protect him. He needed time to self-destruct. Although his dantian was destroyed, he had some self-defense for a short while. With a clank, Lin Zhongtian's spirit sense went heavy as though something was breaking out of his body. He quickly burned some essence blood. Rumble, the sound outside was getting louder. Ao Qiandai looked at Lin Zhongtian and didn't attack. Instead, she released a dark gray rune. The rune formed a rippled-like ring around her. Then Ao Qiandai disappeared. Lin Zhongtian could tell it was a space transmission rune. Ao Qiandai really had a lot of good stuff. Lin Zhongtian knew he couldn't get away. Even if he had such high-level rune, he wouldn't be able to use it since his dantian was shattered. He looked at the direction she disappeared inside. He knew that Ao Qiandai must have been possessed. The soul possessing her must be a cruel person, probably a beast cultivator, but with her power and calculations, there was no way she would be interested in golden core state trading. Her goal must be something else. Suddenly, Lin Zhongtian felt the ground below him go empty and the place he was at cracked open. Lin Zhongtian shook his head and didn't resist. For a cultivator with a shattered dantian, there was no point in living. At this moment in the city lord estate, there was Yimo, Jiling, Tang Mengrao, Ming Xan. For cauldron-filling state cultivators of Peihai City, City Lord Chiziu, and elderly, Yimo also simply talked about the South Peace State, but he was asking more about the Peihai City. Chiziu told him that the Ao Chang Merchant Association disappeared before the beast tide came. The disaster transformation state cultivator who came was called Eudakian. Most of the time, Eudakian was protecting elderly and repairing the formations. Otherwise, even with Eudakian, the city would have long fallen. Yimo got up gratefully and saluted with his fists. Brotherly, I won't say much besides thanking you. Without you, the Peihai City would have fallen a few years ago. I'll be staying here for a while, then going back to South Peace State. When I leave, I want to visit you at Formation Forgery Sect. Li Tianyi heard this and quickly said, I will gladly welcome you. Jiling Xianbei came to set up a level 9 formation for the city. I also want to study it. Perhaps when you leave, I will still be at Peihai City. Another messenger flying sword landed on his hand. He opened it and exclaimed, Broken Leaf City's beast tide also retreated. Great, there probably won't be another one in 100 years. Everyone was very happy, but Tang Mengrao got up and said, Yimo, thanks for saving my life this time. I know you have a bad opinion of me. No matter when I see brother Lin Zhongtian, I will apologize to him. The beast tide is gone and I will return to my sect. Ming Xian also got up and bade farewell. She said she would come back and thank Yimo after she settled the matters of her sect. Yimo also wanted to go back to MOU and got up and said goodbye. However, Jiling stayed at the city lord estate to discuss setting up the formation for the city. When Yimo got back to MOU, Song Yangzhu and them were already impatient. Yimo saw Li Yuqian, Li Jingwen, Jin Xiaoshan, Suyu, Sheng Yizhong were all here and finally breathed easy. Li Yuqian was nascent soul state tertiary stage and Song Yangzhu and Yiling were golden core state peak stage. Su Jingwen was the fastest. She was nascent soul state middle stage. The people gathered all talking about their own situation. Yimo also knew that after he left, the Black and White Pill Kings came to Peihai City but were sent off by Su Jianhu. He didn't really know how they knew about his heaven flame, but he wasn't afraid of two mere hollow spirit state cultivators. Yimo simply introduced the situation at South Peace State and said, I came back to bring you guys to South Peace State, but we have a MOU here too. If anyone wants to stay, I will hand MOU over to him to manage. If no one wants to stay, then we'll all go to MOU City in South Peace State together. Everyone fell silent. Clearly no one wanted to stay. Yimo saw this and knew everyone wanted to go South Peace State. However, Li Jingwen got up and said, Sect leader, I'm willing to stay here. When MOU grows, we must have our ground in the North Far State. If it wasn't for Sect leader, I would be stuck in Golden Core State my entire life. Now, I'm nascent soul state, I'm very satisfied. Yimo knew he was very loyal and felt safe leaving MOU with him. With this, Suyu also stood up. Sheng Yizhong and I will also stay. I really like this place. There are a lot of cultivation resources for us too. Yimo could tell the two had some feelings for each other and agreed. Okay, then you two stay and help Li Jingwen. Don't worry too much, I will set up a teleportation formation at MOU to South Peace State in the future. My formation skills aren't high enough yet, but once I will set up this teleportation formation. Then, everyone can come and go easily. Yemo felt the interstate teleportation formation took so many cultivation resources with each use, not just because of the distance but also because there was no high-level formation master. Otherwise, even traveling from Luoyu to Earth wouldn't cost many resources. Yemo had 3 birth chant and he believed he could set this up one day. Hearing this, more people were willing to stay. Yu Qiang was the closet to Li Jingwen and was a level 6 spirit pill master now. He also chose to stay, and so did Jin Shashan after some thought. In the next few days, Yemo stayed with Song Yangzhu and Su Jingwen. In the streets of Peihai City, Song Yangzhu and Su Jingwen were walking with Yemo slowly. After he came back, Song Yangzhu seemed very happy, but there was still a sliver of worry in her happiness. Yemo knew she was worried about Yemo. There was no news of Yemo ever since she came to North Far State. "Don't worry, we'll go back first. I will find Yemo no matter what," Yemo said. "After Peihai City settles, we'll go look for Yemo. No matter how big North Far State is, it's not as big as South Peace State. I have a half-immortal artifact. It won't take much time to go around North Far State a few times." Song Yangzhu nodded and suddenly said, "Let Jingwen stay with you tonight." "Ha!" Su Jingwen heard this and immediately blushed. Chapter 1257, The Moon in the Morning Ray. These few days Su Jingwen was with Yemo. She regained her vitality that she had when she was in Ninghai. The only thing she was embarrassed to talk about was being real husband and wife with Yemo. But no matter how much she wanted it, she couldn't talk about it straight to Yemo, especially when Song Yangzhu was on the side. But when Song Yangzhu really said it in front of her, she couldn't handle it. Yemo saw Su Jingwen's embarrassment and smiled, grabbing her hand. "Yangzhu, you and Jingwen are the same to me as Susu and Qingshui. When we go back to Mou City, we will have another wedding just like the one in Luoyu City." Song Yangzhu eyes showed surprise and joy. She was Yemo's first woman, but when Yemo got married, she could only hide and cry with Yemo. That sorrow was incomprehensible. Today, Yemo finally understood her and wanted to do a make-up wedding for her. This made her want to cry. She had always thought she was only Yemo's wife because of Yemo. Without Yemo, she would never be Yemo's wife. As a woman from Earth, she didn't yearn for cultivation but only to stay with her husband forever. Husband. Song Yangzhu couldn't hold her excitement and cuddled into Yemo's arms. "Go back with me." Song Yangzhu completely forgot Su Jingwen was on the side and murmured. Her body was even getting hot. Su Jingwen's face blushed red like a tomato. She didn't expect Song Yangzhu to be this open. Were all married women like this? She thought about it and her body felt soft too. Yemo looked into the distant sky, lost in thought. He thought of Mu Xiaoyun, but where was she? For Yemo, the last time he let loose was when he saw Susu and Qingshui a few years ago. Now, Song Yangzhu's passion almost ate him. For the first time, he eased up and slept an entire night. When the morning sun shone in, Yemo felt completely relaxed. He reached out and grabbed the soft body next to him. However, the body was a little stiff. He immediately laughed. "Yangzhu, are you only so bold at night?" Suddenly he felt this body wasn't Song Yangzhu's. The place he was holding was much bigger than Song Yangzhu. Yemo was shook, but a familiar body aroma smell came and Yemo immediately knew who was in his arms. Jingwen? A mumble sounded. Jingwen was here. Yangzhu must have called her here. He didn't go think much and hugged Su Jingwen's stiff body. Su Jingwen only felt tense for a moment before she melted and instead cuddled Yemo with more passion. Su Jingwen was a very conservative woman, but she was also a woman who only had one love. Before Yemo, she had never liked a man before. After she liked Yemo, she experienced all sorts of troubles, from Ninghai to Luoyu City to the small world to Luoyu continent, chasing all the way here just for the Yemo she loved. Now in Yemo's arms, she released all these years of longing and desire. She crazily cuddled Yemo and kissed him as though trying to squeeze her entire body into Yemo. Yemo's heart rose with softness and love. He thought of that snowy day on the street. Su Jingwen seemed like a lonely scenery. She roamed on a street in a place she was unfamiliar with in the blizzard. He could never forget that. He could never forget how her eyes were still looking at him despite her being unconscious. Now, the woman was in his arms, but Yemo felt guilty. He felt he owed her a lot. A soft woman living on Earth had to stay in Peihai and fight spirit beasts every day. Su Jingwen had an extreme sense of satisfaction now. "What are you thinking about?" Su Jingwen saw Emo look at her with loving eyes and hugged her so tight that she almost couldn't breathe. Emo kissed her lips and said, "I'm thinking about the snowing city, that lonely street." Su Jingwen's eyes turned miserable. "When I first met you, I was in my home on a busy street, people flowed by, you were selling runes in one corner. At that time, you were not my scenery, but you saved my mother. The last time I saw you, I was alone in the street of another world, snowflakes fell, you stood alone in the street waiting for the snow. At that time, you were the illusion in my heart. You let me leave without any last wishes." She never had thought that. The last glance was no illusion, she really saw Emo. Su Jingwen looked at Emo's wet guilty eyes and lay on him. She wiped his eyes and murmured, "Take me." The morning ray grew brighter and brighter, mixed with Su Jingwen's low moans. It seemed more and more tranquil. When Su Jingwen and Emo got out of the bedroom, Su Jingwen and them were already waiting for them in the hall. Song Yangzhu, Yiling, and them looked at Su Jingwen with a smile, making her blush hard. Even though she was nascent soul state, her first time made her legs soft and shaky. Jiling, Meng Hanan as well as Peihai City Lord were all here. Even that elderly was here too. What happened? Emo looked at them in confusion. Qizu quickly said in respect, "Sec Leader Yi, if Jiling Shenbei didn't tell me, we still wouldn't know that Sec Leader Yi was also a formation grandmaster. It's like this, after discussion, we want to set up a top-grade level 9 defense formation in Peihai." Emo smiled and nodded. "Even if City Lord Chi didn't say it, I would still come help. MOU is still in Peihai. Peihai not only needs a defense formation but I also plan to set up a level 9 attack formation. In the future, beast tides of this caliber can be ignored." Hearing this, Shizu said in joy, "If it's really so, then Peihai City would be very safe, probably safer than Broken Leaf City." Shizu thought of something and quickly said, "According to the news we got, the beast tide leaving Broken Leaf City was related to us." Emo nodded, he also felt there was definitely some connection. While they were discussing how to set up the defense formation, Li Jingwen quickly walked in and said quietly, "Sec Leader, Wang Yu Sect sent a flying sword. Their sect leader Shan Di invited sect leader to go to Wang Yu Sect. His tone doesn't seem very nice." Emo sneered, he hated these old people putting on airs. Shan Di had a deal with him but he didn't stick to it and even helped people attack MOU. Emo wouldn't believe he didn't know about coming here. This guy was no different to that Zhang Chengfeng. How did he have the face to call him over? Who did he think he was? Thinking about this, Emo sneered. "I will go over, but not now. After I'm done with Peihai City, I will go to Wang Yu Sect and kill that for Li Qishan." Chapter 1258, Finding Emo. 10 days later, outside a small town in North Far State, a young man and woman walked in. These two were Emo and Su Jingwen. This town was the place Su Jingwen and Emo stayed before, the place where Emo was taken away. They didn't know how long it would take to find Emo, so Song Yangzhu and Yiling stayed in MOU. Emo left behind a spirit marrow pond for them to break through to nascent soul state. There was Meng Hanan protecting them. The town was very old but Emo saw the two words water lily outside the town. "Jingwen, you and Emo lived in here for a while?" Emo asked. "MHM. Su Jingwen leaned on Emo and answered, "When we came here we didn't know anyone so we stayed here. Then, we went outside the town to practice some magic until that day, Emo was taken disciple by that cultivator. Then I went to Fuemo City alone. Fuemo City was destroyed so then I went to Jiangchuan City and met you." Emo scanned with spirit sense inside the town, they were all ordinary people. He said to Su Jingwen, "Jingwen, take me to the place where Emo was practicing lightning magic." The two turned away but soon, two figures landed in front of them. Emo already recognized one of them. There was one man and one woman. The woman was very pretty, just a little bit less pretty than Su Jingwen. She was Golden Core State Level 6, the man was very handsome and was Golden Core State Peak Stage. Stop. The female cultivator blocked Emo's way and stared at him. "What are you doing here?" Then, she saw Su Jingwen and felt a little shocked. She clearly felt Su Jingwen was prettier than her. Emo frowned and said coldly, "What does that have to do with you?" "I feel strange, last time I saw it was Yuruyu next to you, how come you changed someone today?" She was the high tone that he met at the South Mountain Market, the sect member of 5-star sect duo Heart Valley. Emo remembered she had a brother called Hai Xin. This man with her wasn't Hai Xin, he became friends with Yuruyu and Yuruyu gave him a low-grade star sand. That Yuruyu was too honest and let this Han Tong have it her way for everything. Now, she was with some other male cultivator. Emo quite approved of Yuruyu, but he was just too honest. Hearing this, the male cultivator frowned but didn't talk. He couldn't tell Emo or Su Jingwen's power, but Su Jingwen was indeed prettier than Hai Tong. Clearly she had no simple origin, so he didn't say anything, but he could tell both of them were very young. Perhaps the two had some stealth cultivation method and that's why he couldn't see their power. It wasn't that their power was higher than his. His talent was very good and came from a big sect. It was very hard to surpass him for people around his age. Hai Tong sneered. Don't say shit, I have nothing to do with Yuruyu. Emo seemed to breathe easy and nodded. That's great, I was scared that brother you took the wrong girl and ruined his life. It's good that he stopped and left you. Then, Emo couldn't be bothered talking to her anymore and said, Jingwen, take me to that small mountain. MHM. Su Jingwen agreed and held Emo's hands and they turned away, humph. Hai Tong didn't like seeing Su Jingwen being so gentle to Emo and suddenly said, You think you're good because you have a stealth cultivation method so I can't see your power? After all these years, don't tell me you're still Foundation Establishment State? However, Emo still ignored her so she said grumpily, Even if you don't tell me, I know you're going to All Herb Mountain Range. And, you must apologize to me first or you won't be able to leave. Go to All Herb Mountain Range for what? Emo just wanted to ask when that male cultivator stopped in front of Emo. You're rude, apologize to her before you go. He wasn't concerned with them now that Hai Tong exposed his past. Emo looked at this golden core state male cultivator and felt strange. He was a cauldron filling state and was now stopped by a golden core state who was trying to force him to apologize. He glared at this male cultivator. You really want me to apologize? If you're not deaf then do as Sister Tong said, the male cultivator said calmly. Emo suddenly smiled. I know how to act cool more than you. I won't apologize but I have a slap. Seeing that Emo was going to fight, the male cultivator was immediately going to release his magic artifact but he soon realized that he couldn't move at all. His slap. Emo's slap sent him flying a few hundred meters away, landing in a ravine. He then spat out more than 10 teeth. The calm look disappeared from his face. Instead, it was now full of shock, slapping him a few hundred meters away just with a cultivation essence hand and binding him at the same time. What power was this? Nascent soul state? Definitely not. Hollow spirit state? Definitely not either. When he realized Emo was probably body condensation state or above, there was extreme anxiety in his eyes. He offended a body condensation state cultivator. Even if he killed him his sect wouldn't offend a body condensation state for him. Emo shook his head and looked coldly at Hai Tong. On Yuruyu's account I'll let you go again today. You should feel lucky you met me. If it was someone else, you would already be dead. Perhaps if you met someone else you would know how important Yuruyu is to you before you die. Seeing the two leave, Hai Tong reacted and felt her face. She felt lucky but was extremely shocked at Emo's power. Emo was clearly above hollow spirit state and the strongest person in her sect was only hollow spirit state. She understood what Yuruyu meant. When he was with her, he solved the many troubles she caused just like at the market last time when she kept looking for trouble with Emo. Hai Tong felt bad the more she thought about it. Before, she thought Yuruyu was a coward, apologizing to everyone. She felt Yuruyu lost face for the magical sword sect. Then, she stayed with core disciple of 6-star sect Luo Tan sword sect, Gumingsu. She experienced what it was like to do as she pleased, but was that really good? They taught a lesson to those weaker than him. If they met someone as powerful as Emo, he might kill them on a whim. Hai Tong shivered. If Emo wanted to kill her, there was nothing she could do. He might be able to annihilate her entire sect. Now, she didn't feel good about doing what she wanted, she just felt scared. Su Jingwen and Emo stood at the top of a small hill. Emo picked up a small rock, there were marks on it. Su Jingwen said this was left by Emo cultivating her lightning-style cultivation method. Chapter 1259, Incident at All Herb Mountain Range. Emo looked at the burnt rock. Look at the peak opposite, it's not tall but it was shattered in one palm by the cultivator who took Emo. Su Jingwen pointed. Emo looked at the distance and the area and knew that the cultivator was at least cauldron filling state tertiary stage. Su Jingwen looked below and said,
The female cultivator came back again. What does she want to do?
Even Su Jingwen knew that female cultivator's attitude was wrong. If she continued like this, she would suffer. Emo smiled. Let's go. I have a headache seeing this woman who thinks she's #1 in the world. It's good that you Ruyu left someone like her.
Su Jingwen smiled and held Emo's arm.
They got on Zisu and Zisu darted into the sky, disappearing. As soon as Haitong got to the foot of the mountain, she saw Emo disappear with that woman. She realized how arrogant and stupid she was and came to apologize, but Emo didn't even want to see her and left. Not everyone treated her as queen, the only one was Yuruyu.
That dummy. Now Gumingsu also flew towards her, calling her name.
Haitong looked back at this Gumingsu who always taught other cultivators a lesson and felt annoyed.
She ignored him and flew off in the direction Emo had left. Where are we going? Su Jingwen asked softly. She really wanted to stand in that street she met Emo on for a while. Just a while was good. She was grateful to that street, that snowy day that allowed her to find Emo. Emo also wanted to go there, but hearing Haitong's words, he suddenly wanted to go to All Herb Mountain Range. In the depths, there was a terrifying being. Emo still felt fear even now. If Fate Sijun didn't find people to come there, he would be trapped in that hexagonal hall forever.
He wondered if those nascent soul state cultivators ever came out. Let's go All Herb Mountain Range and see first. I'm not sure of where Emo is right now yet. Let's go see what happened at All Herb Mountain Range first, Emo said. It was like finding a needle in the ocean to find Emo in the huge North Far State. Emo put away Zisu and took out his self-made low-grade flying cultivation artifact.
He made this type to be the enjoyment type magic artifact.
There was a huge platform at the front of the magic artifact with a wooden table.
Emo and Su Jingwen sat by the side drinking spirit tea while watching the clouds.
It was very enjoyable. It'll be so good one day if we can sit on our own flying cultivation artifact and fly back to Ninghai, Su Jingwen said. She was very happy being with Emo, but she missed her mother. Emo held her hands and said, "That day will come, don't worry. If Chuzhou could go back to Earth, so can we." "Meichem, I believe you," Su Jingwen said. The flying magic artifact only flew for 2 hours and there was an increase in cultivators on the way. But they didn't even dare to go near Emo's flying magic artifact. At this moment, Emo was sure something happened in the All Herb Mountain Range. They were all flying towards it. Emo sped up, and when he flew next to an extreme grade flying spirit artifact,
Emo waved and said to the cultivator, "Friend, I have something to ask." This cultivator was nascent soul state middle stage.
When he saw Emo was using a low-grade flying cultivation artifact and he couldn't see through Emo's power at all, he knew Emo's power was far higher than his.
He quickly slowed down his flying spirit artifact and saluted with his fists. "Xianbei, what do you need to ask?" Emo nodded. "Why are so many cultivators go to All Herb Mountain Range now?"
The cultivator answered, "A few days ago, the All Herb Mountain Range's earth cracked open and the entire All Herb Mountain Range was uprooted.
Some peaks became valleys, some lakes became peaks." Emo was shook. Did something happen to that hexagonal hall?
That was a seal. If the seal was broken, would that spirit body come out? That guy was no simple person, otherwise why would he have a heaven-grade mobility technique or level 10 material?
Emo was worried as he had enmity with that guy.
He took a lot of that guy's things but didn't help him at all. The nascent soul state cultivator quickly said, "Xianbei, is there some problem?"
Emo asked again. "Earth-shattering happens frequently in some mountain ranges. There's no need to go see every time, right?"
The nascent soul state quickly said again, "I heard that a lot of things that didn't belong to the All Herb Mountain Range appeared. There are all sorts of ores, spirit herbs, and some people even found the level 9 spirit herb truth spirit herb as well as many more level 8 spirit herbs."
This happened? Emo was shook. The nascent soul state nodded. "Xianbei, this is definitely real.
All these cultivators are going there for these spirit herbs and ores."
"Thank you."
Emo saluted with his fists and then pulled Su Jingwen out, releasing Blue Moon. Seeing the blue ray Blue Moon made, this nascent soul state looked dazedly at the trail thinking, "This is probably an extreme grade flying cultivation artifact. This is the first time I've seen one. What happened?"
Su Jingwen asked.
Changing flying magic artifacts made their speed hundreds of times faster.
Emo nodded seriously.
I'm scared of something happening. If it really did, it won't be good.
In just half an hour, a huge mountain range appeared before him.
Even with his spirit sense, he couldn't scan for even 1,000th of the mountain range. He had come here more than once, but it had changed greatly.
Yemo saw countless cultivators searching the outskirts for something.
There were even more than 10 hollow spirit state cultivators. Yemo's blue moon immediately caught everyone's attention. After all, it was not only high level but also pretty. However, no one dared to come up and talk. After all, they couldn't even see Yemo's power level, not even the hollow spirit state cultivators. However, one white-faced skinny old man appeared before Yemo and Su Jingwen. His eyes seemed narrow and he seemed harmless, but Yemo knew this old man was no good person. He was Sima Zhu, the guy called White Half-Pill King.
He hated Yemo to the bones.
Yemo knew the reason Sima Zhu dared to come over was because he was only Foundation Establishment State before. Seeing Sima Zhu walk towards Yemo, all the cultivators looked over. The other hollow spirit state cultivators were also surprised. Even they couldn't see Yemo's power. How did Sima Zhu dare to look for trouble with Yemo? The flying magic artifact was good, but he needed the power to steal it. Chapter 1260, Killing Black and White Half-Pill King. The Pill Concoction Hall of Fame #1 is indeed different. This stealth cultivation method makes even me unable to see your power.
Yemo, this is your wife, right?
She's very pretty.
Sigh, what a pity.
Sima Zhu shook his head. Hearing this, all the cultivators realized that Yemo was using a stealth cultivation method. No wonder Sima Zhu dared to go up. Those few hollow spirit state cultivators regretted immediately.
If they knew this, they would have gone up already.
Sima Zhu grew strong rapidly these few years. He was hollow spirit state level 8 now.
Ordinary hollow spirit state didn't dare to do anything to him.
Plus, there was the rule of being first. Thus, despite knowing the flying magic artifact might be an extreme grade cultivation artifact, they could only watch. Sima Zhu's tone changed.
That old man Su Jianhu tricked me saying you went to South Peace State. You're back quick. But your wife's power grows fast. She's nascent soul state middle stage already. Yemo looked calm and didn't do anything.
He was waiting for Tong Wusheng.
Tong Wusheng was also here, but this idiot Sima Zhu didn't realize.
When they came, he needed to ask the two where they got the book thing.
Yemo also saw another cauldron-filling state peak stage cultivator looking over, but he hit his power level. Cauldron-filling state peak stage cultivators were very rare in North Far State.
Even though he showed his power to be hollow spirit state tertiary stage, he couldn't hide anything from Yemo. Seeing that Yemo didn't talk, Sima Zhu suddenly said coldly, "You took my book and that rare flame in the Changfeng Valley, right? Give it to me, take out your storage ring, and slice off an arm."
Sima Zhu laughed. You know why I let you live? Because you brought a good wife, so you saved yourself. Yemo wanted to wait for Tong Wusheng to come over first, but since Sima Zhu wanted to die quickly and insult Su Jingwen, he couldn't hold back anymore. He took out a glove and put it on, then he said coldly, "Sima Zhu, you know why I'm wearing a glove?"
Sima Zhu was dazed, but before he could react, Yemo grabbed Sima Zhu's neck and wrung it in the air before saying coldly, "Because I'm afraid your neck would dirty my hands."
Sima Zhu was no longer arrogant like before. His face was in utter shock.
He had never thought that a Foundation Establishment State a few years ago would be this terrifying.
He couldn't resist at all. What power was this? Body condensation state?
Cauldron filling state or disaster transformation state? He saw Yemo reach his hand over, but he couldn't move. The rest of the hollow spirit state cultivators were all shocked and rejoiced at not going up. Yemo looked coldly at him.
You're right, I took all those things, but what can you do? You can't see my power, but it's not because I'm hiding it.
It's because I've progressed a lot, but it seems you haven't progressed much. You were hollow spirit state level 6 before and now you're barely hollow spirit state level 8.
Sima Zhu, have you been living like a dog?
Yes, Xianbei, Xianbei.
Sima Zhu couldn't even speak properly, he was trembling.
He knew he was done for, but Yemo called to another cultivator, Tong Wusheng, "Come over." Tong Wusheng was on par with Sima Zhu in both pill concoction skills and power.
He saw Yemo clench Sima Zhu's neck as soon as he got off his flying magic artifact and was very shocked. Before he could react, Yemo called him over.
Without hesitation, he released his magic artifact, wanting to run, but as soon as he released his flying magic artifact, a lightning bolt appeared, blasting his flying magic artifact. Emo said coldly, "If you dare to run away, then don't come over.
I'll send you off." Tong Wushing shivered and walked to Emo bowing. "Yi Chen Bei, Wan Bei." Tong Wushing was blind and didn't see you here. "I heard you went with this trash to Pei Hai City to find me?" Emo asked coldly. "Chen Bei is mistaken. How would I dare to find Chen Bei? This Sima Zhu provoked me to go, but I didn't do anything in Pei Hai City," Tong Wushing quickly said. "Oh?" Emo looked at Tong Wushing in confusion. "But the rare flamin' thing is all on me, don't you guys want it?" Tong Wushing trembled, thinking, would I dare to ask for it? But he quickly said, "Chen Bei, that belongs to you, how would I dare to ask for it?" Then he pointed at Sima Zhu. "This old man Sima is very evil. He liked his little martial sister. She didn't want to marry him, so he killed her man and raped her." Emo's eyes flashed with disgust and threw Sima Zhu down. "Where did you guys find that book? If there's one word I'm not happy with, I'll kill you." "I'll say it, in South Mountain Market. We saw it in a stall and fought over it. We took half each. Then we wanted to ask that stall owner, but he was already gone." Tong Wushing frowned. Emo frowned. He knew it was impossible to find the source of the book after all these years. He looked coldly at the two and said, "You two fight now. I can consider letting the winner leave." Before Emo finished talking, Sima Zhu released his dark net while Tong Wushing was on par and more than 10 flying sword flew out of his sleeve. Seeing this, Emo could tell just how sneaky these two were. The two didn't dare to hold back at all. Even though they knew Emo was considering letting the winner leave, they didn't dare to have any objections. Sima Zhu's net was much more powerful than before and wanted to trap Tong Wushing's flying swords, but the two fought a lot and Tong Wushing knew how to counterattack. The two were getting farther and farther away. Emo sneered. They wanted to play this trick with him. When they were both 1,000 meters away from Emo, the both spat blood and used blood mobility. Before they could finish it, Emo raised his hand and 2 lightning swords flew over. The two were burnt to crisps and even their souls were disintegrated. The rest of the cultivators took a cold breath in. This was too powerful. 2 lightning arcs killing 2 hollow spirit state tertiary stage. Those cultivators didn't even dare to look at Emo anymore. The hidden cauldron filling state tertiary stage saw Emo's lightning arc and his eyes spasmed. It was a lightning cultivator. A lightning cultivator reaching cauldron filling state and who could use such powerful lightning arcs. This was too shocking. At this moment, that calm valley made a huge explosion again. Countless pebbles and weeds was blasted into the air. A nascent soul state picked up the spirit herb in front of him and said in shock, "Level 8 spirit herb, Jieshang?" Almost everyone looked at the spirit herb in his hand, but Emo frowned at the direction of the explosion. It was the place of the seal. Chapter 1261, Disjointed Woman. Soon, some cultivators found more spirit herbs blasted out. They were at least level 6. The cultivators here were sent into a frenzy. All the cultivators realized now that what was important weren't the spirit herbs in someone else's hands but to go inside and look for more. All the cultivators rushed in, but moments later, howls of pain sounded. Those cultivators came back out and those cultivators who didn't make it in time were killed by space wind blades or sucked away by void fissures. Emo was shook. He knew these weren't naturally formed. This was a space attack formation. After the formation was broken, the wind blades ravaged everywhere. Once these attacks disappeared, he would go in again. Emo was shook that he came here before but didn't know why space attack formation appeared. Those cultivators knew there were a lot of good things here, but ordinary cultivators couldn't take on space wind blades. After they came out, they didn't dare to go back in again and just scavenged for spirit herbs outside. Emo didn't know if the sealed ancient being had been released. He knew that if the being came out, there was nothing even he could do. At this moment, there were 2 more flying lights landing outside. Emo saw they were 2 flying magic artifacts. The left one was a middle-grade flying cultivation artifact. 2 women got off the left one. Emo knew one of them. It was that Hai Tong, but there was an extremely pretty woman next to her. She was on par with Hai Tong, but her body was more perfect than her face. He was sure this woman's body was the second most perfect he had seen. The first was Qing Ru he had seen in the Ice God Forbidden Grounds. Even though Qing Ru was lifeless at that time, he had to admit she was the most perfect woman he had seen. This woman with Hai Tong, her looks were far cry from Qing Ru. Her looks dragged her whole aesthetics down.
but the beauty of her body was disjointed from the beauty of her face. Her face was still very pretty, however. EMO noticed this woman because she showed her power to be Hollow Spirit State Peak Stage, but her actual power was Cauldron Filling State Level 8. She wasn't old, and yet she had reached Cauldron Filling State Level 8 at such an age. EMO sighed. Even the North Far State was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He looked right. One man and woman got off. The female cultivator was very young, but the male cultivator was a bit older. He also knew one person from those two. He knew that young female cultivator. Her name was Zhou Yushuang. He knew her because when he came to the hexagonal hall, there were 4 golden core state cultivators there. Luo Yuping wanted to kill the 3, but Zhou Yushuang used a level 8 space transmission rune to get away. He was sure that Zhou Yushuang wouldn't know him as he left after she did. What shook him was the man next to her. He was Cauldron Filling State Peak Stage, but hid his power to Hollow Spirit State Level 6. EMO saw 3 Cauldron Filling State cultivators now, and they all hid their power, only he didn't hide his power. He was Cauldron Filling State Level 7, and he showed his power to be Cauldron Filling State Level 7. Haitong saw EMO and Su Jingwen immediately and quickly came over and bowed. "Thank you, Brother Yi, for your forgiveness and persuasion. Haitong understands now. I apologize for my extreme rudeness before. Please forgive me." EMO looked at her in surprise. She could wake up after what he casually said? In his eyes, she was beyond help. He was more scorning her than teaching her. Since she already said this, EMO wasn't going to put on a stern face and tell her to piss off. He nodded and didn't say anything. To be honest, he really didn't want Yuruyu to be with this woman. Who knew if she was only changing for the moment and would go back to who she was after a while? Haitong. "Is this your friend? Why don't you introduce him?" The woman with Haitong smiled and came over too. EMO studied this woman and finally realized why she seemed disjointed. She was wearing a top-grade stealth magic artifact. This meant this woman not only hid her power but also hid her looks. Haitong quickly said, "Sister Xiaoyi, this is the brother EMO I told you I was going to apologize to." "Brother Yi, this is Sister Xiaoyi. I met her on the way. She was very nice, so she brought me here." EMO shook his head. This Haitong was white like paper. She didn't hide anything she was going to do. No wonder she did all those crazy things. No wonder she didn't have a real friend after all those years. "Brother Yi, Sister Yi." Xiaoyi said politely. EMO nodded. He had an extreme sense of discomfort with this Xiaoyi. He couldn't tell the feeling, but 3 birth chant was usually never wrong. He felt this Xiaoyi was no more than 30 years old, but EMO felt her eyes were older than Meng Hanan. This was very strange. Seeing that EMO didn't introduce Su Jingwen, Xiaoyi smiled and didn't mind. The rumbling in the All-Herb mountain range stopped and those space wind blades and void fissures disappeared. The cultivators slowly wanted to go back in and see again. Haitong suddenly looked at EMO. "Brother Yi, do you want to go in and have a look?" EMO looked at her, then Xiaoyi, and suddenly said, "Haitong, if you trust me, go back to your sect. It's not suitable for you here, at least not now." "Ha!" Haitong blushed. She felt she came to apologize, but GMO wasn't being very polite, but instantly, she felt she shouldn't think like that. She came to apologize. If she cared about that, she would be the same as before. Thinking about this, Haitong sighed and said with red eyes, "Thank you, Brother Yi. Perhaps it's really not suitable for me outside. I'm going back. Take care, Brother Yi." Then, she said to Xiaoyi, "Sister Xiaoyi, I'm going. If you have time, you can come play at Dual Heart Valley." Xiaoyi quickly said, "Don't be in a rush to go, there might be a lot of good things here." Haitong shook her head and took out a top-grade flying spirit artifact and then left. Seeing this, Xiaoyi forced a smile and said, "Haitong is very naive, I can protect her here." Yemo sneered. Naive was a nice way of saying it. The mean way of saying it was that she was an idiot. "But you're not simple." Su Jingwen pulled Yemo's hand and said, "Yemo, would your words be a bit?" Yemo smiled. "No." Then, the cultivators made another ruckus. Yemo scanned with spirit sense and found that the space formation door was gone. A long stairway appeared before them. Yemo was too familiar with it. It was here when he followed Zhou Yushuang and them. Chapter 1262, Unlocked Seal. The stealth formation was gone, the space formation door was gone, there were just purely stairs. All the cultivators ran onto the stairs. Emo saw the cauldron filling state level 9 also went in. When Emo wanted to bring Su Jingwen in as well, he heard Zhou Yushuang tell the cauldron filling state peak stage cultivator, "Master, it's this place. The stealth formation was gone last time and we didn't find the space formation door, but now this place blasted out for some reason." She was only nascent soul state level 3, so Emo heard everything she said. The master agreed and said after a while, "Let's go down too." Emo suddenly realized it was no wonder she had a level 8 space transmission rune when she was golden core state. She had a powerful master. Seeing them two go down, Emo brought Su Jingwen down as well. At this moment, Xiaoyi came and asked softly, "Brother Yi, can I go with you too?" Emo looked at her and nodded. "Of course, anyone can go down here." Xiaoyi nodded obediently and carefully followed behind Emo. Emo sneered and protected Su Jingwen. This woman hid her face in power. Regardless of what she wanted, it made Emo feel vigilant. Going down to the bottom of the stairs, there was still the same door. It was wide open now and many cultivators had gone in. Emo and Su Jingwen walked to the door but found Zhou Yushuang and her master didn't go in. They were watching on the side. Emo took Su Jingwen in without hesitation. Zhou Yushuang was probably scared they couldn't come out. Her master didn't go in for some other reason. No matter what, Emo wouldn't care. This seal was open, all formations were destroyed. There was no way that people wouldn't be able to get out. Emo went inside the hall and saw 4 bodies. They were the 4 cultivators looking for Fate Zijiang. It seemed they died as well. Their storage rings were all taken by the cultivators who came in first. Emo looked away and wanted to find if the explosion was related to this place and why there were suddenly so many spirit herbs and ores. However, he felt something was wrong. Even if the 4 couldn't get out, they wouldn't die. He had seen that spirit body. He sounded like he was very powerful, but Emo knew if the people in the hall ignored him, there was nothing he could do to the cultivators in the hall. Then, how did the 4 nascent soul state cultivators die? Emo looked at the 4 cultivators again and found in shock that their positions were very eerie, happening to form a 4 abyss blood devouring formation. This was a demonic formation that used cultivators' essence blood as a lead and extreme grade spirit herb as supplements. The only purpose of the formation was to use the cultivator's essence blood and spirit herbs to build a body. Usually, only essence spirits or souls would use such formation. It had a similar effect to immortal curlflower but way weaker. The body made with immortal curlflower was much stronger. Emo looked at this and thought of the soul in the hall. He used these 4 nascent soul state cultivators to set up the formation and then built his body before leaving here. But then Emo shook his head. The seal here hadn't been touched. Even if he could set up the formation, he wouldn't be able to leave here. Emo looked around and didn't see any abnormalities, meaning that the spirit herbs didn't come from here. The 4 nascent soul state cultivators were really idiots. A soul that couldn't come out tricked them into setting up this demonic formation. Emo was speechless. There were more and more people here. Emo knew that without his 9-forked key, these people wouldn't be able to open the seal, but there was no way he was taking the key out. Thinking about this, Emo subconsciously looked at the key ring. It had turned dark red and he was dazed again. He could clearly tell the dark red color was due to blood. The people started to complain seeing there was nothing they could take away. Emo turned around and looked at the positions of the nascent soul state bodies again and he began to sweat. He saw wrong. This wasn't a 4 abyss devouring blood formation, it was 4 elements break position formation. It was similar to the previous one and was the blood sacrifice formation Luo Yuping had set up. Clearly, this wasn't to build a body but to break the seal. Thinking that the terrifying guy here might have already unlocked the seal and left, Emo felt shivers down his spine. If this guy found him, he would be dead. If that soul really left here, it might be due to him helping him. He loosened this seal with the key and thus the break position formation was useful. What are you thinking? Su Jingwen shook Emo's arms and asked. Just when he wanted to reply, he heard a loud explosion. A hollow spirit state was attacking the ring. The other cultivators all attacked it too. Emo didn't know if the ring still had defensive capabilities after the seal was broken, but then there was a loud explosion and the key ring was completely shattered. A dark abyssal door appeared before everyone. The cultivators were dazed and immediately rejoiced. They thought they had broken into the secret vault. A few nascent soul state cultivators charged in, but instantly they flew back out. When they came out, they were filled with thousands of holes. Those cultivators who wanted to go in all stopped in their steps, but the attacks didn't stop because of that. Countless wind blades and sword chi flew out, covering the entire hexagonal hall. Emo immediately released his octagonal cauldron to protect him and Su Jingwen. Countless cultivators were torn apart by the wind blades and sword chi. Screams filled the hall. Some lucky cultivators charged out of the hall, but some unlucky ones were annihilated. Fortunately, this didn't last long, and 8 minutes later, they all disappeared. The hall wasn't full anymore. There were just about 30 to 40 cultivators left. Most of them were injured. In that short time, 200 or so cultivators had been killed. Those weaker nascent soul state cultivators immediately charged out of the hall upon seeing that the wind blades and sword chi had disappeared. Even some hollow spirit state primary stage cultivators left. The ruin was good, but they needed to be alive to enjoy it. Chapter 1263, Shocking Treasure. Emo looked at the cultivators still inside the hall. Most were hollow spirit state middle stage or tertiary stage. The cauldron filling state level 9 just used an ordinary defense magic artifact, and Zhou Yushuang's master only used a simple barrier. Xiaoyi used a leaf-like magic artifact. These wind blades posed no threat to cauldron filling state cultivators at all. Emo scanned his spirit sense into the dark door but found he could only scan about 10 meters into it. There must be a spirit sense barrier formation there. Emo was sure that the soul had long left the seal. Emo was worried about that guy, but he knew that at least for a short while he wouldn't be looking for trouble with him. The first thing he would be doing after getting free was finding a body to possess or rebuilding a body. Who wants to team up with me? That hollow spirit state middle stage scanned the tunnel and asked. As soon as he said that, another 3 hollow spirit state cultivators came out and the 4 formed a group. Then they released their magic artifacts and went into the tunnel. The people outside scanned their spirit sense in and saw more space wind blades and sword chi arose, but it didn't cause them much damage. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's spirit sense, but there was no sound as well. With them succeeding, the rest of the hollow spirit state cultivators all formed groups. Emo saw that cauldron filling state level 9 also found a group and went in. Zhou Yushuang's master looked for a team with Zhou Yushuang, but no one wanted to group up with them. He only showed hollow spirit state middle stage power, and he brought along a useless Zhou Yushuang. As for Emo, no one dared to make a team with him. Everyone knew he was the strongest here. He was body condensation state. Who dared to team up with him? When Zhou Yushuang's master couldn't be bothered finding a team, so he just took Zhou Yushuang in. This made some hollow spirit state primary stage and even nascent soul state tertiary stage cultivators keen to try. If Zhou Yushuang, a nascent soul state primary stage cultivator, and a hollow spirit state cultivator could go in, they could too, but soon, they found they were wrong. For nascent soul state tertiary stage cultivators formed a group and they only walked less than 10 meters before they were torn apart. Brother Yi, can I form a group with you? Xiaoyi asked shyly. Emo smiled. I would, but I won't be able to protect you. I need to protect my wife. Xiaoyi quickly said, I don't need you to protect me, I'm hollow spirit state peak stage. I can pass this myself. Emo frowned. If you can pass yourself, then why do you want to team up with me? Xiaoyi smiled awkwardly. That's true, I thought the same as them. It seems I really don't need a group. I'll go first, then Brother Yi. Then, Xiaoyi walked into that dark tunnel. Emo, I feel that something is wrong with that woman, but I can't tell exactly, Su Jingwen said. Emo sound transmissioned. Jingwen, you're right, she's very powerful. She's already cauldron filling state level 8. She's using a stealth cultivation method and is wearing a mask too. I don't know what she wants to do. Almost all the cultivators had left in the hall. Emo also took Su Jingwen to go into that tunnel too. The space wind blades and sword chi shot onto the octagonal cauldron and didn't affect them at all. Soon, they walked into an even bigger hall. There was nothing inside, but at the very end, there was a gray barrier. Spirit sense couldn't scan inside. The people who came in before didn't move and just looked at it. There were 13 hollow spirit state cultivators here and the cauldron filling state cultivators as well as Emo and Su Jingwen. The only person who didn't hide his power was Emo. He showed cauldron filling state level 7, but only those 3 cauldron filling state could see his power level. One hollow spirit state tertiary stage saluted with his fists to Emo. Shenbei, there's a gray barrier here, it's probably a defense formation. We can open it now. If there are good things inside, Shenbei can get 50% and we'll split up the remaining half. Would Shenbei be happy with that? Emo finally realized why the hollow spirit state cultivators who came in before didn't do anything. They were worried about him. EMO liked cultivators who knew their place, so he nodded.
That's perfect, I'll take half. It's not something I can care about if you guys can split the remaining half evenly.
Hearing this, the cauldron-filling state level 9 and Zhou Yushuang's master smirked. Only Xiaoyi looked the same as before. Zhou Yushuang looked at EMO and shook her head.
She considered EMO dead already. She knew that whatever her master wanted, no one could take away.
This young person might be body condensation state, but 50% was too much for him to handle. Her master didn't tell her EMO's power. The hollow spirit state tertiary stage heard this and immediately looked happy.
Wan Bei is very happy with Qian Bei's words. We'll split everything else based on our power. I believe no one will be unhappy. Let's attack.
The hollow spirit state tertiary stage waved out his magic artifact. With a rumble, his mountain seal struck the gray barrier and made it wobble. Seeing this, everyone else took out their magic artifacts and attacked the barrier, causing ripples to form on it. EMO didn't do anything. Since everyone treated him as the number one master, he needed to act like one.
The most powerful Qian Bei here didn't need to do such small things. With so many cultivators attacking, the barrier only lasted 8 minutes before cracking and disappearing. Once it disappeared, 7 golden balls appeared.
When EMO scanned his spirit sense inside, he took a cold breath in.
What seal was this?
How are there such good things? The first orb had 3 extreme grade cultivation artifacts.
3 heaven grade level 7 cultivation methods.
The second orb had 2 extreme grade cultivation artifacts, 1 heaven grade level 8 cultivation method and 1 armor. The third orb had a pill bottle with the words Truth Carrot Pill as well as a heaven grade level 9 cultivation method. As for the fourth orb, an orange flame floated above the cauldron, which was obviously an extreme grade cultivation artifact. The flame was Truth May Flame. It was ranked 8th amongst the heaven flames. The fifth orb was only a cultivation method, but when he saw it, even EMO sighed. It was an immortal grade level 1 cultivation method. The sixth orb was a low grade defense immortal artifact. Worm Scale Shield. The seventh orb only had 3 crystals, but when EMO saw them, his eyes almost popped out. They had a spirit attribute circulating through them. They were more precious than extreme grade spirit stones. He had never seen them, but he guessed they were either extreme grade crystals or low grade immortal crystals. Even EMO couldn't control himself, much less the other people here. One hollow spirit state primary stage forgot he was the weakest here and charged up to the first orb, wanting to grab it. Before he touched it, a huge power flicked him back, causing him to crash into the wall. He spat mouthfuls of blood. Then he remembered that he might not even be able to touch a part of these things. Chapter 1264, Fake, Fake, Fake. No one cared about this hollow spirit state who was flicked away by the light orb. Everyone just stared inside the 7 transparent yellow light orbs. If they just got one of the light orbs, it would be a huge fortune. Even truth realization state cultivators would drool over such things. Hearing the heavy panting, EMO knew that bloodshed was to follow. That hollow spirit state tertiary stage woke up and said, "Friends, we have a Qian Bei here. We'll let him choose any of the first 3 and then choose half from the fourth. Then we can split the rest. Does everyone agree?" No one replied. Clearly no one agreed to this. EMO's power was high, but he was at most a body condensation state cultivator. There were more than 10 hollow spirit state cultivators here. If they joined up, he might not be a match for them. The main thing was that the things inside the orbs were too shocking. Who would be willing to give it away? Almost all the cultivators left EMO now and looked at him and warily. They stood together in case EMO tried to kill them one by one. EMO smiled and didn't move at all. The 3 cauldron filling state also showed frenzied eyes. They didn't move either. They'd seen all too much. Why would they move before someone else? 3 cauldron filling state tertiary stage and 13 hollow spirit state cultivators. EMO really wasn't afraid of them attacking him altogether. He was just scared that if he didn't take care of Su Jingwen, it wouldn't be good. Haha. A coarse voice sounded. "I'll take 5 of the 7 orbs." That voice said this and was about to grab the orbs. Everyone saw it was a hollow spirit state tertiary stage cultivator. A few hollow spirit state cultivators wanted to get near him and stop him, but that hollow spirit state tertiary stage didn't even use his magic artifact and just used a few hand signs and those cultivators were stopped. Soon, those hollow spirit state cultivators were thrown away onto the rock wall. However, their necks were twisted and they had stopped breathing. The cultivators saw this and all took a cold breath in. They all realized that this hollow spirit state tertiary stage definitely hid his power. Clearly, he was body condensation state or cauldron filling state to be able to kill these few hollow spirit state cultivators so easily. Everyone looked at GMO as he was the strongest here. But now, there was another cultivator hiding his power. Clearly, the fight would happen between these two first. Those excited hollow spirit state cultivators all calmed down. The things here were good, but it was questionable if they were going to be able to take them. There were two cultivators above body condensation state here. Yimo saw that Xiaoyi and Zhou Yushuang's master didn't move either, clearly. They could tell this cultivator was hiding his power too. This hollow spirit state tertiary stage stopped hiding his power and soon showed he was cauldron filling state level 9. No matter what, he was going to get all these powerful treasures. Other than Yimo, who had a calm look, Zhou Yushuang's master and Xiaoyi all showed surprise and seriousness. They didn't expect someone was hiding their power like him. That cauldron filling state level 9 walked up to Yimo and saluted with his fists. "Friend, you're cauldron filling state level 7, that's cauldron filling state tertiary stage. There are 7 orbs here, I'll only take 5 and you can have 2, how is that?" Yimo sneered, a mere cauldron filling state level 9, he could kill him easily and yet he asked shamelessly for 5 orbs. However, Yimo knew now wasn't the time to divide up the orbs, so he said calmly, "If you want the orbs then go for it, don't ask me." Hearing this, he looked satisfied. Clearly, to him, Yimo knew he was cauldron filling state level 9 and backed down. He nodded. Very well. He walked to the 5th orb. Clearly, he wanted that immortal grade level 1 cultivation method. Yimo saw Zhou Yushuang's master slowly gather up cultivation essence as that cauldron filling state level 9 walked to the 5th orb. To be honest, this immortal grade level 1 cultivation method had no enticement to Yimo at all. He wanted the 7th orb the most. With the 3 crystals, that cauldron filling state cultivator grabbed the yellow orb and his cultivation essence clashed with the defense of the orb. The cauldron filling state level 9 grunted and moved a few steps back. Seeing this, Zhou Yushuang's master stopped his decision to attack, but Yimo ignored the cauldron filling state cultivator and just looked at the orb in shock. Then, he was speechless. When that cauldron filling state grabbed the orb cracked. Yimo's spirit sense could transform and his spirit sense reached inside the crack instantly and saw that cultivation method was just an illusion. Yimo looked from the first to the last orb and saw that only the 3 crystals were real. The rest seemed fake, so powerful. The cauldron filling state took a few steps back and looked at these orbs. Then he looked at Yimo, clearly wanting to join forces with Yimo to attack these orbs. Yimo laughed. "Let me see." Yimo walked to the first orb and grabbed it. No one knew he just wanted to reach his spirit sense inside the orb. He didn't really want to grab what was inside. There was a thud. It was just a light sound and he wasn't flicked away by the orb. Soon, everyone realized that Yimo's cultivation essence was weaker than the first cultivator, so the sound was much quieter. His spirit sense reached inside and saw the 3 extreme grade cultivation artifacts. They were fake, 3 heaven grade level 7 cultivation methods. Fake. Yimo looked at the cauldron filling state cultivator and said, "I'll try again, if it doesn't work then we'll see." Then, as Yimo grabbed onto the last orb, there was a thud. Yimo's spirit sense reached inside and instantly, Yimo was shook to find that those crystals were all real. They were definitely not spirit crystals. His spirit sense felt an extreme sense of comfort just scanning them. Yimo suppressed his joy and walked to the side, saluting his fist to the cauldron filling state level 9. "I tested and found these few balls are very sturdy. Only the last one I feel I have some hope of taking, so I'll just take the last orb. I feel I won't be able to open the other orbs." "Really?" The cauldron filling state reached for the last orb too, but he was flicked away like before. He frowned and said coldly, "Didn't you say the last one is easier?" Chapter 1265, Tearing the Orb. Yimo said calmly, "I have an extremely powerful truth explosion orb. If I use my full power, I might be able to break one. The 3 spirit crystals are good, I'll have them." "Truth explosion orb?" The cauldron filling state level 9 repeated in shock. This was a one-time use magic artifact that truth realization state cultivators could create. If Yimo used truth explosion orb against him, he might be seriously injured if he was caught off guard. He thought Yimo would be no match for him, but if Yimo had a truth explosion orb it would be completely different. This cauldron filling state level 9's face changed and after a while he sighed. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful one-time use magic artifact.
I have no objections to you using one to open an orb. But the rest of the orbs, Emo waved his hand. I won't have any of them. I promise I just want the seventh one. Plus, after I open it, I won't have the ability to open anymore. Okay then, I have no objections, go open it.
But the truth explosion orb might destroy the contents of the orb, the cauldron-filling state answered, although Emo said he only had one truth explosion orb. Who knew how many he really had?
He didn't believe Emo would use the only one he had here. If he was in Emo's position, he wouldn't use it to open the orb.
He would use it to hurt the strongest person here first.
Emo smiled. I only want the seventh orb. If I accidentally break the contents inside, then I won't pursue any other orbs.
The cauldron-filling state rejoiced. He was waiting for Emo to say that.
Just when he thought Emo was going to open it, Emo turned around and looked at the hollow spirit state cultivators. I only want the seventh orb, is that fine with everyone? How could the hollow spirit state's object?
When he looked at Xiaoyi, she smiled. I would love for Brother Yi to have one of the orbs, how can I disagree?
Emo smiled. Great.
Then Emo asked Zhou Yushuang's master, and the man stared closely at Emo as though wanting to see why Emo asked him.
However,
Emo's tone was the same to everyone, nothing special. The cauldron-filling state level 9 shook his head. He thought that Emo was a cauldron-filling state level 7, if he wanted an orb who would dare to object? This was just so extra, but even so, he frowned and didn't object. After all, asking didn't take much time. He wanted Emo to help him open the other orbs after he took something from the seventh orb. He even planned to give Emo something so Emo would help him. Seeing Emo ask him, Zhou Yushuang's master said calmly, even if you take all the orbs I won't have a problem.
Emo's tone suddenly became cold and he stared coldly at Zhou Yushuang's master. Just say whether you have a problem or not.
If I find someone trying to harm me when I take something from the orb, I will eliminate that threat now.
Emo didn't want people disturbing him when he broke open the orb, that's why he asked one by one. He was mainly asking the two cauldron-filling state cultivators.
If Zhou Yushuang's master acted up, he would attack immediately. He believed that if he was to take on Zhou Yushuang's master, the other two cauldron-filling state wouldn't intervene. Plus, even if they did, he wasn't afraid. Hearing Emo's cold words, Zhou Yushuang's master's eyes dilated. He was sure Emo saw through his power. Otherwise, why would he waste time on a hollow spirit state cultivator? Emo's words meant that if he dared to say no now, he would attack immediately. Zhou Yushuang's master was planning to attack Emo when he was opening the seventh orb, but now that Emo asked him, he felt he was seen through. Seeing Emo's eyes grow cold, Zhou Yushuang's masters nodded. I have no objections, there are 7 orbs here.
But Chenbei, you only want one. Emo knew what he meant and said coldly, you're right, Chenbei will only take one.
He was clearly scorning Zhou Yushuang's master. Zhou Yushuang's master nodded. If it was just Emo here, he would have attacked already. He could tell Emo's sarcasm. Now, Emo just wanted the 7th orb. There were just 3 crystals there, it wasn't the most precious thing. More importantly, his greatest enemy was the cauldron-filling state level 9. If he fought with Emo, that cauldron-filling state level 9 would help Emo for sure. He was cauldron-filling state peak stage, but he wasn't confident to win over a cauldron-filling state level 9 and cauldron-filling state level 7. Plus, this cauldron-filling state level 7 said he had a truth explosion orb, even he didn't dare to face it head-on. Seeing the main opponents agree, Emo took Su Jingguan to the 7th orb. Although they all agreed, he still had to be wary of the others attacking Su Jingguan as he took the orb. The cauldron-filling state level 9 saw Emo walk to the 7th orb and just stared at Emo. The truth explosion orb's power was huge. If he went over now, it might affect him. As for the rest of the hollow spirit state cultivators here, he already considered them dead. Before he got the orbs, he would kill anyone who dared to leave. Zhou Yushuang's master stared at the cauldron-filling state level 9, he was preparing to ambush him when he opened an orb. As long as he injured him, the rest of the orbs would be his. It didn't matter to him if Emo just took an orb with spirit crystals. Xiaoyi just stared at Emo and Su Jingguan. No one could tell what she was thinking. Emo walked to the 7th orb and didn't take out the truth explosion orb like everyone expected. He instead took out a few formation flags and set up a formation before releasing a kitchen knife magic artifact and hacking at the orb. With a thud, the orb was opened by Zissou, creating a very small opening. Other cultivators thought the opening would slowly close, but instead it didn't. It instead got bigger until it was enough for his hand to reach in. Yemo's face was getting more and more pale. No one knew he was using his full power. He made the agreement with the 3 cauldron-filling state cultivators as he was the weakest now. His spirit sense was used to the max. The opening wasn't opened by his cultivation essence but spirit sense. He had tested cultivation essence before. It was useless against such barrier. The more powerful the cultivation essence, the more powerful the concussion. Only spirit sense could open it. If these 3 cauldron-filling state cultivators attacked him now, all he had done would be for nothing and he would be heavily injured. He was already planning to kill Zhou Yushuang's master when he was hesitating. It wasn't hard for him to kill cauldron-filling state peak stage, but he didn't want to kill for no reason. Luckily, Zhou Yushuang's master agreed, fearing he would collaborate with the cauldron-filling state level 9. The crack grew wider. Zhou Yushuang's master and Xiaoyi were dazed too. They thought Yemo would be opening it with Truth Explosion Orb, but Yemo could tear it apart instead. The cauldron-filling state level 9's eyes flickered. He was hesitating whether he should ambush Yemo. If it wasn't for the Truth Explosion Orb Yemo talked about, he might really do it. Before he could make up his mind, Yemo grabbed the 3 crystals. Their spirit chi that was comfortable to the extreme almost made him moan. He put the 3 crystals in his golden page world as quickly as he could. When Yemo pulled his hand out, the orb instantly closed. Without hesitation, Yemo ate a spirit recovery pill. The cauldron-filling state level 9 saw this and sneered. Chapter 1266, Shandi's killing intent. He looked at Yemo and asked gloomily, "Why didn't I see you use the Truth Explosion Orb? Did I hear wrong?" Yemo recovered a part of his spirit sense and removed the formation casually. He looked coldly at this cauldron-filling state level 9 and said, "Why would I use it? You're so weird." Yemo was planning to go now that he got what he wanted. If this cauldron-filling state level 9 dared to talk, he would teach him a lesson. The cauldron-filling state level 9 didn't expect this cauldron-filling state level 7 to become so rude after he got what he wanted. He was dazed and asked angrily, "Didn't you say you have a Truth Explosion Orb, or did I hear and everyone here hear wrong?" If Yemo wasn't cauldron-filling state level 7, he would have attacked already, Yemo said calmly. "Then you're deaf. I just said I had the orb. When did I say I was going to use it? Are you a pig brain? The orb can even kill disaster transformation state cultivators. Would I use it on a few spirit crystals? Would you do it?" The cauldron-filling state level 9 spread out his power and a black magic artifact appeared in his hand. This was a top-grade cultivation artifact, Yin Yang Fan. He clearly didn't like Yemo's attitude and was about to attack. "It seems you toughened up now that you got what you want? Are you going to fight over the other orbs?" The cauldron-filling state level 9 asked with dense killing intent. Yemo sneered and didn't even bring out a magic artifact. He said coldly, "I always live up to my words. I'll only take 1 orb. If you want to fight, then fight. I don't have much patience." The cauldron-filling state level 9 looked at Yemo with uncertainty. Would a cauldron-filling state level 7 be so tough to him if he didn't have something like the Truth Explosion Orb? Zhou Yushuang's master hoped Yemo and the cauldron-filling state level 9 would fight, then he could ambush them. As long as he killed one, he would be undefeated. However, just when everyone thought they were going to fight, the cauldron-filling state level 9 said calmly, "Since you don't want the rest of the things, we have no conflict. I don't need to fight with you." Seeing this, Yemo was a little surprised too. He was thinking how many strikes it would take to kill this cauldron-filling state level 9, but instead he retreated. Thinking about this, Yemo knew he was probably scared of his Truth Explosion Orb. He wasn't a murderous person. If he was, he would have killed everyone here beforehand, but Yemo didn't do that. He wanted to teach this cocky cauldron-filling state level 9 a lesson, but he backed down. Yemo didn't want to have this pointless fight. Zhou Yushuang's master seemed a little disappointed. "Brother Yi, are you going?" Xiaoyi saw Yemo seem to want to leave here and seemed unwilling. Yemo knew she was problematic, but no matter what was wrong with her, it had nothing to do with him. Plus, the only real orb was taken by him, so what was the point of staying here? Yemo glanced at her and said calmly, "Yes, I'm someone with self-knowledge. I am very happy with just 1 orb. As for the rest,
you guys can have it. I'll be going off first. Shawi heard this and suddenly called, Brother Yi, can you go later?
If you go, I'll be scared being by myself here.
Hearing this, Yi Mo frowned.
He really didn't like this woman. Yi Mo said coldly, if you're scared then let's go together, why are you staying here? Shawi looked at the 6 orbs and said, if I can get one of the 6 orbs I would be very satisfied.
Sigh, I'd be willing to give my life for something like that.
There was a strong sense of seduction in her words. Those hollow spirit state cultivators couldn't even keep their eyes off her and gulped their saliva. Yi Mo sneered. Su Jingwen was right next to him and she dared to do this, but no matter what trick she used, it wouldn't affect him. He had cultivated next to the bitter bamboo and his Dao heart was very firm. Seeing this seductive Shawi, Su Jingwen was unhappy and leaned closer to Yi Mo and said, Yi Mo, let's go. Just when Yi Mo wanted to talk, he heard a cold voice say, no one can leave now, I've sealed this place.
No one can come in either. Yi Mo was shaken. After he heard the voice, he looked at this man.
Clearly, he was much stronger than him. 2 cultivators came in. One was hollow spirit state primary stage with a square face and thin eyes.
Yi Mo felt this cultivator was very familiar.
The other cultivator was a middle-aged man. His power made Yi Mo's eyes spasm. This middle-aged man was disaster transformation state level 9. Soon, Yi Mo remembered why this square-faced man seemed familiar to him. When Tang Mangrao told him about Yi, she said he had a square face and thin eyes. With this disaster transformation state level 9 next to him, it wasn't hard to guess who he was. This middle-aged man was Wang Yusek's Shan Di and the young cultivator was Yi. Realizing this, disgust rose up Yi Mo's heart. This guy killed Li Qishan and he had said he would get revenge for Li Qishan. Now that was here, he couldn't be blamed for what was to come. Shan Di had some capability. Yi's Dan Tian was destroyed by Lin Zhongtian, but he could still find spirit herbs to repair it. Wang Yu sect was quite rich. He didn't know how the two were related, but Shan Di took him so seriously and brought him around. Shan Di scanned around and his pressure swept across the hall. Those few cauldron-filling state cultivators were shaking. Sect leader Shan Shenbei. The cultivators greeted Shan Di with respect and carefulness. When Yi came inside, his eyes never left Su Jingwen and Shawi. He looked at Su Jingwen again and again, making Yi Mo very annoyed. If it weren't for Shan Di, he would have already attacked, but Yi Mo knew that although Yi must be killed, he needed to ensure Su Jingwen was safe. Shan Di nodded and then looked at the cauldron filling state level 9 for a while until he was sweating before looking at Yi Mo, and the woman next to him were the only two who didn't salute to him. This made him annoyed. He looked at Yi Mo for a while but didn't say anything. He then looked at the dead hollow spirit state cultivators and asked coldly, who killed them? Did someone kill innocent people because he thought he was strong? There aren't many high-level cultivators in North Far State already. If they are killed like this, who can be depended on in the next beast tide? Just me? Then, he looked at Yi Mo, clearly thinking he had done it as Yi Mo didn't greet him when he came in. He thought Yi Mo was a cocky guy. Yi Mo saw this and sneered. How could he not know Shan Di wanted trouble with him? However, he wasn't scared at all. Just when Shan Di wanted to keep asking, he saw what was inside the 7 crystal balls and there was extreme disbelief and joy in his eyes. Chapter 1267, Immortal Crystal, Extreme Grade Cultivation Artifact and Heaven Grade Cultivation Method, the Truth Carrot Pill that made him unable to breathe, Heaven Flame, Immortal Artifact. What ruin was this? He started panting heavily. He was sure that all the things in North Far State combined weren't even worth 10% of what was here. Yet he somehow came across something like this. The things here were more and more precious than the next. When he saw the 7th orb, he was dazed. According to this, the 7th orb should be the most precious. Why was it empty? When he subconsciously looked around wanting to ask someone, he saw everyone look at him, immediately knew his outlook wasn't too good. He coughed and acted calm. Why is the 7th orb empty? Shan Di calmed down as he knew that since he had come, everything here belonged to him. No one could take it. No one would dare to take things in front of him in the North Far State. The cauldron filling state level 9 immediately got up and pointed at Yi Mo. Shan Shenbei, he took the 7th orb. There were 3 crystals inside. The spirit chi is denser than extreme grade spirit stones. They might even be immortal crystals. The cauldron filling state cultivator didn't like Yi Mo already and didn't want him to have it easy. He wanted to exaggerate things and make Sean D attack, but when he spoke of immortal crystals, he paused for a moment. No matter how dumb he was, he realized the last orb had immortal crystals. The orbs before had low-grade immortal artifacts, so how could the last orb be worse than the one before? Yet, like all other cultivators, he didn't think of this earlier. After all, immortal crystals couldn't appear in the cultivation realm. 3 immortal crystals might not even be able to buy a corner of a low-grade immortal artifact, but in the cultivation realm it was different. Immortal crystals were definitely more precious than immortal artifacts. A powerful forgery grandmaster would be able to forge a low-grade immortal artifact with the right materials, but immortal crystals were different, since they would never appear in the spirit chi arid cultivation realm. Immortal crystals were the best pills for cultivators. They had no pill poison, just pure and clean immortal chi. Realizing EMO might have taken immortal crystals, the cultivator's eyes showed extreme regret. Why didn't he think of it? If he did, he would get one if he could. It was just a cauldron filling state level 7 cultivator. He wouldn't mind fighting over an immortal crystal for him. Plus it wasn't even certain if he really had the truth explosion orb. Not only this, but Zhou Yushuang's master in Shaoi also realized that the 3 crystals EMO took were immortal crystals. Even if they were low-grade immortal crystals, it was something the cultivation realm didn't have. Their eyes were full of regret. EMO wasn't too sure if these crystals were the legendary immortal crystals, but now that this cauldron filling state level 9 said this, he was very sure they were low-grade immortal crystals. Hearing this, Sean D looked at EMO again and had eyes that showed he must have them. The 3 crystals you took were immortal crystals? Seeing EMO not have the intention to talk, Sean D asked. EMO said calmly, I don't know, I didn't look at them. Oh. Sean D was unhappy. A Wanbei like EMO should have the initiative to take them out and show him, but EMO didn't do anything. Sean D waited a long while, but EMO still had no intentions of showing him. Sean D frowned. It was so obvious what he meant, but this cauldron filling state still didn't show him. He grunted and said, show me those 3 crystals. I'll check if they're really immortal crystals. EMO sneered but said calmly, no need, no matter if they are immortal crystals, I won't mind. Insolence! Sean D yelled. There are so many people here and you're the only one who took something. You also killed low-level cultivators. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some extra power? How could GMO not know Sean D was using an excuse to attack him? But to be honest, he really wasn't scared of Sean D after his recent enlightenment. He could even fight truth realization state beast cultivators, so how could he be scared of a mere disaster transformation state level 9 Sean D? As soon as Sean D I said this, EMO laughed. This is really funny, it's mine, why should I show you? Plus, this many cultivators all agreed to me taking the 7th orb. Even they don't mind, but you who came later instead interrogate me. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because your power is high? Sending back exactly what Sean D said to him, Sean D was at a loss for words. He stared coldly at EMO and then scanned the cultivators. He wanted to ask if they really all agreed. But then he stopped. He couldn't ask that. He was about to take the remaining 6 orbs. Was he going to ask the rest of the cultivators too? But at this moment, a crisp voice sounded, Shan Shenbei, he didn't ask me when he took it. Maybe because my power is too low. EMO wasn't afraid of Shan D, but this made him very annoyed. He looked at Zhou Yushuang, not expecting her to act against him. He didn't ask her firstly because she was the weakest, and secondly because he already asked her master, such a sneaky Wanbei, I want to see how you can act so tough. Shan D was about to attack, but before he could another voice sounded, Martial brother Shan, why is your temper so big? You sealed the outside off too? It took me so much effort to get in. Hearing this voice, Shan D immediately stopped and said politely, Martial sister Mangrao, I heard you were fine and wanted to visit you. I didn't expect something to happen to all Herb Mountain Range, so I came to check it out. Yimo's spirit sense already scanned Tang Mangrao while all Shan D was thinking about were the immortal crystals. Tang Mangrao also had a young girl next to her. It was probably her disciple. Did these powerful people all like to roam around with their disciples? Tang Mangrao saw Yimo and looked surprised and joyful. Sect leader Yi, you're here too? Although she was disaster transformation state tertiary stage, she didn't dare to act big in front of Yimo at all.
She knew Yemo's power. This was a guy who could easily kill disaster transformation state primary stage cultivators and fight with truth realization state cultivators. Even she and Ji-Ling might not be able to take a few blows in front of that truth realization state level 2. But Yemo could and only spat a little blood. Thus, even Tang Mangrao wasn't certain she could beat Yemo. When she saw Yemo, she considered him a cultivator of her level. Just when she wanted to introduce her disciple to Yemo, her spirit sense also scanned the 6 orbs and she was dazed. Extreme grade cultivation artifact, truth carrot pill, immortal grade cultivation method, immortal artifact. Tang Mangrao rubbed her eyes. Am I seeing this right? As soon as she came, Shan Di knew he had to split half with Tang Mangrao, but he didn't mind that much. There were too many good things here, he didn't need all of them. Shan Di nodded. Yes, Martial Sister Mangrao, I was in disbelief when I came here too. What ruin is this? All these things are here. But the immortal crystals of the 7th orb have been taken away. Immortal crystals? Tang Mangrao interrupted in shock. Shan Di nodded. Yes, it's taken by that cauldron filling state level 7 cultivator. He not only took it but also killed a few hollow spirit state cultivators who disrespected him. He pointed at the dead hollow spirit state cultivators and said, I'm ashamed there are such cultivators in North Far State. I was planning to teach him a lesson. Chapter 1268, Attack. Tang Mangrao heard this and looked at Yemo in shock. She thought Yemo wasn't someone who would kill innocent people. She hadn't been with Yemo for long, but she knew he wasn't a murderous person. The young girl next to Tang Mangrao heard this and immediately looked disgusted. She then came up to Shan Di and bowed. Yu Chan greets Shan Chenbei. Shan Di nodded, but Tang Mangrao said, Yu Chan, this is Yemo, the sect leader you wanted to thank. He saved your master, you should call him Martial Uncle, greet him. He's Yemo? That young girl looked at Yemo in shock but didn't really call Yemo Martial Uncle. Tang Mangrao's face didn't look so good seeing her disciple was rude. Just when she wanted to speak, Shan Di said in surprise, You're Yemo? The one who caused my disciple Yi's Dan Tian to get destroyed? Yemo smirked in contempt. This Shan Di really knew how to connect the dots. His disciple wanted to annihilate Mou in Peihai City, but he blamed him for harming his disciple. This bastard really knew how to bullshit. Shan Di took out a fire rune mirror and said coldly, Even if you're Yemo, on Meng Ra's account I'll let you go for what you did to Yi, but I won't let you go for killing innocents. Release your magic artifact. Yemo sneered. Which one of your dog eyes saw me kill someone? If you want to fight, then fight, stop pretending and finding an excuse. Then, Yemo took out Zisu. Seeing this, Tang Mangrao quickly stopped Shan Di. Martial brother Shan, let's clear things up first. Perhaps those few hollow spirit state offended Yemo first. Tang Mangrao knew that Shan Di was disaster transformation state level 9, but he really might not be able to beat Yemo. Yemo killed a disaster transformation state middle stage cultivator when he wasn't cauldron filling state tertiary stage before, and now he was cauldron filling state tertiary stage. Even truth realization state's domains were useless against him. Seeing this, Shan Di frowned. Martial Sister Mangrao, you want to help this murderous cultivator? Tang Mangrao saw Yemo's face full of killing intent and sighed. Even if she did stop Shan Di, Yemo would still fight him as Yi had come today. However, Zhou Yushuang suddenly said, Yemo didn't kill those hollow spirit state cultivators, it was this person. Then Zhou Yushuang pointed at the pale-looking cauldron filling state level 9. Instantly, everyone looked at him. Shan Di only needed to look around at the eyes of the cultivators to know she was right. Shan Di looked back annoyedly at this cauldron filling state level 9. He didn't really want to help those dead cultivators get justice. He just wanted to find an excuse to kill Yemo and take his storage ring. Seeing this, the cauldron filling state level 9 explained with a pale face, Shan Shenbei, those few hollow spirit state cultivators ambushed me, that's why I killed them. So that's it. Shan Di frowned and said, Don't kill people so easily if it's not a big deal. North Far State is weakened already. The cauldron filling state level 9 quickly nodded his head. Yes, Wan Bei knows. Wan Bei will remember Qian Bei's teachings. Yemo sneered. Stop acting cool, you just want my 3 immortal crystals, but I won't give them to you. What are you going to do? The girl next to Tang Mangrao almost laughed out. Shan Di's face went cold. You think I won't kill you just because sect leader Tang is here? Wan Bei, I can kill you like a chicken. Yemo laughed and flicked Zisu until it rang before saying coldly, Shandi, you don't need to be in a rush to kill me, I'll let you do that in a while. When I left Peihai City, I made 3 spirit recovery pills for you. I supplied the herbs, I don't know who it saved. But then, Yemo raised his voice, but Shan bastard, what was our deal? Your sect sent a hollow spirit state to protect MOU, but what you do, you old bastard? You let the little bastard and a little witch attack MOU. Not only did you not help MOU, instead you attacked it. If it wasn't for Ling Zhongtian Xianbei, MOU would be gone now. Is your face a butthole? Your words are like shit. Finally, the girl next to Tang Mengrao couldn't hold her laughter. This was like slapping sect leader Shan in the face a few times. Shandi's face burst red and he took out his magic artifact again. This was nothing to Shandi, but Amir Wanbei dared to say this was a deal with Wanyu sect. Wanbei, I will kill you. Shandi took out the fire rune mirror, Yemo sneered. Don't be in a rush, I need to kill someone here first. It's that trash called EE behind you. He killed my friend Li Qishan and dared to attack MOU. I was planning to go over to Wanyu sect to kill that bastard, but since that bastard came today, I won't need to go to Wanyu sect in case I ruin the pretty flowers and scare the beautiful wives there. Shandi was so angry he almost spat blood. His cultivation essence burst into the fire rune mirror. He was going to let GMO realize in his death what it meant when a cauldron-filling state level 8 fought with a disaster transformation state level 9. Tang Mengrao sighed but didn't stop EMO. She knew that there was no way she could stop this battle, master. Yu Chan had a bad impression of Yemo, but after knowing he didn't kill those hollow spirit state cultivators, she was worried for him instead. Tang Mengrao pulled her to the side and said, Don't worry, stand behind master and don't get caught in the crossfire. Yu Chan looked at her master in confusion. Shandi might get her caught in the crossfire if he wanted to kill that man? Wasn't it just a matter of one palm? The rest of the cultivators looked at Yemo with pity. Yemo probably couldn't even last 10 seconds with Shandi. The cauldron-filling state level 9 saw this and his eyes flashed with excitement. He had long wanted to attack Yemo. As soon as Shandi's fire rune mirror was released, the temperature in the hall rose up drastically. Everyone moved to the side. Yemo casually sent Su Jingwen to one corner and hacked out with Zisu. Su Jingwen wasn't worried at all. The mirror grew bigger and bigger until it loomed over Yemo like the midday sun. Shandi really didn't take this level of a cultivator seriously. He used his mirror because he wanted to burn Yemo to death straight away. He could get revenge and assert dominance this way, but he wasn't facing an ordinary cauldron-filling state level 7, he was facing Yemo, a cauldron-filling state cultivator who dared to fight with truth realization state cultivators. If Shandi saw Yemo's fight with the truth realization state, he would never underestimate Yemo nor even fight with him. Yemo instantly found the weakness of Fire Rune Mirror and Yemo felt contemptuous at heart. Shandi had so much fame, but his domain wasn't even in initial completion. The reason Yemo had such a feeling was firstly because Shandi had just recovered after coming back from the war, and secondly since his strongest magic artifact was broken by Lin Zhongtian and it still hadn't been repaired yet. His domain was indeed in initial completion, and that was quite significant for disaster transformation state cultivators, but his domain needed that magic artifact to show greater power. Chapter 1269, Person to Kill, EE. The fire rune mirror shone brighter until eventually, all other cultivators except Yemo could only see a scorching ray of white. Even Spirit Sense couldn't scan inside as it would be turned into nothing. Moments later, the scorching ray formed ring-like waves that spread out from the mirror towards Yemo. Almost all the cultivators were waiting for Yemo to get melted completely, but soon, people were surprised. Yemo's Zisu hacked out after the mirror came out, and the purple ray outshone the terrifying ray of Shandi's mirror. When the purple ray clashed with the white rings were forced away and dispersed, the scorching ray was dissipated and a floating huge fire rune mirror was revealed. Shandi was dazed seeing that Yemo broke away his white ray with one slash. Before he could do anything, Yemo hacked with Zisu again. Illusion Cloud Division Strike, how dare you? He roared. He didn't expect Yemo to be completely fine under the attack and instead used the opportunity to counterattack. He used Fire Rune Mirror again, but this time, the white ray was more than twice as strong as before. Everyone could tell Shandi wasn't using his full power before. But even so, Yemo, a mere cauldron-filling state level 7, could survive unscathed. This was quite substantial. Yemo sneered. He knew he would have to retreat in the wake of this white ray if he was cauldron filling state middle stage. But now EMO didn't need to do that at all.
Before Illusion Cloud Division Strike finished, he used Illusion Cloud Exert Will Strike as well as Illusion Cloud Formation Kill Strike. The white ray grew more luminous and the temperature rose higher too, but Yemo's purple sword rays also multiplied rapidly. The endless purple sword rays formed a trap formation, blocking the white rays and shrinking. Sean D's eye spasmed. He finally realized that Yemo really had the power to talk back to him. Since when was there such an absurd cauldron filling state cultivator? He had never even heard of this before. He was attacking with full power, but he didn't even have the slightest upper hand. Seeing the endless purple sword rays trap the fire rune mirror, the cultivators around were also astonished. Even the cauldron filling state level 9 and Zhou Yushuang's master were shook. They didn't expect Yemo was this powerful. If they had to deal with Sean D's attack, they would have long been dead. Only Sean D knew what was going on. It wasn't that Yemo's cultivation essence or spirit sense was stronger than his, but that Yemo's domain was more complete than his. The main thing was, Sean D was shocked to find that Yemo knew the exact weaknesses of his domain and mirror. Each time Yemo attacked, it was based on the weakness. This couldn't continue. If it did, although he wouldn't lose, he would lose face if he had the lower hand. Thinking about this, Sean D was about to use his 7-star sword, but he suddenly found that his spirit sense paused. He cursed and then the white ray dispersed. He just realized that Yemo had a spirit sense cultivation method too. He just cast away Yemo's spirit sense attack when he saw the purple sword rays swarm up again. A basic trap formation was formed and more purple sword rays sprayed out of the kitchen knife, repairing the trap formation. Not good. Yemo wanted to trap him. Sean D realized this and howled. 7 dark blue swords flew out and formed a 7-star killing force. Yemo sneered. He knew Sean D had other means. It wasn't that simple for him to kill a disaster transformation state tertiary stage. So, Yemo used his lightning sword at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. More than 10 lightning swords rained down. They were all infant arm-sized and some were even thicker. Seeing this, some of the cultivators who had seen Yemo's lightning sword before realized that Yemo didn't even use a tenth of his power when he killed the black and white half-pill king. The cauldron filling state level 9 shivered. He realized now how dumb he was. With Yemo's means, it was all too easy for Yemo to kill him, and yet he stupidly thought he had him. The only thing he didn't understand was, why did Yemo only want 1 orb when there were 7 here? Zhou Yushuang's master was also very shocked. He looked dazedly at Yemo's endless means and realized that if he didn't agree to Yemo taking the 7th orb, he might be dead now. Just what sort of maniac was he? He carefully wiped the sweat from his forehead and made up his mind. Even if he met cultivators weaker than him, he wouldn't treat them with the same mentality as before. If he met an absurd cauldron filling state cultivator like Yemo again, it would be too scary. Zhou Yushuang was completely dazed now. She didn't dare to believe her eyes. She had long heard of Sean D's power, and yet a young cultivator like Yemo could fight with him and not be losing out at all. This was way beyond her comprehension. Xiaoyi also looked at Yemo in shock. Not expecting this at all, Sean D was sweating cold. He didn't expect Yemo was a lightning cultivator too. His lightning magic was also so absurd. He had to defend against those lightning swords with all his power. The 7-star swords he was going to kill Yemo with took a defensive stance instead, and he took out another shield too. Yemo's lightning sword was pretty much the same as Divine Damnation. It was powerful and could bind cultivation essence. Sean D knew that if he was just a little careless, he might be killed here. Since when was there such an absurd cultivator? He had the complete upper hand fighting a disaster transformation state level 9 as a cauldron filling state level 7. Sean D cursed. If he knew Yemo was this absurd, he would never have looked for trouble with Yemo. Yemo knew that although Sean D was having trouble defending, it was hard to kill him. He couldn't rain down this level of lightning sword non-stop. If his cultivation essence and spirit sense ran low, it would be time for Sean D's retaliation, but Yemo wasn't afraid. He still didn't use his octagonal cauldron or shadowless, not even purple eye soul sever. Yemo knew he wouldn't be able to trap Sean D for long, and now he took back Zisu. Just when everyone didn't know why Yemo took back his main attack magic artifact, Yemo hacked out with Zisu again. A long purple ray sprouted from Zisu and sliced through the air. The beauty made everyone unable to breathe. Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike. The cultivators only noticed its beauty, but when the suffocating pressure came, they shivered. This wasn't a beautiful morning ray, this was a bloodthirsty sword ray. Looked up at the purple ray with mesmerization. He felt this ray was so pretty. Tang Mangrao shook her head. It was already set that GMO was going to kill EE.
No one can stop him.
Chapter 1270, If You Want to Fight Then Fight, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sean D just did things a little easier when saw the vibrant purple ray hack towards EE. He was furious to the extreme, but he didn't have the time to say anything. If he hesitated at all, EE would die. Sean D immediately burned his essence blood and took out a low-grade cultivation artifact shield, instantly blocking EE. EE just woke up now. The purple ray was going to kill him. He sweated cold and also took out a low-grade cultivation artifact. The purple ray's momentum reached the max. That pitiful feeling of no regret could be felt by all. He couldn't help taking a few more steps back and was shocked at Yemo's power. It was a strike that was relentless until it did what it wanted. However, this strike also had a flaw, and that was it was hard to take it back. If the strike didn't hurt the enemy, it might hurt oneself. Yemo knew this, yet he was still adamant on killing EE. Crack. 2 cracks sounded. The low-grade cultivation artifact Sean D used cracked like a biscuit. Cultivation essence splashed everywhere and the air itself was exploding. At the same time, the purple ray dimmed down. However, Yemo grunted and burned a mouthful of essence blood. His cultivation essence and spirit sense rose drastically and were inserted into Zisu. That dimmed purple ray lit up once again. Crack. Another crack sounded. This shield didn't stop the purple ray for even half a second and was hacked open. The purple ray now was more vibrant than before, so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes, but the people around didn't want to close their eyes. That vibrance was too beautiful. Splurge. A rose seemed to have blossomed amidst the purple ray, making the scene beautiful to the extreme. But soon, the rose withered. Moments later, the purple ray completely disappeared. It came and left fast. EE laid on the ground lifelessly. A bloody mark stretched across his forehead. The hall was in complete silence. There was no sound, no movement. The place was dead silent. Everyone realized what the red blossom and the purple ray was. Sean D was stunned. The lightning sword in purple sword ray formation attacking him was gone. Sean D looked at Yemo in disbelief. You killed Ear. You dare to kill Ear. He spat blood out and suddenly roared. I'm going to kill you. Yemo blared coldly at Sean D and sneered. Quit bluffing. You said you were going to kill me before and I'm still standing here fine. Stop barking. If you want to fight, then fight. Yemo waved his hand and the octagonal cauldron floated above his head. The cultivators here just realized that Yemo didn't even use his defense magic artifact before. Yet it was this cauldron filling state who killed a disaster transformation state level 9 cultivator's disciple while fighting him. No one would believe this if they didn't see with their own eyes. It was too absurd. Sean D wiped the blood from his mouth. He calmed down instead. Bleak killing intent flashed across his eyes. He stared at Yemo. Very well, you have the power to act up with me. You didn't even release your defense magic artifact up until now. I underestimated you. If I don't kill you for revenge, I swear I'm not a human. Let me see what sort of a prodigy Northfar State has birthed. With this, the mirror above his head buzzed and the 7 short swords emitted shocking killing intent. Master. Tang Mangrao's disciple watched Yemo with extreme shock. She didn't expect a young cultivator like Yemo to be able to suppress Sean D. Martial brother Sean, I don't think this is the place to fight. Place, martial nephew EE killed Yemo's friend Li Chishan in Peihai City. Tang Mangrao persuaded, ha ha ha. Sean Di laughed. He pointed at Yemo. A mere cauldron-filling state insect killed my disciple. If I don't get revenge for a year, I don't need to come out anymore. What thing is Li Chishan? How can he compare with my disciple? Yemo sneered. I just killed a trash. Why do you need to act like your dad died? Oh, is that EE your illegitimate child? Sean D didn't say anything and his 7 swords spun rapidly. Then, the sword circle gradually expanded. Sword domain? Tang Mangrao saw this and asked in shock. She didn't expect Sean D to have this after not seeing him for a few years. Sword domain was much harder to form than cultivation essence domain. One sword down needs to reach a certain level for this. Usually, it was used with 1 sword, but Sean D used 7. It could only mean his progress was too huge. Yemo saw this and didn't mind at all. He didn't even use Zisu and just took out a clean white cloth instead. No one knew why Yemo did this. his opponent even used sword domain, but he didn't seem worried at all.
Tang Mangrao admired Yemo's courage. Shan Di didn't know why Yemo did this either, but Yemo raised the cloth and said, "If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. But you need to wait." Then, Yemo took the cloth and wiped his kitchen knife. Then, he burned the white cloth before raising Zisu and looking at it. "I killed a trash just then, it dirted my sword. It took me quite a while to clean it. Okay, now we can fight." Everyone was at a loss for words. They just realized GMO still wanted to insult Shan Di first. Everyone saw the knife didn't even touch Yi at all. It was the sword ray that killed Yi. Shan Chi's face was green. He knew that in a mocking competition, he would never beat GMO, so he just didn't talk. His cultivation essence burst into the mirror in 7 star swords. The rest of the cultivators all retreated, seeing the two about to fight again. At this moment, a wave of rumbling sounded. The earth below them started to vibrate as though this place was about to collapse. Earth shatter? All the cultivators thought of these 2 words. If the earth shattered, then it meant they might get devoured by the earth. Even cauldron-filling state cultivators might lose their life if they were trapped deep down the earth. Ordinary deep earth shatter didn't just bury a cultivator down below, but it also had space fissures and space typhoons. There was nothing you could do but await death if you were swooped into a space fissure. Plus, if you were buried a few thousand kilometers below the earth, it was very hard to get back out. You might die there. So when this sounded, even Shan Di, who was desperate to kill Yemo, put away his magic artifact. He needed to get the things inside the 6 orbs before he ran out of here. 2 hollow spirit state cultivators knew it was hopeless to stay here, so they charged towards the door. As soon as they did, space wind blades that were tens of times stronger than before tore them apart. Even Tang Mangrao and Shan Di had a serious face. The 3rd hollow spirit stayed at the door, immediately wanted to retreat, but the foot he reached out with disappeared for no reason. Space fissure. One could possibly dodge space wind blades, but if it was space fissure, then it was certain death unless you were strong enough to rip apart space. However, such masters did not belong in the cultivation realm. In the entire Luoyu continent, there was just one Chuzhouyu, Chapter 1271, Xiaoyi's Ambush, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The earth was still shaking, but no one dared to go out now. Yemo pulled Su Jingwen next to him and watched the surroundings. He had been to Truthfall Palace Forbidden Grounds, so he knew how to dodge the space fissures. He put away the octagonal cauldron as it was of no use against space fissures. If Shan Di didn't want to die, then he wouldn't fight him now. Shan Di indeed didn't want to fight Yemo now. Yi was dead, there was no point in fighting now. Yemo had a basin family, he wasn't scared of Yemo running away. Shan Di saw the 6 golden orbs and said to Tang Mangrao, "Martial sister Mangrao, there are still 6 orbs here, let's take 3 each." Tang Mangrao smiled bitterly and looked at Yemo. "Sect leader Yi, what is your opinion?" Shan Di felt extremely uncomfortable hearing this, but he didn't say anything. He knew Yemo had the ability to take some too. If he didn't agree, then it would cause a battle. Shan Di wasn't confident in beating Yemo at all. A mere cauldron-filling state cultivator could reach domain initial completion and completely control the rhythm of the battle with him. This cultivator was too scary. Even though he wasn't scared of Yemo now, he knew that if Yemo reached disaster transformation state, he would be no match for Yemo. Even if Yemo was just disaster transformation state level 1, even Tang Mangrao thought Yemo would ask for 2 of the orbs, but Yemo said calmly, "I said I only want 1 orb. Since I have it, I don't want anything else." "You don't want it?" Tang Mangrao looked at Yemo in shock. She still didn't really believe it. Shan Di sneered. "Martial sister Mangrao, I'm going for it first." Then, Shan Di grabbed towards the 3rd ball. Clearly he wanted the truth carrot pill. With a thud, Shan Di's hand clashed with the golden orb. The orb shattered a little, but it soon closed back up. However, unlike the cauldron-filling state level 9, Shan Di wasn't pushed back. The next moment, he released 7 star swords and pierced at the golden orb. With another deep thud, a fist-sized opening appeared, and before it could repair, Shan Di grabbed at the truth carrot pill. But then, his face changed immediately. The bottle of truth carrot pill he got dispersed into cultivation essence. Soon, nothing was left. Seeing this, everyone realized what was going on. The things in the 6th orb were fake. Shan Di dazed, and there was great disappointment in his eyes. He then opened the rest of the few golden orbs, but they were all fake. Nothing was real. Yemo looked at this and laughed.
It would be strange if there were good things in there.
He wasn't that generous, giving all these good things away for free. Now, all the cultivators looked at Emo. They all realized why Emo said he didn't want anything else. He already knew that these things were all fake. The only real thing was probably what was in the seventh orb. People realized why Emo touched all of the orbs. It was to confirm which one was real. Zhou Yushuang's master and the cauldron filling state level 9 had bitter faces. They finally realized why such a powerful cultivator didn't fight over the rest of the orbs with them. He just casually touched them and knew if it was real or fake, but they wasted so much effort trying to break them but still didn't know anything. Shan Di looked at Emo with a green face and asked coldly, "The only thing in the real orb was taken by you?" Emo said calmly, "Yes. Do I have to wait for you to come each time I want to take something? Do I need your permission? When I was crossing the Heartless Sea, I also saw an immortal mine. Should I show you everything I got there or should I just give it to you?" Shan Di's face was very bad. He just realized Emo was someone who could cross the Heartless Sea. The cultivators here all knew of the Heartless Sea, and when they heard Emo cross the Heartless Sea, they took a breath in. Crossing the Heartless Sea, that was something Truth Realization State did. Truth Realization State Tertiary Stage. Yet, this young guy dared to do that. Just what sort of guy was he? This hall could be devoured by the ground anytime, so Shan Di ignored Emo and looked at Tang Mangrao. "Martial's sister Mangrao, there are 3 immortal crystals. You're also facing a barrier at Truth Realization State, I think." Tang Mangrao walked to a hollow spirit state and asked some questions. She realized what was going on. Emo took the 7th orb and there were 3 immortal crystals inside. Anyone would wanted the immortal crystals, much less Tang Mangrao who was stuck in disaster transformation state, but that depended on who took the immortal crystals. Tang Mangrao felt a deep threat from Emo+. Emo had saved her life. She didn't want to and wasn't able to take the immortal crystals from Emo, so before Shan Di finished, she smiled. "Sect leader Yi saved my life. My disciple Chen Dai did wrong things to his MOU too, so I don't mind sect leader Yi taking the immortal crystals." Shan Di felt very uncomfortable. He didn't expect that with their many years of relationship and fighting together, she helped Emo, this stupid youth. Although Shan Di really wanted to fight with Emo, he knew he wouldn't be able to win and he didn't want to lose his life here. In that case, Shan Di wanted to go. He knew there were space fissures, but he should be able to make it out at this moment. Tang Mangrao suddenly looked at Xiaoyi and asked, "What's your name?" Hearing this, Xiaoyi seemed surprised and said, "Tang Qianbei, I'm Xiaoyi. I came in with Brother Yi." Then, Xiaoyi quickly came up to Emo. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "If you're going out, please bring me also," but her eyes also seemed afraid of Emo's rejection. Tang Mangrao looked at Emo in confusion. She felt this Xiaoyi was familiar but didn't know where she had seen her before. At this moment, Yuchan said, "This sister Xiaoyi really seems like one person, right master, I remember." But at this moment, Xiaoyi walked to Emo as though wanting to say something. Before she even said anything, Emo released his octagonal cauldron. She was too close to him now. He knew she was cauldron filling state level 8 and he had been wary of her. As soon as she neared, Emo released his octagonal cauldron, not because he was scared of her, but because he cared about Su Jingwen. Rumble, a huge explosion sounded in the hall. At the same time, everyone released their defense magic artifacts. However, the hollow spirit state cultivators couldn't react in time. The huge explosion almost tipped the hall over. Those hollow spirit state cultivators were blasted away by the chi wave. Chapter 1272, Sensitive Tang Mangrao, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After a good while, this explosion calmed down. Other than Emo, Shan Di and Tang Mangrao, there were the 2 cauldron filling states still alive. Zhou Yushuang also survived under her master's protection. Truth Explosion Bead. The cauldron filling state level 9 said in shock. Although he released his magic artifact in time, he was closer than Emo, so he was lightly injured. Someone who could instantly activate Truth Explosion Bead couldn't be just hollow spirit state. This meant that female cultivator hid her power. Shan Di's face was calm and felt unsatisfied. That female cultivator used Truth Explosion Bead to ambush Emo at this range but still didn't get him. Emo wasn't simple. Xiaoyi didn't expect Emo to be wary of her and to release his octagonal cauldron before she activated the Truth Explosion Bead. Seeing this, Xiaoyi knew she wouldn't be able to get Emo.
But the orb had already activated and she couldn't take it back. Master, I feel like that Xiaoyi is really like Marshall's sister Chandai. No, I feel she is Marshall's sister Chandai, Yuchan suddenly said.
She then asked worriedly, Master, why is she using the truth explosion orb against GMO?
Huh, I know. Yuchan remembered that GMO killed Ao Chindia's brother Ao Kuailong. Tang Mangrao's face was also very bad now. The moment Xiaoyi attacked, she could tell Xiaoyi was Ao Qiandai.
She nodded. Qiandai used a space transmission rune to get away.
Yemo heard their conversation and just realized that it was Ao Qiandai ambushing him. His face went cold. Sect leader Tang is powerful indeed. You trained a cauldron-filling state level 8 disciple. I admire your capabilities.
You're saying Qiandai is cauldron-filling state level 8? She didn't see Ao Qiandia's real power in that moment. Emo sneered. Qiandai? You think if your disciple Ao Qiandai is really only around 30 she can reach cauldron-filling state level 8? You think there are such prodigies in the world? You're saying. Tang Mengrao was shook. She knew Emo meant that Ao Qiandai was possessed. Emo sneered but didn't say anything.
However, Yuchan said, my master said your cauldron filling state level 7.
How did you reach that? Emo said calmly, do you think there will be another prodigy like me? Plus, I'm much older than that Ao Qiandai.
Yuchan was dazed. She didn't expect Emo to just call himself the number 1 prodigy.
How was she so shameless? You saw her real power long before, that's why you used octagonal cauldron before she used her orb, right? Tang Mangrao asked after a long while. If Qiandai was really possessed then she must have been blind for not realizing. Emo knew Tang Mangrao didn't see Ao Qiandia's real power for sure so he just nodded.
That's right, I saw her hiding her cultivation level. Out of the cauldron filling state cultivators who came in, I'm the only honest one. Everyone else hid their power. Then, Emo looked at Tang Mangrao. Cultivators who have possessed a body would have much stronger divine damnations than ordinary divine damnations.
Think about it, did that Ao Qiandai ever ask you to protect her from disturbance during her divine damnation? Tang Mangrao heard this and thought, it was really so. Ao Qiandai never asked her to protect her during divine damnation.
If she still couldn't realize that Ao Qiandai was possessed, she would be too dumb. Then, she looked at Emo. Why did she ambush you then?
She used the truth explosion orb to attack you.
Clearly she didn't plan to take your things. Since she is an Ao Qiandai, she has no reason to ambush you.
Emo said calmly, how should I know?
If I knew, I would have killed her already.
Zhou Yuxuan's master also knew his power was exposed.
He could withstand that blast wave before. Clearly he was no hollow spirit state cultivator. Yemo's words meant that he already knew he was a cauldron-filling state cultivator when he came in. It was funny how he thought he had hidden his power. Realizing this, he showed his power to be cauldron-filling state peak stage but Yemo's face didn't even change one bit. However, Shan Di frowned a little. The cauldron-filling state level 9 smiled bitterly. He thought he was the strongest here but he was actually the weakest. Shan Di didn't expect that woman who left to be Ao Qiandai.
He glanced coldly at Emo and looked back at the sealed exit.
He also took out a space transmission rune. Emo didn't stop him. He couldn't kill Shan Di now as well. Just when Shan Di was about to activate the space transmission rune, the sounds outside grew even louder. Emo's face changed and he quickly used the octagonal cauldron to protect himself and Su Jingwen. The other 2 cauldron-filling state cultivators and Tang Mangrao also took out space transmission runes. Everyone knew that other than this rune, there was no way out. It was too dangerous.
Emo just realized that he was the only one without any preparation, not even one space transmission rune. Emo immediately knew things weren't good.
He saw that Tang Mangrao didn't lend him one either, meaning that she only had one. He thought of Zhou Yuxuan. She had a level 8 transmission rune before. Her master was here so he probably had more. As soon as he thought of this, the others activated their space transmission runes. Instantly, 3 white lights flashed in the hall. Tang Mangrao looked at Emo with a sliver of guilt.
Emo saved her before but now she didn't have a space transmission rune.
She just wanted to leave here as early as possible so she wouldn't be guilty. Just when she wanted to activate it, she realized her rune was level 9.
It should be fine taking 4 people.
Plus, this was an emergency. Thinking about this, Tang Mangrao quickly said, "Yemo, hurry up and hug me, we can leave together." Yemo was just thinking of robbing that cauldron filling state level 9 storage ring to see if there were any space transmission runes, but hearing this, he came over to Tang Mangrao with Su Jingwen without hesitation. He put his arm around Tang Mangrao's waist. Tang Mangrao looked very young, but she wasn't young. She had always been cultivating and thus never touched male cultivators before. She had never experienced love. Now that Yemo held her, her body went a little soft. That masculine chi made her tremble and she forgot to activate the transmission rune. Yemo had been with Su Jingwen and Song Yangzhu these few days and was familiar with Tang Mangrao's reaction. He really didn't expect her to be like this, she was too sensitive. Just when Yemo was about to remind her, Yuchan called out desperately, "Master, hurry up." However, Yemo let go of Tang Mangrao's waist and shook his head. "No need, it's a waste." Then, Yemo heard 3 thuds. Shan Di, the cauldron filling state level 9, and Zhou Yuxuan with her master landed. Clearly, the transmission rune was of no use here. This meant that space itself here had changed after Ao Qindai left. Tang Mangrao just woke up, her face was red like an apple. She really didn't expect her body to react like this, making her lose her mind for a moment. "Yemo, how dare you?" Shan Di reproached. Chapter 1273, Reseal, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The space transmission rune didn't work and everyone was thinking of a way to leave. So was Yemo, but at this time, Shan Di suddenly said this. Everyone else was dazed and so was Yemo. Su Jingwen smiled and whispered to Yemo, "That man is angry because you felt sect leader Tang's waist." Yemo looked back at Su Jingwen helplessly. "Jingwen, I didn't feel her up." Su Jingwen laughed but didn't answer. She was much more sensitive than Yemo and had noticed what was going on. Shan Di had been targeting Yemo and this made Su Jingwen very annoyed. But her power was too low so she intentionally said Yemo felt Tang Mangrao's waist to annoy Shan Di. Despite her whispering, everyone heard it. Shan Di was just going to reproach Yemo but now that Su Jingwen said this, he took out his fire rune mirror, clearly about to have a fight with Yemo. Yemo knew what Su Jingwen meant and shook his head casually taking out Zisu. "Martial brother Shan, what are you doing? What time is it? The space transmission rune is useless and yet you still want to fight here?" Tang Mangrao knew Shan Di was going to fight because of her. Shan Di stared at Yemo. "Martial sister Mangrao, this person is too rude. How dare he assault you? He thinks he has some power. I'm going to see what he's got today." Tang Mangrao's face sunk. "Martial brother Shan, if you want to fight with Yemo don't bring me into it. I let Yemo hold me before, it has nothing to do with being rude. I don't like people using me as an excuse." Then, Tang Mangrao pulled Yuchan and said, "Let's go to the side." Hearing this, Shan Di's face went green. Tang Mangrao even changed to calling him Yemo instead of sect leader Yi. He didn't talk anymore and released his white mirror. Yemo was also pissed. If it wasn't that Su Jingwen was here, he would fight with this Shan Di no matter what. But now, he could only put Su Jingwen to the side and then smash over with lightning swords. The rest of the cultivators saw Yemo and Shan Di fight again and didn't dare to go near them at all. Yemo's lightning swords as well as Zisu's sword ray clashed with Shan Di's 7-star swords. The white rays never fully formed once. Each time they were about to form, they were hacked open by Zisu's sword rays. Lightning flashed in the hall and everyone looked at it in shock. Too powerful, a cauldron filling state level 7 cultivator fought with a disaster transformation state level 9 and this cauldron filling state level 7 was attacking 70% of the time. Shan Di seemingly was having it tough, he was covered in dirt. However, Yemo knew that though he appeared to have the upper hand in the fight, his lightning sword couldn't do much to Shan Di. The more the fight progressed the more it wouldn't benefit him, the lightning sword used up too much cultivation essence and spirit sense. Just when Yemo wanted to give Shan Di a tough attack and use Spirit Sense Sword and Shadowless, Zisu, and the 7-star swords clashed together head-on, there was another huge explosion and one side of the wall collapsed. Everything thought that this hall was surrounded by the mountain bodies but when the wall collapsed, everyone realized that there was a huge space behind the hall. There was a dim light inside this space. Just when everyone else was hesitating, Yemo suddenly put away the octagonal cauldron and jumped to Su Jingwen, bringing her inside the space. Everyone noticed this and all copied Yemo. As soon as they left, a piece of the hall disappeared and then without any premonition, another piece disappeared. Even an idiot realized that the hull didn't disappear due to space fissure but space devour. Everyone looked at EMO with admiration. If EMO didn't see it earlier and charge into here, no one would be able to stop that space devour. Sean D completely lost the intention to fight with EMO. This space devourer was too terrifying and he felt greatly threatened by EMO now. He realized that he might really be no match for EMO. Tang Mangrao walked up to EMO and asked, "EMO, how did you know there was danger in that hull?" EMO didn't talk. He felt eerie too. He felt there was danger in the hull not because he was powerful but he had experienced that devour before. In the Herb Valley, there was a terrifying space devouring thing in the mist. EMO never expected to encounter it again here. EMO wasn't a timid person but this was something that he completely couldn't defend against. No one spoke, not knowing how dangerous it was here. A few people regretted that only EMO got 3 immortal crystals here. The rest of the people didn't get anything. After a long while, EMO said to Tang Mangrao, "Sect leader Tang, we can't stay here for long, we need to leave quickly." Tang Mangrao nodded. "I know, but where can we go? This place is a gray mist. If we go further inside, we knows what we'll encounter." Just when EMO wanted to talk, another large piece of the hull disappeared. Clearly, it was being devoured by something that was moving towards here. EMO didn't talk and just took Su Jingwen to fly inside more. A while later, the space devourer would be at their place. Seeing this, the rest of the people all didn't talk and followed EMO. Everyone saw EMO dodge the truth explosion orb and the space devourer, so they felt that EMO had the natural ability to avoid danger. So they all followed EMO inside. If EMO was just by himself, he could just hide in the Golden Page world, but now Su Jingwen was with him so he couldn't just flee, he could only bring people in his Golden Page world once he was truth realization state. The more they went inside, the narrower it became. Moments later, EMO saw there was no more road ahead. A tall sacrifice stage appeared. Next to it was a small temple. EMO saw this and immediately knew it was a seal. He was a level 9 formation grandmaster. Seeing this seal, EMO thought of the spirit body immediately. This seal must be for that spirit body, but then he realized he was wrong. This seal was shaky but it wasn't broken. Although it seemed to be about to break at any time, EMO looked behind and suddenly thought, did the space here disappear due to the weakening of the seal? The rumbling sound didn't stop. EMO took out a few formation flags and put them into the surroundings of the seal. Regardless, he had to try reseal this place. The rest of the people saw this and didn't do anything. Soon, EMO found that after he put the formation flags down, the seal seemed to be shaking more. EMO looked at the spirit gathering formation around here. The spirit chi seemed arid so he took out 100 extreme grade spirit stones and set up a spirit gathering formation quickly. Everyone saw this and was shocked. EMO was too wealthy, taking out 100 extreme grade spirit stones so easily. Chapter 1274, No Exit, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. EMO found that after he set up the spirit gathering formation, the seal indeed was suppressed a lot more. He rejoiced and threw out all sorts of formation flags, suppressing the seal. 15 minutes later, EMO and everyone else found that the rumbling sound grew quieter until it was almost unable to be heard. That seal seemed still a little wobbly. EMO looked at the ring on the stage and hardened his heart, putting an immortal crystal on it. After that, the seal immediately quietened down. The formation around the stage seemed to be exerting great power. All the spirit chi rushed over to empower the formation. EMO, is that stage a seal? Tang Mangrao asked. EMO nodded. This is indeed a seal, a level 10 seal too. Although I can't set up a level 10 formation, I can repair it a little. EMO scanned everyone and said, this formation still needs a lot of top-grade materials. This seal is what seals the monster that can devour space. I believe everyone knows that if the seal is opened, it won't just be the disaster of North Far State. We are here, so I want everyone to take out their top-grade materials. I will forge new formation flags to reseal this place. I've already taken out 100 extreme-grade spirit stones and an immortal crystal. If you're still not willing to take out things, don't blame me for just leaving here. Tang Mangrao knew EMO was a level 9 formation grandmaster but everyone else was extremely wary. EMO was so young yet he was a level 9 formation grandmaster, however, no one dared to ignore a spirit that could devour space itself. Plus, EMO already took out extreme grade spirit stones and an immortal crystal, so everyone took out their best materials. Even Sean D didn't dare to go against EMO now. Yemo even collected 100 extreme grade spirit stones again. Shan Di and Tang Mangrao had the most top grade materials. Despite North Far State being a poor place, the sect leaders of 8-star sects still had quite a lot.
Seeing Yemo familiarly make formation flags, Shan Di felt his mouth spasm.
This guy was too absurd. As the formation flags rained down, Yemo took out another 100 extreme grade spirit stones and the extreme grade spirit stones other people contributed and put them on. Yemo's formation mainly repaired the spirit gathering formation and perfected the original seal. It wasn't as stable as before, but this seal would be able to last another 100 or so years. Shan Di really wanted Yemo to take out the remaining 2 immortal crystals, but he knew he would be scorned, so he held his words. When Yemo closed the formation flags, everyone felt the ground wobble, and then moments later, it disappeared. The rumbling sounds also disappeared. Marshal Uncle Yi, since you sealed this place, can we go back the original way? Yu Chan asked. Yemo sighed and looked at her. I don't need to go back to know that the way here has been sealed. It can't be opened from the outside. If we force our way from the inside, the seal will be broken again.
Ha! Yu Chan exclaimed. Then what do we do? There seems no way out of here, even space transmission runes don't work. Aren't we going to be trapped here forever? Su Jingwen also looked worriedly at Yemo. Can we go out? Yemo shook his head. I don't know, but there's a temple there. We can go check it out. Now that Yemo said this, everyone remembered there was still a small temple. Yemo went in and saw a small futon. There was a jade slip next to it that seemed very new. Other than that, there was a painting on the back wall. The painting had a mountain and lake, but one's spirit sense couldn't penetrate the painting. Yemo picked up the painting and he scanned in. Immediately, he heard a roar. "Shoo bastard, you told me that if I guarded the seal for 500 years there would be someone to replace me, but now tens of 500 years have passed and I don't see anyone, much less an immortal curlflower. Shoo bastard, you're quite famous and respected too, but you tricked me, Shui Yufeng. Fuck you. In another few hundred years, even my essence spirit will die." Hearing this, Yemo was shook. It was that spirit body's voice. He thought the soul sealed here was a powerful being or a demonic being, but it was actually the person guarding the seal. I can't guard the seal anymore. If this sealing formation isn't repaired, the first thing that bastard is going to eat once it comes out is me. 5 insects came last time and 3 died. 1 got away with space transmission rune. And there's a bastard called Yemo with the 9-fork key. I thought he was replacing me, but his power is weaker than an insect. I can drown him with 1 spit. Then I found that bastard wasn't here to replace me. He just wanted to get rich and he's sly like a dog. He tricked away my 5-element mobility technique and my level 10 material, 9-feather golden peng's tail feather. I won't let this guy go. But that ye bastard helped me a little. His 9-fork key wasn't completely useful, but it loosened the entrance, giving me a way to go out. Luckily, 4 more nascent soul state insects came and I used those 4 idiots to set up a blood-devouring formation. Only then could I go out. As for the seal, it's not my problem anymore. I've helped you guard it for so many years, but I don't even see the shadow of a mortal curlflower. What else do you want me to do? I'm going away anyways. The seal will be broken with a little force from the outside. If you can see this, then you do. If not, whatever. You didn't keep your words. I'm not going to stay here and wait for death. I'm going. As for the things in the 7 orbs, I didn't take them all. I left the 3 immortal crystals. I believe that should be enough for other people to seal the formation. Yemo speechlessly gave the jade slip to Tang Mangrao, who was waiting on the side. According to Shui Yufeng, the 7 orbs were for the next seal keeper, but the next person didn't come, so Shui Yufeng took all those good things in the 7 orbs. He was really stingy and only left behind 3 immortal crystals. Now, he had to use 1 to seal the formation. After everyone read this, people realized there was no way out. Even if someone wanted to come in, he would need the 9-fork key. Zhou Yushuang hesitated and asked, "Brother Yi, did you follow behind me when I came in?" Yemo nodded. "That's right, I was behind." "Yemo, it seems we can only come in but not go out," Tang Mangrao said worriedly, "but luckily you know formations, otherwise who knows what this terrifying monster is?" Yemo nodded and walked up to the wall, ripping off the painting. Chapter 1275, Eerie Place. Yemo knew this painting wasn't ordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't be blocking spirit sense.
He put it away without hesitation. Shandi saw this but didn't say anything. Everyone looked at the stone wall. There was nothing there but a sink. Yemo saw it. It was another 9-4 key sink. Tang Mangrao looked at Yemo and asked, "Is this the sink that the 9-4 key can be placed in as the jade slip said?"
Yemo nodded.
Yes, this place might be for the seal keeper to go out.
This small temple is probably a formation, a teleportation formation.
Everyone looked at Yemo as only he had the 9-4 key. Seeing everyone look at him, Yemo immediately said, "I have the 9-4 key, but there's no point in looking at me. Just look at the 4 corners of this temple. There are 4 sinks, meaning the temple needs to be powered, then just used spirit stones," Yuchan said without thinking. Yemo didn't speak. Seeing this, Tang Mangrao asked uncertainly, "Yemo, do you mean that these sinks need immortal crystals instead of spirit stones?"
Yemo nodded.
Look at the sink for the crystal.
It's hexagonal.
Even extreme-grade spirit stones only have 4 corners. Only immortal crystals have 6 corners. I'm sure that this place had immortal crystals, but they were taken by the guy guarding this place. Seeing everyone want to talk, Yemo said again, "I only have 2 immortal crystals, it's useless even if I use them."
Why don't we try with extreme-grade spirit stones first? If not, we'll think of another way.
Tang Mangrao asked. Yemo said heavily, "We can try, but if there's not enough power, space may be contorted and lives may be lost." Tang Mangrao thought for a long while and said, "There's clearly no other way out.
We'll probably try eventually, so we might as well try now."
Tang Mangrao then looked at the others and questioned, "What do you guys think?" Everyone said they were fine with it. Yemo also knew there was no other way but to try now, so he took out 4 extreme-grade spirit stones and put them into the sinks. Then, he took out the 9-key fork, putting it into the slot. The people in here waited a few breaths. They felt this temple was starting to move. Yemo held Su Jingwen close to his side. He didn't want them to be separated again. The temple spun faster and faster. 10 seconds later, everyone in the temple felt lighter and a faint yellow ray formed. After the ray disappeared, the people in the temple had been teleported away. Yemo felt dizzy and immediately things felt wrong. At the instant of teleportation, most cultivators' spirit sense and conscious were obscured. People wouldn't be able to feel the notion of space until their power reached a certain level, but now, he clearly felt the teleportation process was dizzy.
There was only one explanation, and that was the teleportation went wrong.
He held Su Jingwen closely but didn't take out his octagonal cauldron.
It was too dangerous to take out anything during teleportation.
Not only would you lose your thing, but it also might cause dispositions in space and start space chaos flows. Yemo just shut his eyes. This situation wasn't something he could deal with. He could only leave it to fate. He really disliked such a feeling, but he had to face it. After an unknown amount of time, Yemo felt solid land. He immediately rejoiced. No matter if the teleportation formation went wrong, he wasn't afraid as long as they were on land. Yemo kicked away large rocks, creating a huge cave. He wasn't injured, and soon, Yemo flew out from the cave with Su Jingwen. The next moment, Tang Mangrao and them were all teleported here. Just like Yemo, everyone crashed like a crater. Luckily, all cultivators here were cauldron-filling state or above, and the weaker people had someone to protect them. No one was injured. What is this place? Yuchan got out of Tang Mangrao's arms and asked in shock. Yemo had already started studying their location. They were in a desert. Behind it were endless mountains.
The peaks soaring into the clouds such that even spirit sense couldn't see the end of them.
There was also a river in front. Behind the river was a forest that spirit sense couldn't see the ends of. Yemo had never heard of this place, but he wasn't worried. Since they were out, with Shandi and Tang Mangrao's knowledge, surely they would know where this place was. Yemo wasn't worried no matter where in North Far State they were. He could get back to Peihai City on Blue Moon in a short time. Seeing Tang Mangrao didn't speak, Yemo asked, "Sec Leader Tang, where are we?"
Tang Mangrao looked around with confusion and scanned her spirit sense out.
Then she frowned.
"Yemo, I've never been here. I don't know, where is this?"
Then, she looked at Shandi.
"Martial brother Shan, do you know where this is?"
Shandi looked for a while and shook his head.
"I don't know either."
Zhou Yushuang's master spoke, "No matter where it is, it must be on Luoyu continent.
We just need to go out and ask."
Yemo fell silent. The teleportation process went wrong, probably due to insufficient spirit power.
But luckily, space distortion didn't happen. How do you know it went wrong?
Yu-chan asked in shock. Yi-mo said heavily, the teleportation formation is probably a set location teleportation, so we should be teleported to another teleportation formation. But this place not only has no teleportation formation but we also landed irregularly.
Shandi sneered but didn't attack and said to Tang Mangrao, Martial's sister Mangrao, I'm going first. If I have time I will come visit Jade Woman Mountain.
Then he released a middle-grade flying cultivation artifact and disappeared. The cauldron filling state level 9 and Zhou Yushuang's master also saluted with their fists to Yi-mo and Tang Mangrao.
Wan Bei will be leaving. Thank you Brother Yi and Sect Leader Tang for your magnanimity.
Then, the two took out flying cultivation artifacts and left in different directions. Seeing this, Tang Mangrao smiled awkwardly.
Yi-mo, I'm going too. If you have time, then you can come to Jade Woman Mountain with your wife.
I'm very sorry about Chendai, Yi-mo said hesitantly. Sect Leader Tang, I feel this place is not right, let's leave later. Hearing this, Tang Mangrao seemed to have thought of something and blushed. She quickly said, it's fine, as long as it's in North Far State I'm not scared of anything.
Hearing this, Yi-mo didn't say anything and saluted with his fists. Yu-chan had a better and better impression of Yi-mo.
She also said to Su Jingwen, Sister Jingwen, you can visit Jade Woman Mountain with Martial Uncle Yi when you're free, you're the second prettiest girl I've seen. Then, she seemed to have thought of Ao Chendai and looked sad. Tang Mangrao sighed and nodded to Yi-mo before disappearing on a low-grade flying cultivation artifact. Yi-mo, what do we do?
Why don't we go with them? Su Jingwen asked. Yi-mo looked at the river and forest.
Jingwen, I feel this place is very eerie, here is better, but as for the forest and the mountains, I don't feel they're a part of North Far State. Yi-mo felt a sliver of danger here. Su Jingwen frowned and nodded.
Yeah, I have this feeling too.
The spirit chi here seems much greater than North Far State.
Yi-mo nodded.
You're right, I've been to South Peace State. The spirit chi here is no less than the average place in South Peace State. It's even denser than some small sect's spirit chi. If this place was in North Far State, how could there not be a sect here? Su Jingwen just wanted to agree when they heard a terrifying howl of pain. Chapter 1276. Cultivation speed of immortal crystals. The cauldron filling state level 9 dragged an arm, charging over from the mountains. Before he landed, a gray figure chased behind him, spewing out a gray mist. The cauldron filling state level 9 cultivator was immediately taken away. Then, the gray figure darted back into the mountains. Seeing this, Yi-mo took a cold breath in. Even he wouldn't be so clean killing that cauldron filling state level 9. Su Jingwen shivered and tightly held Yi-mo's arm. Those mountains were too terrifying. She asked quietly, Yi-mo, what was that? A cauldron filling state level 9 cultivator was just swept away. Yi-mo's face grew serious. Jingwen, we need to find a place to hide. This place is too dangerous. That was a level 10 beast. I suspect that spirit beast found us, but for some reason he didn't come over.
What about Sect Leader Tang and Yu-chan? Su Jingwen subconsciously asked.
We can't even protect ourselves now, much less them. That cauldron filling state level 9 just went into the mountains and a level 10 spirit beast came chasing him.
The spirit beast wasn't morphed into human form yet, so they're very ferocious. Even a truth realization state primary stage cultivator wouldn't be able to do anything to a level 10 peak spirit beast, Yi-mo said. Su Jingwen asked, then where do we hide? Yi-mo patted her shoulder.
Don't worry, we still have a half-immortal artifact. If worst comes to worst, we can escape with that.
Then let's go now, Su Jingwen said. Yi-mo shook his head.
Whether it's the forest behind the river or the mountains, my spirit sense can't scan to the ends. If we're surrounded by spirit beasts, then no matter how fast Blue Moon is, we're dead for sure.
But what can we do if we hide? Su Jingwen asked worriedly. Yi-mo smiled.
Don't worry, I have 2 immortal crystals.
We can hide and cultivate.
I believe these 2 crystals will be enough for me to reach disaster transformation state.
How long would that take? Su Jingwen asked immediately. Even if Yi-mo had immortal crystals, that would take time.
If they cultivated here for too long, those spirit beasts would notice. Emo didn't have time to explain the time formation disk to her, so he said, "I have a way, I'll tell you later." Then, Emo took Su Jingwen to leave. They only flew out 100 kilometers and stopped. Then he used stealth magic to hide Su Jingwen and him. Soon, he saw a level 10 blue wind wolf stand around where they were for a while before leaving. Su Jingwen didn't dare to release her spirit sense, but Emo was shook. This blue wind wolf was level 10 and still hadn't morphed into human form. It wasn't even the same spirit beast that took the cauldron filling state level 9, meaning there were many more level 10 spirit beasts than he had thought. Tang Mangrao and her disciple were in danger. Zhou Yushuang and her master were probably dead. The desert was so small and Emo knew he had no way to escape. Emo didn't dare to go into the river as either. Who knew what was in there? Emo took Su Jingwen and used an earth mobility magic, disappearing from where they were. For ordinary people, even if you went 100 kilometers below the earth, people could scan there with spirit sense. But Emo didn't face that problem as he was a formation grandmaster. He took Su Jingwen down nearly tens of thousands of meters before stopping. He opened up a space like a room and set up a few stealth formations there. Then, he set up a level 9 defense formation inside before taking out the spirit marrow pond and saying, "You can cultivate in here." "You're going to go into that golden page world?" Su Jingwen asked. Emo took out a jade card and said, "My golden page world will be in the spirit marrow pond. If you're in trouble, just crush the jade card and I'll come out. I can see your cultivation from inside too, so don't worry." After Emo went in the golden page world, Su Jingwen began cultivating with the pills Emo left with her. She knew that even if she reached hollow spirit state, she wouldn't be of much help to Emo, but the higher her power was, the more help she was. If she didn't cultivate, how was she going to wait such a long time? Emo came onto the extreme great spirit range. He put it with the Herb King spirit range now, next to the bitter bamboo. In order to hurry up and increase his power, he couldn't care about wastage. He set up a spirit gathering formation on the extreme great spirit range. Then, Emo took out the immortal crystals. Although they were best left for breaking through to truth realization state, but even if it was a god crystal, Emo would use it now. He had to hurry up and cultivate. When he was strong enough, he would take Su Jingwen to leave this place. Emo split one immortal crystal into 7 pieces and put them into the 7 sinks. Emo immediately noticed that the formation disk spun much faster than before. This time, he didn't even use the spirit range to cultivate. He just held the other immortal crystal and started absorbing the chi. Instantly, Emo felt all his meridians expand out. That indescribable feeling of satisfaction made him feel cultivation was so good. This was immortal spirit chi. Emo felt deeply the loss of the immortal crystal he used for the seal. Breaking through was no trouble for the immortal crystal at all. It was like walking on a huge road. He easily came to cauldron filling state level 8. Emo even wanted to take off the immortal crystals from the time formation disk and use it for cultivation, but thinking about how much the time formation disk wasted extreme great spirit range, Emo resisted that urge. Immortal crystals cultivation were good, but using immortal crystals to power the time formation disk was better. There was no waste of spirit chi. 5 months later, Emo was cauldron filling state level 9. Emo quickly stopped cultivation and stopped the time formation disk too. He found that only a quarter of the immortal crystal was gone. Emo rejoiced. This meant that he could use the time formation disk for about a year. The immortal crystal was too powerful. Less than half of the immortal crystal used for cultivation was gone, and he reached from cauldron filling state level 7 to cauldron filling state level 9 peak. The time was also greatly shortened. If he didn't use immortal crystals, he would need at least 2 years, and that was with the extreme great spirit range, but Emo still devoured most of the spirit chi from the extreme great spirit range. Immortal crystals just made it more convenient for him to break through. Emo saw through the surveillance formation that Su Jingwen was still cultivating and didn't disturb her. He took out Sha fruit and a few spirit herbs and started concocting the disaster life pill. He was preparing for disaster transformation state. The pill was a level 8 spirit pill, but Emo was a level 8 pill king, so it was very easy for him. Emo's heaven flame had reached blue color already, and after 15 minutes, he had concocted the pills. There were 5 special grade and 1 top grade pill. He put 1 pill on his hand and the rest back in the jade bottle. He then left the golden page world. He had to have his divine damnation outside as the golden page world didn't allow for it yet. You're out this quick?
Su Jingwen asked Yemo in confusion. Chapter 1277, Divine Damnation that scared spirit beast into a daze. How long have I been cultivating? Yemo asked. He estimated that the time ratio would be greater than using the spirit range to power the time formation disk. It's only been 10 days. What's your power level now? Su Jingwen asked in confusion. It was indeed a little faster but very limited.
He was 1 month faster, Yemo explained simply to her. I have a time formation disk in my small world.
I cultivated for a year inside, but it's only been a month outside.
I'm cauldron filling state peak stage now and about to have my divine damnation.
Su Jingwen looked at Yemo in shock and asked in surprise and joy, then does that mean we can use the time formation disk for cultivation?
I was wondering how you were cultivating so fast, so it's a 1 to 12 time ratio. I also want to use the time formation disk to cultivate.
Yemo looked at her awkwardly.
It needs immortal crystals or an extreme grade spirit range, Su Jingwen nodded. I understand, even with the time formation disk, we won't be able to cultivate unless we have immortal crystals or an extreme grade spirit range.
Su Jingwen didn't think much and stood up, kissing Yemo before saying, Go have your divine damnation and take me out too, I will watch on the side.
Hearing this, Yemo said seriously, Definitely not, I'm going to have my divine damnation in the mountains. If you go, I won't be able to protect you and it may affect my divine damnation.
But there are so many high-level spirit beasts there. If you go alone, how can I feel safe? Su Jingwen asked worriedly. Yemo smiled.
You should just wait for me here.
After I'm done, I will need to come back to cultivate. Disaster transformation state level 1 is much stronger than before, but it's not 100% safe here.
Su Jingwen heard this and said, Okay then, hurry up and reach truth realization state and show me inside your small world. I want to see if you're hiding pretty women there. Yemo knew Su Jingwen wanted him to relax and have the divine damnation, but the words made him awkward.
He really was hiding pretty women in the golden page world.
There was Luoyin and Nie Xuanxuan. Luckily she didn't think much and said, Go have your divine damnation, don't worry about me. I'll stay here, no matter how long you take I will wait for you here.
Okay.
Yemo added an attack formation outside before dashing out to the mountains. 15 minutes later, Yemo was at a peak that was dense in spirit chi. As soon as he appeared, his spirit sense saw multiple level 9 spirit beasts.
There were also 2 level 10 spirit beasts here. Yemo's skin crawled. Just what was this place? There were so many powerful spirit beasts here.
What he saw next shocked him even more. He saw a large patch of level 6 spirit herbs, a few hundred purple-backed blue carrots. Not far ahead were 3 level 7 spirit herbs, tiger blood ji. Yemo took a cold breath in. There were so many spirit herbs here yet no one touched them. As soon as Yemo looked there, a few level 8 spirit beasts saw Yemo and their eyes looked frenzied as they charged over at Yemo. Yemo ignored those spirit herbs and took out formation flags, setting up a spirit gathering formation. He threw down 100 extreme grade spirit stones and a large bunch of spirit crystals before eating the disaster life pill. Then, he started circulating the 3 birth chant. Those few level 8 spirit beasts near Yemo soon, but before they even came here, Yemo threw out a few lightning swords. With a rumble, the black lightning swords flashed and all those level 8 spirit beasts died without a chance to ran. Seeing this power, the other spirit beasts all stopped, but soon a few level 9 spirit beasts came and they didn't have any concerns at all. Yemo threw out a few more lightning swords. The leading level 9 redback horned wolf flipped a few times before standing up. Its back was black, clearly, it was heavily injured. Seeing this, those few level 9 spirit beasts stopped and looked at Yemo with concern. Yemo ignored them and ran the 3 birth chant like crazy. He wanted to attract the divine damnation. The spirit beast knew Yemo's lightning swords were powerful and didn't charge up, but they didn't leave either. The level 9 spirit beast saw Yemo just cultivate and cruelty beamed out of its eyes. It howled and the sound soon echoed in the mountains. Yemo ignored it and devoured an immortal crystal to drastically improve his power. 8 minutes later, the sky above his head darkened. Black clouds formed and the sky grew heavy. At this moment, these spirit beasts realized that the human cultivator was going to have divine damnation and he dared to do it at the Magic Beast mountain range. They'd all had divine damnation before after reaching level 8 and knew that people were at their weakest when they had divine damnation. Usually cultivators or spirit beasts would have someone to protect them, but this human cultivator dared to have his divine damnation here. A sharp howl sounded and 2 level 10 spirit beasts arrived. Seeing this, all the other spirit beasts moved aside and the two level 10 spirit beasts saw the black clouds and were dazed. But soon, one level 10 horned dragon charged at EMO. Before he even reached EMO, 48 thick lightning arcs rained down.
They were thick and black too. The level 10 spirit beast was dazed. What divine damnation was this?
Even the spirit beast transformation divine damnation wasn't 1% as powerful as this. The instant the lightning arcs rained down, the level 10 spirit beast knew things weren't good and wanted to run. But he was already in Yemo's divine damnation. It was considered something to be killed by the divine damnation. A small part of the lightning arcs flew towards the dragon. With this, horror filled the dragon's eyes. Rumble rumble, Yemo didn't even use a defense magic artifact.
To him, divine damnation was a huge nutrition supplement.
How could he waste it using a defense magic artifact? At the same time, Yemo also shot out tens of lightning swords. This was his old tactic, to hit lightning with lightning. This seemed to anger the divine damnation and thus more lightning arcs would rain down. This was probably the only cultivator ever to have divine damnation like this. Yemo's lightning sword clashed with the divine damnation, making horrifying sounds. Black lightning dispersed everywhere and those spirit beasts all retreated. A few thick lightning arcs landed on Yemo's body and easily pulverized his low-grade cultivation artifact armor.
Blood flew out, but Yemo didn't care.
He had a lot of armors. After Yemo digested all these lightning arcs, he felt a feeling of satisfaction.
His meridians were smoother and wider after being washed by the black lightning. Yemo saw the dragon. It was like a punctured soccer ball, panting for life on the side. Yemo sneered. "Just with your power you dare to stop my divine damnation? Don't embarrass yourself." Yemo walked to the dragon and kicked it flying a few hundred meters away. The dragon's eyes showed embarrassment.
He was a level 10 spirit beast and could talk.
How could he not understand Yemo's words?
He just really didn't understand how come he almost died to 5 lightning arcs, but this human took more than 40 and was only lightly injured. Since when was there such an absurd human cultivator? Was he challenging the magic beast mountain range by having his divine damnation here? Yemo didn't know what the beast thought, but he really wanted a level 10 beast core. He knew it would fetch a heavenly price if he sold it, but he felt that wasn't a wise move to do here. There were so many high-level spirit beasts here. If he dared to overtly collect beast cores, they would all hunt him. He still had Su Jingwen with him. Rumble, 36 more lightning arcs rained down, but GMO just used 18 lightning swords and split them up into 36. The lightning sword couldn't stop the power of the lightning bolts, but it could mitigate part of the power. Chapter 1278, Go Crazy with EMO. Yemo rejoiced and soon found that this way of devouring the divine damnation didn't waste anything nor injure him. The weakened lightning arcs were refined by Yemo and he felt his meridians continuously
strengthen, expand, and purify.
When he completely refined the 36 bolts, Yemo felt his meridians were cracking as though realigning. His power also grew rapidly. Powerful cultivation essence and spirit sense filled his senses. Yemo knew that after the second wave of divine damnation, he had reached disaster transformation state power. The third wave rained down now and it was also 36 bolts as well. Now, Yemo didn't even use lightning sword, he just took the lightning arcs with his body. The lightning arcs crackled on Yemo's body, spewing lightning sparks everywhere. However, Yemo wasn't scared at all. The spirit beasts watching this were utterly astonished. They had never seen such an absurd divine damnation. This wasn't divine damnation, this was eating lightning arcs. After the third wave, Yemo had some wounds. His skin was charred, but Yemo felt this was much more beneficial to him than the lightning arcs he blocked with lightning sword. As the fourth wave ended, Yemo still didn't use his lightning sword despite the lightning arcs getting stronger and stronger. Thick and terrifying lightning arcs rained down non-stop. Yemo's flesh and bones were crippled, but they were repaired again and broken again. His power also kept rising. When the 172nd lightning arc rained on him and was devoured, the divine damnation clouds disappeared. Yemo breathed with satisfaction. He was disaster transformation state level 2 now.
This divine damnation was much more comfortable than his body condensation state divine damnation. A purple spirit cloud floated above Yemo and Yemo felt spirit chi that was more curative than immortal crystals. Moments later, his injuries disappeared, but this spirit chi cloud didn't dissipate. It started to wash his meridians. Yemo wasn't going to waste this opportunity.
He used 3 birth chant at full speed and reached disaster transformation state level 3 in a short while. EMO used a few clear water spells and changed a set of clothes. He suddenly laughed. Those spirit beasts saw EMO laugh hysterically and all retreated. Suddenly, the other level 10 spirit beast howled and charged at EMO. The space the spirit beast went past condensed. EMO knew it was the spirit beast's domain. If he was in cauldron filling state, EMO would turn away immediately, but now EMO threw out a few lightning swords without hesitation. The lightning arcs EMO used now were as thick as grown men's arms. It was on par with his divine damnation. These few lightning arcs crashed through the spirit beast's domain like tofu. The space returned to as it was before. The spirit beast was surprised to see that EMO wasn't affected by his domain at all and instead broke it. Then, he immediately saw EMO's lightning arcs rumble. The level 10 blue wind wolf spat out tens of wind blades. These wind blades swept the nearby space. However, EMO's lightning arcs seemed to know the weak points of the wind blades and easily crippled them. The rest of the lightning arcs all landed on the blue wind wolf. The wolf howled and rolled around tens of times. When it got up again, it was charred and covered in wounds. It looked at EMO in shock and terror. It probably never expected there would be a disaster transformation state cultivator this strong. He had just reached disaster transformation state and beat a level 10 spirit beast without any trouble. EMO scanned the terrified level 7 and level 8 spirit beasts and suddenly raised his hand. Tens of thin lightning arcs spread out. They charred all these spirit beasts, without a single exception, even though a few level 9 spirit beasts tried to dodge them. The space around them had already bound them. The spirit beasts planning to divide EMO up after his divine damnation all rolled around on the ground. Seeing this, EMO roared, "This is a warning. Next time if you appear and surround me, I will kill you all. Piss off." Hearing this, the spirit beasts got up and ran with their tail between their tails. Even the most heavily injured level 10 spirit beast ran and didn't dare to look back at EMO. Seeing them run off, EMO felt satisfied but also regretful. They were all materials and beast cores in his eyes, but his instinct told him that he couldn't slaughter spirit beasts here. There were so many high-level spirit herbs and spirit beasts here. There must be more powerful leaders here. Seeing this mess, EMO knew it wasn't good to stay here, so he flashed away and disappeared. Less than 7 minutes later, a level 10 peak ice leopard appeared, but there was a square-faced blue-haired man sitting on it. He didn't get off and just looked around and saw 2 level 8 spirit beasts' bodies and frowned before leaving. When EMO got back to Su Jingwen, she was already very worried. Seeing EMO, she got up in surprise and joy and asked, "You've become a disaster transformation state cultivator?" EMO nodded. "Yes, I'm a disaster transformation state cultivator now. Should we go now?" Su Jingwen was happier than EMO upon seeing him break through. EMO smiled. "Jingwen, we'll be rich. You know what's inside the mountain range? There are spirit herbs everywhere, but those spirit beasts seem blind. They didn't touch them at all. If we sweep it clean, don't you think we'll be rich?" Hearing this, she was dazed and asked, "But this is the land of the spirit beasts. How can they let us collect spirit herbs?" EMO smiled. "Don't worry, I dominated the spirit beasts with my lightning sword. When I increase my power a little more, then we can get rich. As long as we don't meet a truth realization state beast cultivator or level 11 spirit beast, we'll be fine. Even if we meet a truth realization state beast cultivator, I'm not afraid. We can run away, no problem." "Okay." Su Jingwen also rejoiced. She was no longer the girl from Earth anymore. She knew what cultivation resources meant. In order to stay with EMO forever, she also cared a lot about cultivation too. Plus, she felt very excited going crazy with EMO, stealing spirit herbs from spirit beast territory. Seeing Su Jingwen's red face, EMO whispered a few words in her ears. Su Jingwen's face turned even redder. EMO laughed and went into the golden page world again. He had to reach disaster transformation state middle stage before he went back to the mountains. After a long while, Su Jingwen's face recovered, when EMO first concocted a cauldron of disaster wool pill. The main spirit herb Chao Ju was given to him by Bianflingta. They benefited EMO greatly now. EMO didn't expect to reach disaster transformation state in such a short time. After eating a disaster wool pill, EMO activated the time formation disc again.
He still had a third of an immortal crystal in his hands. Once he used that up, he would leave and take Su Jingwen away from here. Chapter 1279, Heaven Flame 9 Suns. The spirit chi of the extreme grade spirit range mixed with the spirit chi of the immortal crystals provided an endless power that cleansed Yimo's meridians. Meanwhile, the disaster wool pill provided more power for this flow. A huge spirit chi whirlpool swirled above Yimo's head that was so dense it was about to liquefy. However, Yimo kept drawing the spirit chi away. Disaster Transformation State Level 3's barrier was overcome with the charge of such powerful spirit chi without pause. 2 months later, Yimo broke through to Disaster Transformation State Level 4. 4 months later, Yimo reached Disaster Transformation State Level 5. Just when he did, his immortal crystals cracked and turned into nothing. However, Yimo continued to eat disaster wool pill and sit on the extreme grade spirit range to devour spirit chi. 9 months later, he reached Disaster Transformation State Level 6. Yimo sighed and stopped. Just one more level and he would be Disaster Transformation State Tertiary Stage. However, he didn't have any more immortal crystals. The difference in using immortal crystals and not using them for cultivation was huge. Before, he could break through a level in 2 months and just use one disaster wool pill, but later, he ate 3 extra pills. Yimo looked outside and saw Su Jingwen was working hard in cultivation and was about to break through to nascent soul state level 7. Yimo wanted to go out but saw Su Jingwen was about to break through and stopped his urge to do so. Nascent soul state level 7 was nascent soul state tertiary stage. It was still very weak but her power had improved a lot. He looked again at the time formation disk and saw there were still parts of the immortal crystals left. They should be able to last nearly a month. Yimo didn't continue cultivation. He wouldn't be able to break through to Disaster Transformation State Tertiary Stage in a short time. He took out that painting. Yimo felt this painting wasn't ordinary. He couldn't even scan his spirit sense into it. When he took the painting again, Sean D had a problem with it but he didn't dare to ask for it. Tang Mengrao also wanted it but she couldn't bring herself to ask. Yimo found there was one level from one corner of the painting. Yimo then took out a thin paper that said Basic 5-Element Magic. Yimo was dazed. 5-Element Magic was the simplest magic. It could be said to be the most basic magic in the cultivation realm. Fireball, Water Ball, Earth Mobility. He learned these during Chi gathering state. Why would such simple magic be hidden in a painting? Yimo immediately felt things were wrong. These weren't basic magics. He saw the 5-element mobility later on. It was what the spirit body gave him. It was a heaven-grade cultivation method, so how was it basic magic? Yimo started looking again from the beginning. The extreme nature of metal destroys all. How can a weapon be used to measure its ferocity? The more Yimo looked, the more he was shook. This was no basic 5-element magic, this was extremely high-level 5-element magic. In water and earth element, Yimo didn't see any waterball magic or stone casting magic. There was just magic to move mountains and rivers. Yimo took a cold breath in. Compared to these 5-element magics, the magic he learnt before was child's play. Yimo focused his gaze on the fire element magics. His Mist Lotus Heartfire was in great competition. It was blue-colored and he desperately needed a magic that could utilize the Mist Lotus Heartfire, the essence of fire, the ferocity of yang. It does not fear autumn and dominates the frost. It does not fear the winter and dominates the snow. Melting metal and all things, expunging the evil in the world. This art is called Heaven Flame 9 Suns. It was the use of fire element magic in flame. Yimo finished looking at it and realized this was a fire cultivation method called Heaven Flame 9 Suns. It was best for the cultivator of this to have a basic rare flame. Heaven Flame was the best. If not, one could use their own cultivation fire. At the highest level of use, the Heaven Flame 9 Suns could allow one's own flame to turn into 9 suns to attack the opponent. Usually, entry-level cultivation was cultivating a sliver of faint sun. After you cultivated a red sun, only then would that be level initial completion. If the Heaven Flame's level was blue, then the first sun would be blue color. It would melt everything. Using the Heaven Flame now wasn't like Yimo used it before, spraying it chaotically. Against a weak opponent one could easily win, but if it was against a master?
Then this would just be a waste of spirit sense and cultivation essence. Heaven Flame 9 Suns was very well described, and with Yemo's great learning ability, in just a month, he was near initial completion for level 1. The first sun was faint blue color. Yemo really wanted to find an opponent to test his Heaven Flame 9 Suns on, but he knew he couldn't now. The immortal crystals on the time formation disc were completely used up. Yemo also saw Su Jingwen just reach nascent soul state level 7, so he dashed out of the Golden Page world. In the mountains behind the desert, there was one man and woman joyfully collecting spirit herbs everywhere. These two were Yemo and Su Jingwen. After Yemo reached disaster transformation state level 6, his Heaven Flame 9 Suns level 1 was also near initial completion. At this moment, he didn't have any concerns coming back to this place filled with spirit beasts. The more the two went in, the higher level the spirit herbs. Su Jingwen was very excited and even forgot this place was the place with a stack of high-level spirit beasts. Soon, some spirit beasts started coming over. At the beginning they were level 7 spirit beast, but they realized Yemo didn't seem easy to mess with, so level 8 and level 9 spirit beasts came. Eventually, there were even a few level 10 spirit beasts. The growls woke Su Jingwen up and made her realize that they weren't at home. The reason they didn't charge up because one of the level 10 spirit beast Blue Windwolf and some level 9 and level 8 spirit beast that had suffered at Yemo's hands. Those spirit beasts who didn't know Yemo's power charged up and were smashed down by Yemo's lightning. Even a level 10 spirit beast was charred and couldn't crawl up for a long while. They grew smart this time. They didn't come up together but closely followed Yemo and them. In no time, 100 more spirit beasts arrived. Yemo frowned. He wanted to send away these spirit beasts. There were so many spirit herbs here, he didn't want to give them up like that. But before Yemo did anything, the spirit beasts under the lead of a few level 10 spirit beasts charged down. This time, Yemo didn't hold back and lightning rained over them. The entire valley was filled with the roar of thunder. Countless low-level spirit beasts died to lightning sword. Those few level 10 spirit beasts were smashed into deep pits and more low-level spirit beasts ran around frantically. This was Yemo holding back. If he didn't, they would all be dead. Soon, this place was a mess. Hundreds of low-level spirit beast bodies lay here. The remaining spirit beast didn't dare to come up anymore. Still, they didn't want to give up on the two and they followed everywhere the two went. Seeing this, Yemo was very annoyed. He threw out some lightning swords on the nearby rocks and said coldly, "I know you guys understand me. If you still stay behind me, I will kill you all." Hearing this, the spirit beasts immediately ran off. Chapter 1280, All Piss Off. In the depths of the mountain ranges, there was a huge peak hidden by a formation. From the bottom to the top, there were rows of extremely luxurious cultivation homes. At the very top, there was a grandiose blue palace. Inside the palace, a square-faced blue-haired man frowned as he listened to a beast cultivator reporting to him. He sat on the right chair of the top 3 chairs. The middle and left chair were empty. According to his position, he was ranked 3rd in this palace. Behind him were 2 beast cultivators, one seductive woman and one with a long beard. Hearing the report, the blue-haired man said, "You're saying level 10 spirit beasts can't even last one move in front of him?" "Yes, but he seems to have controlled his attack and didn't kill everyone. But in the end, he seemed to have gotten angry and thus killed tens of low-level beast cultivators. However, he did say that if anyone dares to follow him or stop him from finding spirit herbs, then he wouldn't be so easy," the beast cultivator said. "MHM." The man nodded and knocked on the chair handle. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Mei Yang, Su Feng, what do you two think?" "Third God Lord." The woman called and said in a sweet voice, "That man can defeat level 10 spirit beasts in one move. Clearly he's a truth realization state cultivator and he just had his divine damnation. He's truth realization state primary stage power. This means his power would be only a little bit weaker than Third God Lord." This man's face didn't seem so natural as he knew that this woman exaggerated. He didn't have the ability to defeat level 10 spirit beasts in one move, the woman continued, plus, he didn't slaughter nor take beast cores. He knows his position, he's giving us face. Plus, he loves the low-level spirit herb, clearly he hasn't seen much of the world. Since Big God Lord and Second God Lord aren't here, I think, the blue-haired man frowned. "What's there to hesitate about? Tell me, you spoke very well just then." Hearing this, the woman quickly said, "Yes, Third God Lord, I think we might as well let him do what he wants. He came from outside, he will just collect some spirit herbs and leave. If we coerce him and he joins the riverside to attack us, it wouldn't be good.
MHM.
The blue-haired man nodded and looked at the long beard.
Su Feng, what's your opinion?
The man nodded.
I agree with Main Yang, Big and Second God Lord aren't here.
We should be careful. Plus, they're just collecting some irrelevant low-level spirit herbs.
It's far from our area of restriction. I don't think we need to care too much.
Plus, recently, there have been quite a few human cultivators here. I wonder if they're together. The blue-haired man waved his hand.
We'll do that, who cares if they're together or not? As long as they don't touch our area of restriction, we don't have to mess with them. We can decide things when Big and Second Brother are back.
Yes, Third God Lord, the reporter beast cultivator said respectfully and left.
Yemo, what is this place? I can even see level 8 spirit herbs? Su Jingwen was more and more shocked. Yemo nodded.
I also want to know where this is, but there still isn't a beast cultivator here now.
This probably isn't some important place.
Wait, I'll call a spirit beast over to ask. Yemo spirit sense suddenly saw a rainbow rise into the sky with a huge cultivation essence wave. Yemo saw that rainbow rope and knew it was Tang Mangrao's magic artifact. She was about 10 kilometers from them. Yemo didn't expect her to be still alive.
Seeing Yemo not move, Su Jingwen asked, Yemo, what are you looking at?
Yemo smiled. I didn't expect Sect Leader to be still alive. She's in a valley 10 kilometers from here, she's fighting. I suspect she's been trapped by spirit beasts.
Should we go help? Do you need to ask? Let's hurry up and go, Su Jingwen quickly said. Yemo nodded.
Okay, let's go see.
Su Jingwen knew what Yemo meant and smiled. Are you still angry about Ao Qiandai? You were probably just an insect in Sect Leader Tang's eyes before, so what if you died? Then why do you still want me to help?
Yemo looked at her in confusion. Su Jingwen held his arms and said, there are 2 reasons I want you to help. First, when the beast tide came, if it wasn't for her, Peihai City would have fallen and you wouldn't have been able to see me in Yangzhou. Second, at the palace, Sect Leader Tang told us to leave with her. We should help her.
People aren't gods, how can they not make mistakes?
Plus, one was her beloved disciple, the other was a stranger.
Yemo wiped her face. You're really kind-hearted, but you're right. After we go out, I will make up to you. Meichum, the thing I told you about before.
Oof. Su Jingwen's blushed and didn't dare to say anything. At this moment, Tang Mangrao's face was full of fatigue. She was covered in injuries. Next to her was her disciple, Zhou Yushuang, and her master. There was also another man and woman. They were also covered in injuries and took turns to defend against the spirit beast's attacks. The 6 were relying on a level 8 defense formation, and this formation clearly wasn't set up by Tang Mangrao and them.
A young woman was repairing the formation. The other 5 protected her and fended off the spirit beasts. Her formation skills were quite decent. When Su Jingwen walked over with Yemo, the woman, and Tang Mangrao first saw them, Tang Mangrao immediately yelled, Yemo, come here quickly, but Tang Mangrao stopped. Yemo came over indeed, but he wasn't running, instead he came over slowly. What shook them more was when the spirit beasts saw Yemo and Su Jing when they all moved away. No one dared to attack them, even the leading level 10 spirit beasts. What was this? The spirit beasts stopped the attacks on the formation as though waiting for them to pass before attacking again. Yemo and Su Jingwen didn't go in. He called from outside, Sect Leader Tang, come out, let's collect some spirit herbs and we can go.
What?
Tang Mangrao thought she heard wrong.
How could she not know there was a lot of spirit herbs here? A few days ago, she wanted to pass these mountains with Yuchan, but she didn't go very far and was stopped by spirit beasts. If she didn't see these 2 siblings relying on the defense formation, she would have died. As for Zhou Yushuang and her master, they also came here before her or they would be dead too. Yemo looked at the fearful spirit beasts and yelled, did you forget what I said before? These people are my friends, what are you staying here for? Piss off. The next thing that happened made them unable to close their mouths. These spirit beasts, although not willing, still left. Yemo, what's going on?
Tang Mangrao had so many questions and she suddenly realized she couldn't see Emo's power level. Emo intentionally hid his power level.
He didn't want the high-level spirit beasts here to see his power level. He smiled.
Sect leader Tang, recover first and change a set of clothes, then we'll talk. Tang Mangrao looked at her injuries and nodded.
Zhou Yuxuan and her master also thanked Emo before going to the side to recover, but the young man walked up to Emo and studied him before saying, "You're the young god lord master?" Chapter 1281, West Extreme State 4 Lands. She suddenly shook her head and said, "Sorry, I mistook you for the young god lord." Then she bowed.
Yen thanks Qianbei for saving my life. This is my brother Yen Zhendong. That male cultivator also came quickly and said, I greet Qianbei. Emo checked their power, both of them were body condensation state tertiary stage. He wondered how they came here.
The sister was dressed like a married woman. She wasn't very pretty, but she wasn't ugly either. Her brother's face seemed wild but innocent. He didn't speak much. Emo nodded.
Go recover first, I have some things to ask later. Zhou Yuxuan and Yu Chan had the least injuries.
Yu Chan wanted to talk to Su Jingwen but saw Su Jingwen was by Emo's side and was hesitant. Su Jingwen and Emo didn't wait for long before the rest of the people all came over. Yen seemed prettier after changing a set of clothes. She walked up to Emo and said carefully, "Qianbei, ask what you like."
Emo waved his hand. Sister Yen, I'm not very old, just call me Emo. I'm not used to being called Qianbei. Yen said carefully, yes, brother Yi. She didn't dare to call Emo by his name.
In the cultivation realm, the difference between cultivation levels was very strict. Emo didn't keep fussing with this matter and asked, "Where are we?"
Tang Mangrao and them also came over to listen.
Clearly, they didn't know where this place was either. Yen quickly said, "Brother Yi, this place is called God Beast Mountain Range. It has a lot of spirit herbs."
The precious spirit herbs outside are just ordinary things here. God Beast Mountain Range?
Emo looked at Tang Mangrao but she shook her head. "I don't know this place too. I've never heard of this place in North Far State."
Is this place not North Far State? Su Jingwen called out in shock. Emo was shook, such a powerful teleportation formation. Just where was this teleportation formation leading to?
Hearing this, Emo's heart sunk. In North Far State it was good since he had Blue Moon, but if this was outside of Luoyu continent then it was bad. Hearing this, Yen looked at Emo in shock.
Xian. Brother Yi, you guys came from North Far State? You crossed the Heartless Sea? Hearing this, Emo breathed easy.
She knew about the Heartless Sea, she knew about North Far State. This meant that they were still on Luoyu continent. Emo nodded.
Yes, we came from North Far State, we don't know this place. Which state is this?
Yen knew Emo was no ordinary person to have warded off the spirit beasts. She quickly said, "Brother Yi, we're at the God Beast Mountain Range. There's a river opposite here called Abyssal River, it's boundless and endless. No one knows where it leads to.
Of course, some people say it leads to the demon realm." Emo frowned. Demon land? I've heard of a demon prison Forbidden Grounds. But demon prison Forbidden Grounds is in South Peace State. Is this South Peace State?
Yen quickly shook her head. "Brother Yi, I've also heard of South Peace State, but this place isn't South Peace State, it's West Extreme State."
So they were in West Extreme State. Emo nodded.
This place was much closer to North Far State than South Peace State was.
Hearing this, Tang Mangrao was very shocked. It was clearly impossible to cross the Heartless Sea with her power. She looked at Emo. If Emo wanted to go back, she wanted to ask Emo to bring her back. Hearing this, Zhou Yuxuan's master seemed overjoyed.
West Extreme State was much better than North Far State to him. This place was abundant in spirit chi. Just looking at the abundant resources here, he wouldn't need to worry about cultivation resources.
He never planned to go back to North Far State. Wait, are you talking about land or prison? Emo felt things weren't right. Yen immediately replied, "Demon land. Opposite the Abyssal River is a forest. That forest is called Endless Forest.
It said there are more high-level spirit herbs there than the God Beast Mountain Range."
Where do you come from? Are there human cultivators here?
I heard there are few human cultivators in the West Extreme State.
Tang Mangrao asked some questions of her own. Yan Yan nodded.
We come from West Cultivator City. It's a human cultivator city no smaller than this place.
Almost all the human cultivators go there to cultivate or trade. Su Jingwen was shocked. There's a city that big?
Yes, rather than a city, it's more like a region that human cultivators live in.
West Extreme State can be divided into 4 blocks.
The first is where the spirit beasts dwell. This includes the God Beast Mountain Range and Endless Forest. The second is West Cultivator City, the third is the Abyssal River, and last is the Demon Land.
Yan Yan explained. Yi Mo didn't understand.
That Abyssal River is only a few hundred kilometers wide.
I can even scan to the other side with my spirit sense. How is the third block with the Demon Land?
Yan Yan shook her head. Brother Yi, you can't scan your spirit sense to the opposite side all the time. You saw there were a few hundred kilometers because you were probably at Landing Desert. When you really wanted to cross the Abyssal River, it would take longer than crossing the Heartless Sea. Usually, if it's not at a special place in time, you can't cross it. The special place is Landing Desert and the special time is December, which is now.
Then what is the Demon Land? Yi Mo asked.
Yan Yan answered, no one has been there. It said there's 2 paths there. One is through the Abyssal River, but no one who has gone in has survived or come out. The other way is through the Sand River. The Sand River is the 4th block in West Extreme State. It's the largest, no one can go to all parts of it. Many cultivators who go and get lost forever and never come out.
Hearing this, everyone fell silent.
This West Extreme State was too eerie. Then if we want to leave West Extreme State, where do we go to get into the Heartless Sea? Tang Mangrao was worried about her sect. Yan Yan said, if you want to go to the Heartless Sea, you must get back to the West Cultivator City.
That's the only place near the Heartless Sea. Yi Mo nodded.
Yan, let's go collect some spirit herbs and then go to West Cultivator City.
By the way, what was that young god lord about? Why are you here?
Yan Yan quickly said, there are 3 god lords in this place and 1 young god lord.
I thought you were the young god lord as you scared them away.
But Sister Tang called you Emo, and she glanced at Su Jingwen and said, I heard the fiancé of the young god lord doesn't like him. She won't appear here with you like that. The young god lord cares about his fiancé a lot, he won't appear with another woman like this. We're at the God Beast Mountain Range, but we're not inside the Forbidden Grounds. It's public that some cultivators sneak in here to pick spirit herbs, but there are too many high-level spirit beasts here and most of them would be devoured.
Then why do you dare to come in?
Yi Mo frowned. Chapter 1282, Heaven 36 Domains. Yan Yan's face dimmed. It's because I have a little brother called Yen Jinshin. 30 years ago, he was ambushed and poisoned when he was in the West Cultivator City challenging the Heaven 36 Domains. His bones softened and he can't cultivate unless he rebuilds his body or gets the antidote.
You're looking for the Yi Xing vine?
Yi Mo asked. Yan Yan nodded. Yes, we don't dare to hope for body rebuilding herbs, but if we can find the Yi Xing vine it would be much better.
I wouldn't come here if it wasn't for that vine. I'm also going to dig for spirit herbs, you can follow behind.
It's up to your luck whether you can find it or not, Yi Mo immediately said. He didn't mind helping them casually. Thank you, Brother Yi.
Yan Yan immediately thanked and followed Yi Mo. Even Yen Jindong came up and thanked Yi Mo.
If they didn't follow Yi Mo, it would be very hard for them to find the vine even though they came here. Yi Mo didn't ask anything more and the group followed him, digging up spirit herbs as they talked. It was like they were in their own garden. No spirit beast dared to appear before them. Some spirit beasts saw them come and quickly moved aside. However, although there were a lot of spirit herbs here, they were mostly level 6 and level 5.
There were few level 7 and even less level 8.
They never encountered the Yi Xing vine. As time went on, Yan Yan grew worried. She knew Yi Mo wouldn't be staying here forever. If Yi Mo felt he had enough spirit herbs and wanted to leave, it would be almost impossible for her to get the vine. Tang Mangrao saw her expression inside. Yan Yan saved her and her disciple. She was grateful, so she said, Martial Sister Yan, what's the Heaven 36 Domains your brother challenged? Yan Yan heard this and immediately answered, there are three famous places in West Cultivator City. The first is Life and Death Tower, the second is Xing Cultivator Association, the third is Heaven 36 Domains. The 36 Domains is the most famous. Almost all cultivators above body condensation state went there. The Heaven 36 Domains is the best place for cultivators to cultivate their domain. It's suitable for even truth realization state peak stage cultivators. Yemo heard this and also had some interest. His domain was in initial completion, but that was through his own learning and his battles with other people. He had never had a systematic knowledge of domain. No one had taught him. If there was a place like Heaven 36 Domains to allow him to completely understand the notion of domain and then perfect it with his 3 birth chant, then his battle power would increase many folds. If he went there, wouldn't his domain be able to reach great completion? Yemo was disaster transformation state level 6 and knew that the higher the power level, it wasn't just a battle of cultivation essence and spirit sense, but also understanding of magic and domain. Would those who passed the Heaven 36 Domains get a deeper understanding of domain? Yemo immediately asked. Yin Yen shook her head. Brother Yi, you've never been to West Cultivator City, so you've never seen it. It has existed since antiquity, but no one has passed the 30th domain. The most powerful truth realization state cultivator I've seen came out at the 26th domain. Why doesn't he try the 27th? Yu-chan asked. Yin Yen answered, if you don't have the power to pass through the next domain but you force your way in, your domain will be torn apart and you can't get out. That truth realization state cultivator knew he was only able to reach the 26th domain, so he came out. There are countless cultivators who die inside each year. Did your brother? Tang Mangrao subconsciously asked but immediately stopped. She didn't want Yin Yen to be sad again. She shook her head. No, my brother was body condensation state peak stage power. He went with his friend and reached the 9th domain, but he was ambushed there. At this moment, Yin Yen looked up at the direction Yemo was going and suddenly called out. Brother Yi, we can't go forward anymore. Yemo looked at her in confusion. Why not? It's the forbidden grounds ahead. No human cultivators are allowed inside. This row of spirit attraction trees are the markings. Beyond the trees are the forbidden grounds. If we go in, the beast cultivators of this place will hunt us down, Yin Yen quickly said. Yemo felt the dense spirit chi behind the trees and knew the real high-level spirit herbs were inside there. Yemo expanded his spirit sense but found he couldn't see inside at all. Now that Yin Yen said this, he couldn't go inside. If she didn't tell him, Yemo could say he didn't know. Yemo knew there were high-level spirit beasts here. He nodded and didn't go in. Those spirit beasts didn't come looking for trouble clearly because they were told not to. Since other people didn't want trouble, Yemo didn't want to start trouble either. Just when Yemo was about to leave, Yin Yen suddenly charged into the forbidden grounds. Yin Yen, what are you doing? Tang Mangrao was shook. Yin Yen just said this was forbidden grounds, so why did she charge inside? Yemo was confused too, but when he saw the Yi Xing vine inside, he understood. Yemo didn't stop her. He knew she would come out after she got the vine. But Yin Yen wasn't so lucky. She didn't go in 1 kilometer before a gray shadow dashed towards her. She cried in pain and was slapped away out of the forbidden grounds. She spat some blood and spasmed on the ground. Yemo frowned and gave Su Jingwen a pill. Jingwen, feed her. Then he went towards the forbidden grounds. The shadow didn't hide. He was a disaster transformation state peak stage beast cultivator. He looked nervous when he saw Yemo come but didn't fight. When he saw Yemo cross inside, his face changed and yelled, do you know you've come inside the God Beast Mountain Range forbidden grounds? Those who come in are killed no matter what. If it wasn't for Yemo, he would have killed Yin Yen for coming in the forbidden grounds. Chapter 1283, take those insects away. Yemo knew this beast cultivator let Yin Yen have it easy, but to him, such an attack was no different than killing her. He could stop Yin Yen and let her leave or wait for her to explain herself. If he didn't have top-grade pills, she would be no different than her brother. I just came here so I don't know some god beast forbidden grounds, but you hurt my friend. Should I give you a slap or do something else? Yemo came in the forbidden grounds but didn't attack immediately. The beast cultivator saw Yemo come in but there was nothing he could do. To him, Yemo was a truth realization state cultivator. If he dared to attack first, he must be sick of living. Shen Bei, this is our God Beast Mountain Range forbidden grounds. We didn't stop Qianbei from collecting spirit herbs outside, but if you still stay here, you will be our mortal enemy. The beast cultivator knew that he was no match for Emo, but guarding the forbidden grounds was his job. If he dared to retreat, he would be dead if he went back. He had sent for help and now he could only wait, Emo sneered. I was never planning to go in the forbidden grounds, but you saw. My friend just wanted one spirit herb and you injure her so gravely. Now I'll give you two options. One is to let me slap you or let us go inside and collect spirit herbs for a day. Emo was planning to just teach him a lesson and take away the Yi Xing vine, but after he came in he saw there were much better spirit herbs here. The spirit chi was more than 10 times greater than outside. These beast cultivator really had a good place. There was no way he would let Emo slap him, and letting them come in was more impossible. The disaster transformation state beast cultivator knew he couldn't win, but he still could only release his magic artifact. At this moment, that blue-haired man looked coldly at a beast cultivator knelt before him. He dares to enter the forbidden grounds? Yes, for real, he really came in, the beast cultivator said shakily. The blue-haired man looked coldly at the two behind him. Ming Yang, didn't you say he knew his position? Why did he come in? The woman wasn't too worried, she bowed. Third God Lord, since he came in by mistake, you only need to explain things to him. I think he would know what to do after seeing you. If he really wants to force his way in, I believe Third God Lord doesn't even need to attack. The man heard this and nodded. Okay, let's go see him together. Emo saw the cultivator release his magic artifact and just wanted to blast him into the ground when he heard howling sounds. Half a minute later, dense groups of spirit beasts charged over. The area inside and outside the forbidden grounds were filled with spirit beasts. The lowest level spirit beasts were level 6, but most were level 8 and level 9. There were even 100 level 10 spirit beasts. Yuchan and everyone else's face went pale. Even Yen Yen was full of shock and regret. She regretted going in. Seeing this, Emo stopped and waved to Su Jingwen and them outside for them to come in. But the spirit beast outside didn't charge in, they just surrounded the outside. Emo looked at the disaster transformation state peak stage beast cultivator and suddenly sneered. You want to see me cause carnage? Very well, I will show you. Then, Emo waved and multiple lightning arcs rained down. The spirit attraction trees were immediately destroyed and the place was a mess. Seeing the power of Emo's lightning, the disaster transformation state peak stage beast cultivator's face changed. Just when he wanted to say something, there was howling behind him. The disaster transformation state cultivator's face dazed and showed a sliver of horror. He quickly bowed and stood on the side. As soon as he did, a level 10 peak ice leopard landed, and behind him were more than 10 disaster transformation state beast cultivator and 2 truth realization state primary stage beast cultivator. There were tens of level 10 spirit beasts and there was a level 11 two-headed lion amongst them. They were all behind the level 10 peak ice leopard. A blue-haired man got off the leopard. He was also a beast cultivator and was truth realization state level 4. Emo took a cold breath in. This form was too powerful. As soon as the beast cultivators came, the other spirit beasts and beast cultivators all stopped. There was a man and woman behind the blue-haired beast cultivator and they followed closely as the beast cultivator walked towards Emo. The beast cultivator studied Emo and his eye spasmed. He couldn't see Emo's power level. He was suspecting if Emo's divine damnation before was immortal ascension divine damnation. Usually, cultivators would immediately ascend into the immortal realm after the divine damnation, but some powerful cultivators can extend that time for at most a month. Third God Lord Master. The disaster transformation state beast cultivator said shakily. The blue-haired man waved his hand and the disaster transformation state peak stage retreated to the side. That seductive-looking female cultivator walked up to Emo and saluted with her fists. Friend, we've been giving you convenience. Why did you still come into our forbidden grounds? Our third God Lord Master is here. If you have no reason, then no matter what, our mountain range won't let you go. These words gave him enough face but also gave them a way out. Emo nodded and saluted with his fists to the blue-haired cultivator. I'm Emo, I greet third God Lord. The blue-haired cultivator also saluted with his fists but didn't talk. Emo said, I was passing by your sacred lands and saw the spirit herbs here were good, so I wanted to collect some low-level spirit herbs. My friend just saw Yi Xing vine and wanted to pick it but was heavily beaten. If I wasn't a pill master and had some pills, my friend would be long dead.
Now you bring so many high spirit beasts here, third god lord, do you want to have a battle?
If so, I'm willing to accompany you till the end. Then, Yemo's power rose and instantly swept over a radius of a few kilometers of radius. His state was in initial completion and he knew the weakness of this third god lord, so he targeted that. The blue-haired cultivator was hesitating but suddenly felt Yemo's power.
His mind was shaken and an opening was created.
He was surprised. If Yemo fought him now, he would have the lower hand for sure. Just his chi was this powerful. Clearly, he was at least truth realization state peak stage power. Such a powerful cultivator, he was no weaker than Big and second brother.
Third god lord immediately defended against this pressure with all his mind and saluted with his fists.
So it's a misunderstanding. We have a lot of Yixing vines in the forbidden grounds. If brother Yi wants them, just ask. It's simple, but just charging into our forbidden grounds like this is against our rules.
Yemo saluted with his fists. Since it's a misunderstanding, then never mind. Sister Yen, collect the Yixing vine and let's go.
Yemo saw there were so many spirit beasts here, and as for the big and second god lords who hadn't appeared yet, he didn't need to fight them all. Ha!
A laughter sounded. Who dares to collect spirit herbs here?
Third god lord, are you going to break the god beast mountain ranges rules just because great and second god lord aren't here?
Or are you scared of people and don't dare to tell these human insects to piss off?
A tall young man landed not far from the third god lord. He didn't seem ugly, but his face was very dark. Hearing this, Yemo frowned. He wasn't going to follow up the matter of Yen Yen being heavily injured, but someone wanted to stop them from getting even one Yixing vine, young god lord. The beast cultivators all bowed. The black-faced man looked at third god lord in contempt and said to a truth realization state beast cultivator he brought, "Take those insects away." Chapter 1284, the insects are still here. The third god lord saw this and frowned. Just when he wanted to say something, he stopped when he heard the young god lord was going to teach Yemo a lesson. He just closed his eyes and ignored the scorn of the young god lord.
Yes.
The truth realization state beast cultivator grabbed at Yemo with cultivation essence giant hand. He treated Yemo as a low-level cultivator. Yemo looked very young. Such a young human cultivator would be at most a hollow spirit state cultivator. Even the highest powered woman was only disaster transformation state level 8. Yemo saw this underestimating move and smirked. This was just a truth realization state level 1 beast cultivator. Even if he fought with him at full power, he might even be killed, but this guy still acted so cocky. Zisu was released instantly. Illusion Cloud Domain Shatter Strike.
Yemo targeted the beast cultivator's underestimation of him.
This way, he would make him suffer greatly in this blow, and thus he wouldn't be able to tell his power. Otherwise, he would have to run facing so many beast cultivators. Crack. The truth realization state beast cultivator's cultivation essence giant hand immediately cracked and disappeared against Yemo's sword ray. However, Zisu didn't stop at all and sliced over at the domain's weakest point. Immediately, the beast cultivator's domain also dissipated. Seeing this, the beast cultivator was scared soulless. He was immediately about to release his defense magic artifact, but the space around him slowed down. At this instant, his body went cold. This cultivator broke his domain and controlled him with domain instead. Splurge. Zisu slashed over the beast cultivator's chest, bringing a string of blood.
The truth realization state beast cultivator flew out hundreds of meters before barely stopping.
A deep gash stretched from his chest to his stomach.
Blood kept trickling outside.
The beast cultivator quickly ate a pill before looking at Yemo in shock. Yemo didn't chase him but released 4 black lightning arcs. After 4 more explosions, the level 10 spirit beasts who went to grab Tang Mangrao and them were sent flying back. Charred. Yemo then looked back at the young god lord and waved his hand. An arm-thick lightning arc flew over.
No.
The third god lord saw Yemo casually beat a truth realization state primary stage beast cultivator to heavy injury without any resistance. The other 4 level 10 spirit beasts really couldn't even last one move in front of him. If he was to slaughter, how many spirit beasts would die in the god beast mountain ranges? He rejoiced that he didn't attack Yemo, but seeing Yemo use lightning arc against the young god lord, he was worried. If the young god lord was dead, then they would become mortal enemies, but it was too late. Yemo's lightning arc already flew over. A terrifying explosion sounded, blurring people's vision. After everything cleared, everyone saw a scared to the extreme young god lord. He didn't get killed, but a huge 10-meter rock before him was pulverized and some pebbles splashed onto his face, drawing some blood. Seeing this, the blue-haired beast cultivator stopped his words.
Clearly, Emo knew to control himself. Emo walked up to that young god lord and patted his face. Young god lord master, the insect is still here, are you going to capture me? That truth realization state beast cultivator pointed at Emo in terror.
Your truth realization state peak stage, only a cultivator so much more powerful than him could instantly see the weakness of his domain and break it easily.
He couldn't even resist at all. Emo didn't answer him and acted contemptuous as he asked, "Did you know I let you live just then?"
"That was on Third God Lord's account. If you dare to be so rude again, I won't let you go a second time." Hearing this, the Third God Lord immediately felt satisfied. That young God Lord immediately came to scorn him, and now, he offended this man and was only let go on his account. Your truth realization state peak stage cultivator. That young God Lord looked at Emo in shock. Emo just sneered. "Do you believe I can crush you at any time?" That young God Lord dazed for a moment and reacted, but it was impossible for him to show weakness in front of all those spirit beasts and beast cultivator. He was regretting coming here, but he said coldly, "You can kill me, if I, Liang Mulan, frown, I'm a bastard. I believe you can escape from here, but as long as you're still in West Extreme State, the God Beast Mountain Range will get revenge for me. The hidden elder of ours will also help me." Emo was truly shook this time. There was another hidden elder other than the three God Lords? That hidden elder without question was Truth Realization State Peak Stage. Luckily he didn't kill this young God Lord on a whim, however, Emo still patted his face. "Hidden elder? I'm not scared. But why would I stay in West Extreme State? I'm just passing by, I will be going back to South Peace State. If you have time, come find me at South Peace State, I'm waiting." Even if the spirit beasts here went to South Peace State, he wouldn't be scared in South Peace State. Hearing this, the young God Lord fell silent. He was about to leave West Extreme State. He wouldn't be scared of any threats. Plus, South Peace State's cultivation level was no weaker than West Extreme State. The elder from here wouldn't get much good out of going to South Peace State. Plus, those elders wouldn't leave the mountain ranges. Seeing this, Emo didn't keep scorning him. He walked up to that third God Lord and saluted with his fists. "Thank you, Third God Lord." Then he signaled to Yen Yen. Seeing this, Yen Yen immediately reacted and knew Emo was telling her to go dig the Yi Xing vine. No spirit beast nor beast cultivator stopped her this time. The third God Lord saluted with his fists. "Brother Yi, you're too polite. By the way, you said you were a pill master?" Hearing this, Emo immediately realized that the third God Lord wanted to connect with him. They had a lot of spirit herbs, it was too good of a deal to use them to connect with him. Emo said this before with this intention. He saw there were so many spirit herbs here untouched and knew there was few pill masters here. He nodded. "Yes, but I'm not a pill master, I'm a level 8 pill king. If you need anything for me to do, I can help." The higher level he said he was, the more high-level spirit herbs they would be giving him. If he wasn't scared that this third God Lord wanted him to concoct heaven grade level 9 pills, he would be saying he was level 9 pill king. Yang Meng Rao knew Emo must have reached disaster transformation state. She knew his insane cultivation speed and ability to fight beyond his level. It had been less than a month and Emo reached disaster transformation state. Tang Meng Rao was speechless. She didn't dare to imagine this despite knowing Emo had 2 immortal crystals. "What? You're a level 8 pill king?" The third God Lord waddazed. He couldn't control his shock anymore. Chapter 1285, Concoct Heaven Grade Level 7 Pills on the spot. After 3 whole seconds, the third God Lord was dazed and asked again, "Brother Yi, you're really a level 8 pill king?" Emo laughed. "Are level 8 pill kings really rare? I can concoct for you on the spot." It was very rude to do that, so third God Lord quickly waved his hand. No need. I really didn't expect Brother Yi to be a level 8 pill king, that's magnificent." Then he rubbed his hands. "Brother Yi, you know that we don't have a lot of things, but we have a lot of spirit herbs. However, we don't even have a level 1 pill king. How about Brother Yi come be our guest at God Lord Peak? I promise you will be happy." Even the beast cultivators behind him looked at Emo with uncertainty and shock, but most were suspicious. Even the young god lord seemed in extreme disbelief. If he knew Emo was level 8 Pill King, he would give even 100 Xingbines, much less one. Even in the endless forest in the West Cultivator City, Pill Kings were extremely rare, much less level 8 Pill Kings. They were sure Emo was a Truth Realization State Peak Stage Cultivator. If it wasn't a Truth Realization State Peak Stage Cultivator, who would dare to say he was a level 8 Pill King unless he never wanted to see the sun again? Although Emo knew the third God Lord didn't have any bad will, he had concerns bringing so many people to the God Beast mountain range. If he didn't go, it would be a waste. This third God Lord must have a lot of high-level spirit herbs. Level 8 and level 9 spirit herbs were very useful to him now. He was a level 8 Pill King, and if he wanted to reach level 9, he would need large amounts of level 9 spirit herbs to experiment with. The reason level 8 level 9 Pill Kings were so rare was mainly due to not having enough spirit herbs to practice on. He was disaster transformation state level 6, and if he didn't have enough cultivation resources, he might stay at this level for another 100 years. But if he had top-notch cultivation resources such as large amounts of extreme-grade spirit ranges or a few immortal crystals, he would be able to reach disaster transformation state peak stage quickly. Then, he would need to concoct pills for reaching truth realization state. For that, he would need to be a level 9 Pill King. Without question, even if there were level 9 Pill Kings on Luoying continent, he wouldn't be able to find them. He could only rely on himself, so Emo was truly interested in Third God Lord's invitation. Seeing Emo's silence, Third God Lord suddenly woke up. "Brother Yi, I was too rude. I'm Jiao Huanjin, God Beast Mountain Range's Third God Lord." Then he said to the Disaster Transformation State Peak Stage Beast Cultivator Guard, "Tell everyone to go do what they need to do. Brother Yi is our guest now, no one shall stop him." "Yes." The Beast Cultivator answered and followed the order. Moments later, all those spirit beasts left. Seeing this, Emo knew that the Third God Lord truly wanted to connect with him. Just when he wanted to agree, the Third God Lord said hesitantly, "Brother Yi, would you be able to concoct the Snow Sang pill?" Emo immediately asked, "You have the level 8 spirit herb blue snow seed?" Snow Sang pill was a heaven grade level 7 pill. It was very hard to concoct. Ordinary level 8 Pill Kings would need to be careful. Its main purpose was to cure pill poison. However, no one could afford to use the pill as the main ingredient was blue snow seed. It was a level 8 spirit herb and was very rare. Theoretically, it should be a level 8 heaven grade pill, but it had a special attribute: it couldn't be kept for long. It would only last for a year and then it would melt like snow no matter what. Thus, the value of the pill was greatly reduced. "You're indeed a level 8 Pill King, this is great." "Brother Yi, this is great." Third God Lord immediately said in surprise and joy. Emo laughed to himself. If a level 8 Pill King was confirmed like this, then there would be level 8 Pill Kings everywhere in South Peace State. Then, Third God Lord took out a blue snow seed and gave it to Emo. "Brother Yi, please help me concoct a Snow Sang pill. I need it desperately." He thought that Emo didn't want to go to the God Lord Peak, so he took it out here. Seeing that Third God Lord didn't even use Jade Box to preserve the blue snow seed, Emo was speechless. But he was happy that Third God Lord didn't tell him to keep going to the God Lord Peak. Seeing this, the young God Lord didn't leave immediately either. He looked over, wanting to see if Emo could concoct a heaven grade level 7 pill. Emo set up a restriction, casually making the people around unable to see his methods. Then, he took out Shinnon Cauldron and the Mist Lotus Heartfire. The restriction he set up casually made the Third God Lord gaze his eyes out. The two Beast Cultivator behind him and the young God Lord were also dumbfounded. They could tell by that restriction that Emo was at least a Formation Grandmaster. A Formation Grandmaster was a Pill King too? Who dared to believe this? Yen Yen already collected the Yi Xingbine when she saw Emo's actions. She was dazed. She was a level 6 Formation Great Master. She had spent a fortune to get that broken level 8 formation to stop the Beast Cultivators for nearly a month. Now, she realized her formation knowledge was nothing compared to Emo's. Emo had already melted the blue snow seed. Snow Sang pill was much harder to concoct than heaven grade level 7 pills, but Emo was a level 8 Pill King in 8 minutes. He was starting to condense the pill. His restriction stopped vision and spirit sense, but it didn't stop smell. A faint pill aroma spread out. When everyone smelled this, their minds were cleared and their bodies seemed to have lost impurities. Everyone knew that what disappeared wasn't impurities but pill poison. Just smelling the aroma could remove pill poison. What would happen if you ate the pill? The third god lord was shaking with excitement. That's right, it's this smell, it's this smell. The young god lord's face was uncertain too. He also had the luck to get a snow sang pill before. He could tell by the smell that it was indeed the snow sang pill. But the smell was much purer than the one he got before. He finally realized why third god lord was so polite to EMO. EMO finished condensing the pill and used pill pulling spells. Then, he brought out 6 pure snow white pills and put them into the jade bottle. Then, EMO removed the restriction. The desperate third god king ran up to EMO. EMO passed the jade bottle over. The snow sang pills are done, Brother Jiao. Have a look, see if they're up to your standard. Yes, yes. Third god lord said before even opening the bottle. He desperately opened the bottle and saw 6 snow white pills laying inside, and the joy on his face was inexpressible. The degree of whiteness represented the level of the pill. These pills didn't have a sliver of yellow and were pure white like snow. They were special grade snow sang pills. These are special grade snow white pills. After a long while, the third god lord exclaimed. He still couldn't believe he just got them. How many spirit stones would be needed to buy these? EMO just gave them to him in merely 15 minutes. Chapter 1286, West Cultivator City. That young god lord didn't expect EMO to really be a level 8 pill king. He made 6 special grade snow sang pills in such a short time. Clearly, he was a top level 8 pill king, able to reach level 9 pill king at any time. The third god lord could see this as well. After a long while, he woke up from his shock and joy. He quickly put away the pills and saluted with his fists. Brother Yi, such powerful pill concoction skills. I believe you won't take long to reach level 9 pill king. You're the most talented pill king I've ever seen. EMO smiled but didn't speak. He was thinking, the spirit herbs I need to reach level 9 pill king are on you. Hurry up and take them out, Brother Yi. Wanjin shamelessly want to invite Brother Yi to be a guest at our Godlord Peak. I will treat you as the most honorable VIP, third Godlord invited. EMO long wanted to go after concocting the pills. The third Godlord's head was simple, but EMO didn't dare to underestimate the God Beast mountain range. He was with Jingwen. What if something happened? Plus, that young Godlord hated him. So EMO saluted with his fists without hesitation. Thank you, third god lord, but I need to go. Seeing that EMO was really going to go, the third god lord quickly took out a storage ring for EMO. Brother Yi, this is just a small gift, hope you don't mind. He wanted EMO to go to the Godlord Peak to collect spirit herbs himself, but now that EMO was going to go, he could only give EMO the spirit herbs he had on him. EMO was waiting for this and took it. When he scanned his spirit sense in, his mouth spasmed. There were more than 50 level 9 spirit herbs and over 400 level 8 spirit herbs. Wealthy, this God Beast mountain range was too wealthy. He just helped third god lord concoct a cauldron of snowsang pills. One could see that the great and second god lord would only be more wealthy. He even wanted to set up a stall here to concoct pills. However, EMO was regretful to find there was no ice carrot or truth spirit grass here. EMO thanked. Thank you, Brother Jiao, you gave me so many precious spirit herbs. Seeing EMO take his things, the third god lord rejoiced. Brother Yi, I came out in a rush, so I didn't bring a lot of spirit herbs with me. Next time, you must come visit. I will give you more spirit herbs. EMO couldn't tell him to go back and pick them up, so he answered, okay, if I come next time, I will come visit. One of my friend's soul is poisoned. Would you be able to get an ice carrot? He needed it for truth carrot pill, of course, but he couldn't let them suspect his power level. As for truth spirit herb, he didn't say it as its only use was to concoct truth spirit pill, ice carrot? Third god lord frowned. EMO could tell he didn't have it. It was much more precious than ordinary level 9 spirit herbs, and it was found only in icy lands. Just when EMO wanted to say never mind, third god lord said, Brother Yi, come to my Godlord Peak in 3 months and I will find a way for you. With this, EMO nodded. If I'm free in 3 months, I will come visit third god lord for sure. Then, EMO took out Blue Moon and let Su Jingwen and them go on before bidding farewell. Seeing this blue trail, the young god lord knew that even with the elder helping out, they wouldn't be able to keep this pill king. Eyeing EMO off, third god lord rejoiced. Gaha, I'm quite lucky. Today I, Zhao Genuan, connected with a master like this.
Let's go back.
The young god lord saw this and his face was green. He looked in Yemo's direction for a while and left. Blue Moon followed Yin Yan's direction and left the God Beast mountain range after 2 days. Even Blue Moon needed 2 days to leave here. Clearly the God Beast mountain range was very large. He looked at Yin Yan and asked, "How did you get so far into the God Beast mountain range?" Yin Yan feared him a little after seeing all of Yemo's capabilities. She quickly answered, "My brother and I went in 2 years ago and we've been very careful. Only a month ago were we trapped by spirit beasts, so we used that formation to last till Brother Yi came."
Yemo nodded.
If they didn't run into him, they would be dead for sure. Blue Moon sped up even more after leaving the God Beast mountain range. In just a week, Blue Moon neared an extremely long mountain range. Yen Yen said, "After this mountain range is the West Cultivator World, the West Cultivator City."
Yemo nodded. After Blue Moon passed the mountain range, more human cultivators appeared.
Those cultivators saw Blue Moon's speed and moved aside. Clearly it was a powerful Chenbei to be able to own such a flying magic artifact. 2 days later, Yemo saw a tall city gate with his spirit sense. There were the 2 words West Cultivator. There was nothing else but that, not even any city walls. West Cultivator City is a city without walls. "Brother Yi, it's best to change a flying magic artifact before going in," Yin Yen said. Yemo knew that since the West Cultivator City was on par with God Beast Mountain Range, it wouldn't be a simple place. He was planning to change a magic artifact, so he let out a low-grade flying cultivation artifact. 8 minutes later, they arrived outside the city.
There were a lot of cultivators going in and out.
Some even had a bloody smell on them, clearly coming back from killing spirit beasts. As soon as they went in, Zhou Yushuang's master bid them farewell. He never planned on going back to North Far State. The West Cultivator City's spirit chi was extremely dense. It was the best option to cultivate here for them. Yin Yan also came to bid farewell. They left behind a communication bead saying that after her brother recovered, they would come thank Yemo immediately. Seeing no one was around, Tang Mengrao asked, "Yemo, when are you going back to North Far State?"
"I want to go back with you."
Yemo nodded. She would have to go with him or she would never get back to North Far State. He had no pressure crossing Heartless Sea to North Far State now. He was Disaster Transformation State Level 6 and had Blue Moon. He wasn't scared of Truth Realization State either.
"Where do you want to go now?" "If it's not convenient, I can find a place to stay with you, Chan."
"Just tell us when you leave," Tang Mengrao said. Su Jingwen spoke. "It's fine, sect leader Tang. We can stay together and help each other." Tang Mengrao also wanted to follow Yemo. Hearing this, she immediately said, "That would be great."
"Sister Jingwen, just call me Sister Tang now.
We've gone through hardship together."
Su Jingwen held Yemo's arm and smiled.
"Sure, Sister Tang."
Yemo didn't really mind Tang Mengrao following.
His attention was on the cultivators here. He found that cultivators from this city were very ferocious and had a killing chi on them. Clearly, this was a place of survival of the fittest. Let's go find a place to stay first. Then I'm going to check out Heaven 36 domains, Yemo said. Xing Cultivator Association, one of the 3 most famous places.
Should we go have a look?
Yu-chan pointed at a black tower sign and asked, Chapter 1287, Bloody Exean Cultivator Association. Yemo scanned his spirit sense in and found it was blocked by the formation outside. Judging by the spirit chi density here, there would be a high-level spirit gathering formation inside. Even so, Yemo didn't want to go there to waste time. His target was clear: go to Heaven 36 domains first. If his power improved greatly, he would go to the God Beast Mountain Range and visit Third God Lord. If it wasn't, then he would leave West Cultivator City and go back to North Far State. At this moment, 2 Disaster Transformation State cultivators just got out of Exean Cultivator Association.
Their faint bloody smell aroused Yemo's attention. Then immediately, Yemo heard the 2 sound transmit. Is it Truth Spirit Grass?
That's right, it is indeed. This guy is asking to die. How dare he go to Xing Cultivator Alliance with it? He doesn't even know it's been exposed. The 2 noticed Yemo and them and stopped talking immediately. Leaving here quickly, Yemo stopped. What was Exean Cultivator Association? There was actually Truth Spirit Grass? Could people kill here however they wanted? Let's go inside.
Emo turned back and said to Tang Mangrao. Then he went in.
If there were truth spirit herbs here, he really didn't want to go to God Beast Mountain Range again. That third God Lord seemed very nice, but GMO had never seen the first or second God Lord, as well as those elders. He didn't think just because he was disaster transformation state level 6, he was invincible. There wouldn't be a lot of people stronger than him in West Extreme State, but there wouldn't be few either. No one stopped them at the door and no one asked a thing, but when EMO and them walked inside, they were dazed. He thought this place was like a marketplace with all sorts of deals going on, but he instead saw a huge parlor. More like a square but with a roof. The square had intense spirit chi. EMO believed there was at least a half extreme grade spirit range below. There were all sorts of cultivators filling in the square. Most of them hid their power, but everyone was full of ferocity and killing chi. There were tens of transparent restrictions in the square and some had cultivators cultivating inside. EMO only needed to look at them to know they were trying to break through. What sort of place was this? Just when EMO wanted to ask, one of the restrictions opened and a cultivator walked over with excitement. At the same time, extremely dense spirit chi seeped out of the restriction as soon as this cultivator came out. Two rushed towards the restriction. The two didn't say anything and fought immediately. Although they hid their power, EMO could tell one was body condensation state level 6 and one was body condensation state level 3. They too didn't fight for long and that body condensation state level 3 lost an arm. The body condensation state level 3 knew he had lost, so he threw his storage ring. When the body condensation state level 6 got this, he didn't kill the body condensation state level 3 and went inside for cultivation. EMO shook his head and just wanted to leave when he saw the two sitting on the side also start fighting. The difference in power was too great. One was body condensation state level 5 and another hollow spirit state. In half a minute, the hollow spirit state was killed and the body condensation state took the storage ring like nothing had happened and sat down again. One low-level cultivator came to the scene rapidly to clean up and then soon left this place. EMO found that you could fight here but you couldn't sneak attack. You must challenge the cultivator even if they're in cultivation. Su Jingwen frowned too and held Mo's hand. This place is very bad, let's go. EMO nodded. He had lost interest in this place. Wait. Before EMO left, a disaster transformation state peak stage stopped EMO. EMO looked at that cultivator coldly. That disaster transformation state peak stage looked at Tang Mangrao and then Su Jingwen. Leave the necklace on you and your shoes behind, then you can go. Su Jingwen's face burst red and asked coldly, why should I? The disaster transformation state frowned. If not for your friend, I would keep you as well. Piss off. EMO said coldly. EMO made 3 middle-grade cultivation artifacts and Su Jingwen had 2. They were her necklace and shoes. The necklace was very pretty because EMO added blue moon ore to it. When the disaster transformation state heard EMO's words, he immediately said coldly, you're asking to die. Then, he sliced a dark yellow sword ray towards EMO's head. This was indeed such a place. EMO wasn't going to hold back, his cultivation essence splurged out with Zisu. EMO was adamant on killing this disaster transformation state cultivator. Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike brought a bloodthirsty purple ray over. A lot of people were watching this battle as this disaster transformation state peak stage cultivator was rather famous in the XIN Cultivator Association. That extremely vibrant purple sword ray caught people's attention even more. Soon, people realized EMO was no ordinary person either. Seeing this, the disaster transformation state cultivator sneered and just wanted to attack faster when he realized he seemed to be buried in mud. The half-moon sword he sent out also slowed down. His domain melted like snow in the sun. Not good, it's a tough one. The disaster transformation state peak stage's face changed. He was sure EMO was at least truth realization state. He was asking to die, robbing a truth realization state cultivator. Qianbei, Forg, a purple ray sliced across his forehead before he could even beg for mercy. An essence spirit sprouted out in worry, but before it could go far, the purple ray beamed up and melted it. EMO copied that body condensation state cultivator and picked up a storage ring. As for the cultivation artifact armor the disaster transformation state had, EMO wasn't interested at all. This square immediately fell dead silent. Some cultivators didn't even dare to look at EMO's eyes. A disaster transformation state peak stage was killed instantly at this young man's hands and not even his essence spirit got away. This was truth realization state. truth realization state for sure. Some cultivators looked at the dead body. The armor was broken, but it was still a middle grade cultivation artifact armor. It was still very valuable. But Yemo was here, so no one dared to go up. Another low-level cultivator came rapidly. Seeing this, all the cultivators seemed disappointed. That cultivator rapidly dealt with the body. Before Yemo and them could leave, a green-robed, well-dressed lady came over and bowed to them before saying softly, "Friends, our association leader invites you. If you're willing, I can lead the way." Everyone else showed eyes of envy hearing this. Yemo sort of understood the purpose of the Xin Cultivator Association. It was to provide spirit chi to cultivators, and when they found great talent or powerful cultivators, they would try to bring them in, but Yemo was uninterested in this. He waved his hand. "No need, we still have things to do, goodbye." Ha! The green-robed woman didn't expect Yemo would reject. This was the first time she encountered such situation. Everyone else was dazed too. There was an idiot like this. Chapter 1288, Heaven Domain. Masters, you really don't want to go. The green-robed woman didn't know what to say. Yemo frowned and asked, "Do we have to go?" The woman could see Yemo's annoyance and quickly shook her head. No, please don't misunderstand. We, the Xin Cultivator Association, won't coerce cultivators." "That's good." Then Yemo turned around and left with his group following him. After a long while, Su Jingwen said, "This Xin Cultivator Association is too scary. You can kill and rob people without concern." Yemo knew that Su Jingwen wasn't used to the law of jungle in the cultivation realm. Tang Mengrao said, "That Xin Cultivator Association is probably an organization that is here to attract more cultivators to come. I think those who show excellence here are noticed and invited to join. Then, they would give large amounts of cultivation resource to them." Yemo nodded and agreed. Yuchan said, "Then if we don't go, will it be fine?" Yemo didn't answer her. He knew that since there were so many people going, there would be a way for the Xin Cultivator Association to attract them. "Let's go find a place to stay first. If possible, I want to leave here quickly," Su Jingwen said. "Okay, let's find a place to stay first." Yemo agreed. He had so many level 8 and level 9 spirit herbs, it was certain he was going to reach level 9 Pill King. Before he went back to North Far State, he needed to do two things. Become a level 9 Pill King and find truth spirit herbs or ice carrot. He didn't want to come? A middle-aged man asked in confusion. The green-robed woman stood before him. She bowed nervously. "Yes, association leader." He didn't want to come and then he left. "I asked around and realized they just came to West Cultivator City. They don't really understand our rules. If they knew, they would join us for sure." The middle-aged man didn't speak, but the man next to him inquired, "Should we go investigate them?" The middle-aged man waved his hand. "No need, he's probably a truth realization state primary stage cultivator. Just as Lu Yi said, when he realizes the benefits of joining us, he will come even if he was truth realization state peak stage. There's no need to investigate him. A truth realization state peak stage is not much to us, but there's no need to get on his bad side due to this." "Yes," the other man replied. Yemo and them found a place to stay. Yemo had a lot of spirit stones and he wasn't unwilling to spend them here. Shiyu Hotel was one of the largest hotels here. It was a top-grade luxurious cultivator hotel. Yemo's 2 rooms were the most expensive ones in the hotel. One night cost 100,000 spirit stones, 1 month would cost 10 million. But the spirit chi here was extremely dense and it had all sorts of facilities. The reason Yemo didn't care about spirit stones now was because if he made a few cultivation artifacts or pills, they would be worth large sums of spirit stones. Plus, top-grade spirit stones were of little use to him in cultivation. He didn't need to keep storing them. Even though the formations here were top-notch, Yemo still reset the formation in his room. He stayed with Su Jingwen while Tang Mengrao stayed with Yuchan. When they settled in, the first thing Yemo did was ask about the Xin Cultivator Association. The Xin Cultivator Association provided a cultivation place with dense spirit chi, the big hall Yemo saw. They also provided the Breakthrough Spirit Eye, which was the cultivation place with restrictions. These places were free to enter, but you must fight over it with people. Usually, high-level cultivators wouldn't look for trouble with low-level cultivators as that would lower their score in the Xin Cultivator Association. But if the low-level cultivator offended high-level cultivator, then they could kill them easily. However, most of the people hid their power in the Xin Cultivator Association. If the difference wasn't too great, no one would know who was stronger. High levels could make low level cultivators hand over something, but they couldn't check low level cultivators' storage rings. The main purpose of cultivating outside was for the XIN Cultivator Association to notice you. If they did, they would invite you in and your cultivation progress would be huge. The XIN Cultivator Association had absurd cultivation resources. If you joined them, you would be allocated large sums of cultivation resources in dense spirit chi cultivation homes. They also controlled many ancient ruins that you could excavate yourself. Whatever you got from there belonged to you. The cultivators inside the hall could challenge anyone. You could reject, but if you did, you wouldn't be allowed in there again. The XIN Cultivator Association would send a messenger based on your performance. The girls were divided into yellow, orange, red, green, aqua, blue, purple. The better performance you showed, the darker the color of the messenger who came. Realizing this, Yemo lost all interest for the XIN Cultivator Association. He was even unhappy. Only a green-robed messenger came to invite him. Yemo and them stayed inside for 3 days because Yemo had to concoct pills. Yemo was also worried the XIN Cultivator Association would come investigate him, but Yemo realized he thought too much. That's true, he only got invited by a green-robed messenger. They didn't even take him that seriously. On the 4th day, Yemo was planning to go to Heaven 36 domains when the Yen siblings came over. Yemo saw they were fine and knew the Yi Xingbine had worked. The three thanked Yemo and Yen Zihangshin wanted to lead Yemo to Heaven 36 domains. According to Yen Yen Jinshin was the youngest, but he seemed older than the big brother. Anyhow, Yemo agreed. Yemo didn't want Su Jingwen to go, but she insisted on going. After all, it was dangerous to try there. Tang Mangrao also wanted to go there to deepen her understanding of domains, so they just all went together. West Cultivator City was a strange city. The cultivator residential place, spirit farms, herb gardens, and mountain ranges were all joined together. The Heaven 36 domain was a few hundred kilometers from their hotel, but it was still in the city. There was no air restriction, so they arrived there soon. The place was a trial ground, and so Yemo thought there wouldn't be a lot of people like the South Peace State Trial Tablet Square. But when Yemo came here, he realized this place had formed a commercial district and a marketplace. There were shops everywhere. As soon as Yemo walked in, he heard a bleak voice. Brother Yen actually found the Yi Xingbine quite substantial. You can get up now, congratulations. Yen Jinshin heard this voice and his face turned bad. He stared at that cultivator, asking coldly, Jin Shilong, did you conspire with people to harm me 30 years ago? This man sneered. Yen Jinshin, you need to be responsible for your words. I helped you out of goodwill and yet you speak of me like this. If you dare to do so again, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 1289, The Overlord of the Heaven Domain Square. Yen Yen pulled him when Yen Jinshin wanted to say something. Yemo looked at this cultivator. He was body condensation state peak stage and was very skinny. However, his mouth was very big. The body condensation state looked contemptuously at Yen Jinshin, seeing that he said nothing more but then smiled to Yemo. Friends, are you here to challenge the Heaven 36 domains? Yemo said casually, that's right. The big-mouthed cultivator had an even greater smile hearing this. You can come in through our place. I can assure you will be very happy. From our Shizhong tunnel, cultivators have the lowest injury rate and the highest rate of entering higher domains. Plus, you're Yen Jinshin's friends. I will take care of you. It was as though he was old friends with Yen Jinshin. Yemo looked at Yen Jinshin in confusion. He didn't understand what this big mouth said at all. Brother Yi, you don't know the situation of the Heaven domain? Yen Jinshin asked. Yemo nodded. Yes, I thought since it's a trial ground, then you can just go in. Do you need something special? This is the first time I've heard of this tunnel. The big-mouthed cultivator immediately realized it was Yemo's first time here and quickly stopped Yen Jinshin from talking and said, it's your first time here, then it's even better to come to our place. We will answer your questions precisely and there will be someone dedicated to send you in. Since Yen Jinshin knew this, Yemo wasn't going to ask some stranger to explain this. To Yen Jinshin, Yemo was their savior. He wasn't going to let them get scammed, so he said to Yemo, Brother Yi, how about we find a spirit rest tower and I'll explain things to you. Yemo wanted to nod, but that big-mouthed cultivator stopped Yen Jinshin again. Yen Jinshin, you don't need to explain. We will accommodate your friend well. He didn't let Yen Jinshin speak at all. Yemo's face sunk immediately and he said coldly,
fuck off. That cultivator didn't seem to believe EMO told him to fuck off. He reacted after a while and roared, "You dare to tell me to fuck off? You think you're tough because you have a disaster transformation state cultivator? You've got balls, very well." The big-mouthed cultivator sent a message and said coldly, "You're dead for sure. How dare you tell your grandpa to piss off in the Heaven Domain Square?" He then glanced at Tang Mengrao and didn't dare to attack EMO. EMO was confused how this big-mouthed cultivator saw Tang Mengrao's power, but he wasn't going to be afraid of his threat. He looked at Yen Yen and asked, "Sister Yen, what would happen if you killed here?" Yen Yen was worried, but now that EMO asked, she immediately remembered that EMO was someone who could connect with Third God Lord. How could he be afraid of an overlord in Heaven Domain Square? She immediately answered, "There's a rule that if a low-level cultivator offends a top-level cultivator, you may kill them." But usually, no one would do this, as someone who can take over a passage would be supported by someone powerful. She looked at Jin Shilong and carefully sent a sound transmission to EMO. This Jin Shilong has a truth realization state level 3 for backup. Ordinary people don't dare to offend him. EMO saw 2 disaster transformation state level 3 cultivators come over. Jin Shilong pointed cockily at EMO. This man dared to tell our Shizhong Merchant Association to fuck off from Heaven Domain. Perhaps it's because he has a disaster transformation state as backup. The 2 disaster transformation state cultivator came and sealed off Tang Mengrao's directions for attack. One of the persons said to Jin Shilong, "Those who insult our Shizhong die." Yes, Jin Shilong answered and released a black spiked whip magic artifact, smashing it at EMO. EMO sneered. Jin Qiailong was mere body condensation state power. He was no different than an anti-EMO. EMO just kicked without even using magic artifact. There was a bloodthirsty glare in Jin Shilong's eyes. He loved crushing those who dared to challenge him to pulp. He loved seeing the helpless moan of the person's essence spirit and then he would crush them. That was his greatest enjoyment. No one dared to do anything to him due to 11 Zhong Merchant Association's power, but today, he met EMO. His whip slowed down in mid-air until it stopped moving completely. Jin Shilong had been here for 100 years and seeing this, he immediately knew he was in EMO's domain. He called out in shock, "You're a truth realization state Shenbei," but before he finished, his feet landed on his chest. He wanted to dodge but he couldn't. Even if he wanted to fall over, he couldn't. Thud, Jin Shilong flew up and was blasted into a bloody mist mid-air. Not even his essence spirit was left behind. The cultivators watching took in a cold breath. Those 2 people who stopped Tang Mengrao both looked at EMO in shock. One said hesitantly, "You're really a truth realization state Shenbei." EMO said coldly, "Piss off. If you dare to stop me here again, don't blame me for smashing your Shizhong Merchant Association." EMO realized you couldn't keep a low profile here. At this time, you needed to show your power, only then would you earn respect. The 2 disaster transformation state level 9 heard this and their face changed. They didn't dare to argue back. They were a mediocre merchant association. They had a lot of disaster transformation state cultivators but only 1 truth realization state cultivator. They knew what sort of person Jin Shilong was, and clearly, he offended this Qianbei. It was deserving for low-level cultivators to be killed if they offended high-level cultivators. EMO saw these 2 were dazed for a long time and sneered. "What, do I have to smash your Shizhong Merchant Association for you to piss off?" Good. My Shizhong Merchant Association needs young heroes like you to smash us." I, Meng Sha, admire a hero who does not succumb to dominant power. A coarse voice sounded and then an extremely robust man appeared. His long hair flowed freely, making him seem more crude yet free. EMO didn't know this cultivator, but he was truth realization state level 3 already, association leader. The 2 disaster transformation state quickly came to greet this man. EMO didn't know if this association leader was being sarcastic or not, but he was not afraid of a truth realization state level 3. "I'm Meng Sha, friend, you just came to this city, right? I admire heroes like you. If you don't mind, please come have a sit in our Shizhong Spirit Rest Tower," Meng Sha said in a genuine tone. EMO was confused. He just killed someone from them and said he was going to smash the Merchant Association, yet this association leader was this polite to him. He had quite the big heart. Chapter 1290, Do you have face? No matter if this man really wanted to connect with him or not, he didn't want anything to do with him. The way this Merchant Association did things was very domineering. It was him this time, but if it had been some other cultivator, he would have probably been tortured to death by Jean Shilong. Emo didn't believe that Jean Shilong did this for so long, and this Meng Sha didn't know. From this, it was obvious that Meng Sha was no good man either. He was a truth realization state level 3, so Emo didn't want to offend him though. He didn't come reproaching him, so Emo was happy to play dumb. He saluted with his fists. "Thank you, Association Leader Meng. I'm still busy now." Emo thought this man would politely arrange another time, but his face sunk and his power rose. A fiery red crescent magic artifact appeared above his head. He said coldly, "This means you're not going to give me face? I came to invite you personally." Then, his killing intent burst out. Tang Mengrao took a few steps back. Emo saw this and was angered too. He just pulled out Zisu without bothering to say anything else. He hacked over with Illusion Cloud Domain Shatter Strike. A purple ray sliced through the air and into Meng Sha's domain. Meng Sha thought that by scaring him, Emo would succumb. He believed since Emo was so young he probably wasn't truth realization state. Even if he was at most level 1. But Emo wasn't scared of him at all. "You have balls." Meng Sha was furious. In his view, he was already very polite and gave Emo a lot of face by inviting him. How dare Emo reject and attack him too? Before Zisu's purple ray fully activated, his magic artifact emitted a powerful red beam mixed with countless red killing intent that smashed at Zisu. Meng Sha thought that his killing intent could easily trap Emo, and if Emo was a little weak, this killing intent would churn Emo to pieces. Crack, the red killing intent and purple rays clashed together. It sounded like something had shattered. Meng Sha was shook. He immediately realized that Emo was at least a truth realization state cultivator. Without hesitation, he immediately was about to release a defensive cauldron, but before he could, he heard shuffling sounds around him. Meng Sha's face changed drastically. He immediately knew that his domain was starting to break. The purple ray's power wasn't mitigated in the clash with his crescent magic artifact, but instead shattered his domain. Not good. This man was at least truth realization state middle stage. Meng Sha immediately wanted to retreat, but his momentum stopped as though he was bound. Meng Sha now immediately broke into a cold sweat. He realized that Emo instantly built his domain at the same time. Meng Sha burned his essence blood like crazy, forcefully releasing his cauldron. He wanted to tell Emo to stop, but he couldn't say a word. But before he could fully activate the cauldron, he saw the purple magic artifact change again. The purple ray that dispersed completely disappeared, and what took its place was a 10-meter long purple beam. The beam was like the beautiful ray of dusk from the edge of heaven. Illusion Cloud Hua Mountain Strike, the rapid strike of no return. Emo was long unhappy at Meng Sha acting like he was the boss of everyone, threatening him and inviting him whenever he wanted. The onlooking cultivators could only see purple beam and red killing chi. They couldn't see Emo and Meng Sha's actions at all. Meng Sha was truth realization state level 3. So of course he wouldn't be mesmerized. Moments later, the beautiful purple ray came before him. In his shock, Meng Sha quickly used the cauldron to block the path. The purple ray instantly hacked the cauldron and brought a splash of blood. Meng Sha flew back a few hundred meters before stopping himself. The cauldron had been hacked in half and a deep gash reached down from his left shoulder to his leg. He looked at Emo in shock. He didn't dare to believe that in such a short time, he had lost to this man. This cultivator seemed absurdly young. Even the most powerful cultivator in West Cultivator City couldn't render him a heavy injury in such a short time. With a clank, his crescent magic artifact landed at Emo's feet. Emo kicked, and that top-grade cultivation artifact was kicked aside 1 kilometer. He then looked dazedly at Meng Sha. "Do you have face?" An extremely valuable top-grade cultivation artifact was kicked away by Emo like trash, but no one dared to pick that top-grade cultivation artifact up. This was Meng Sha's magic artifact. Just with what Emo said, Meng Sha wouldn't have the face to stay in Heaven Domain Land. Emo looked at Meng Sha contemptuously but didn't keep attacking. He flung his hand and Zisu landed on his back. Emo didn't even put it into his storage ring and just hung it on his back like a mortal martial artist. Everyone knew that Emo was exerting his dominance. If anyone dared to piss him off like Meng Sha, then this was the consequence. However, this was quite the effective method. Su Jingwen looked at the barren sword and suddenly whispered in Emo's ear, "You really do look like a hero like that." Meng Sha said, "I like this." Emo's killing intent dispersed due to this, and he shook his head, saying to Yen Jinshin, who was dumbfounded, "Find a spirit rest tower and tell me about the rules here." "Yes, Yi, brother Yi."
He realized now that his sister was right. EMO was a truth realization state peak stage master. Seeing EMO leave, Meng Sha then took a pill and ate it, stopping the bleeding on his chest. His extreme shock was still there. He knew that it was very simple for EMO to kill him, but he let him go. The reason EMO didn't kill Meng Sha was not because he was merciful, but because he didn't know what would happen if he killed a truth realization state cultivator here. If this attracted more powerful masters, he might not be able to beat them. Meng Sha was truth realization state level 3, he didn't understand much of domains. But what if a truth realization state middle stage or tertiary stage came? If his domain was in great completion, then he wouldn't be scared of truth realization state tertiary stage masters anymore. After EMO and them walked away a long while, Meng Sha summoned back his crescent, but his face was still very pale. He could feel his hands shaking. Who started this? Meng Sha looked coldly at the two disaster transformation state cultivators. It was Jin Shilong. He was already killed by that man, one disaster transformation state quickly said. Meng Sha asked expressionlessly, does Jin Shilong have a brother called Jin Shihu? Yes, association leader, the disaster transformation state said shakily, kill him. Then Meng Sha walked without even looking at the two. The spirit rest tower waiters saw EMO and them come and quickly came to greet them. Without EMO asking, he led them to the best room there. Chapter 1291, The Cultivator That Exploded West Cultivator City. What is that heaven domain? Why is there a tunnel? EMO asked. Yan Jinxing quickly replied, there was no passage before, but later there were a lot of cultivators here, so people set up 10 passages. If you wanted to go in there, you would have to go in through these passages. All of them charge you a price. The Shizhong passage is controlled by the Shizhong Merchant Association. The association leader is called Meng Sha. He's the truth realization state cultivator you fought before. Su Jingwen suddenly said, this is like a highway pay station. EMO nodded, it was really like that indeed. It seemed Earth's people weren't the only ones to think of this method of earning money. Yen said, each time, they charge 100k spirit stones per person. The competition is very high. My brother was harmed by Jin Shilong in that tunnel. Jin Shilong told him to go in and said if he couldn't get to the 10th domain, he wouldn't have to pay. If my brother couldn't pass, he would have to pay another 100k. My brother thought he would be able to go into the 10th domain, so he agreed. Yen looked unhappily at Yan Jinxing and continued, but at the time, someone followed my brother into the heaven 36 domains. When my brother reached the 9th domain, he was suddenly ambushed. My brother quickly left the domain and survived, but we're sure that the person who ambushed my brother was Jin Shilong's friend. But even with evidence, we don't dare to do anything. She got up and bowed to EMO. Thank you a lot, brother Yi. EMO knew she meant getting revenge for Yan Jinxing. He didn't mind. The only thing he was worried about was that Su Jingwen's safety wasn't assured when he went inside the heaven domain. He almost killed Meng Sha just then. Who knew if he would try to get revenge? EMO thought for a moment and said to Su Jingwen, Jingwen, how about you go back first? When I come out of the heaven domain, I'll come find you. Tang Mangrao immediately knew what EMO meant and asked, how about you go first and after you come out, I'll go. Yen knew what EMO meant and quickly said, the heaven domain opens every day. There is still about 6 hours till it opens. Jingwen's sister doesn't need to go back. If we go to the heaven domain observing hall, no one will dare to do anything. What's the observing hall? EMO asked in confusion. Yen replied, it's the place for cultivators to watch others' trial at the heaven domain. There's a huge screen formation. We can't see the exact situation inside, but we can see how many people are at each domain. Then, people will start betting spirit stones. There are luxurious rooms. No one is allowed to start trouble there or they will be killed. Okay then, let's go there and book a luxurious room. EMO immediately got up and said, after coming here, EMO realized how big this was. There weren't a lot of cultivators here, but there were more than 1,000 people. Even so, this huge hall seemed quite empty. There was a huge projector formation at the top showing 36 rings. There were only a few light spots on the rings ahead, Yen explained, those spots represent cultivators inside. If the spot disappears, it means that they came out or they were killed by the domain. If cultivators don't want to go to the next domain, they can go back a domain and will be teleported out. EMO knew that it was free to watch here, but those luxurious rooms were very expensive. The most luxurious room costs 1 million top-grade spirit stones, but there was no time limit. The luxury came second, but the top-grade one not only had dense spirit chi but also a top-grade defense formation. As soon as GMO and them got up, a pretty girl greeted them. She probably knew what GMO did and was very respectful to GMO and them. When they went in the luxury room, they realized there was a small projector formation there. They didn't need to look at the projector formation below. Yemo set up another few defense formations before feeling assured to leave. Yan Yan stayed behind with Su Jingwen, and Yuchan Yenjinshin took Yemo and Tang Mangrao to the entrance. Because the rooms were only for girls, Yan Jindong went out to the hall to watch Yemo's progress. Perhaps those cultivators here knew of Yemo's power, and thus, no one dared to come up to them when they were about to enter through the Tanshang entrance. The cultivators only then dared to come greet them. After Yenjinshin left, Yemo and Tang Mangrao paid 200k spirit stones and entered. Then, they got a good look at the heaven domain. The heaven domain was immersed in a grey mist. Spirit sense couldn't scan in at all. When Yemo and Tang Mangrao walked into the first domain, Yemo immediately understood the meaning of the heaven domain. In here, space slowed down and there was a sliver of cultivation essence stirring. If the cultivators who came here couldn't defend against it, they might be killed by it. If you couldn't get used to here, your body would be torn apart. Yemo could clearly feel the direction of the cultivation essence turning. It was pretty much teaching cultivators how to control the space and air around them with cultivation essence. This was indeed a trial place. The cultivation essence movement here was at a very low level. There was no domain, it was just a field. But if body condensation states could gradually learn this and the slowing of space, their understanding of domains would deepen. Yemo was certain there would be more powerful spirit sense and cultivation essence simulated domain attacks. He couldn't wait. Yemo felt the first domain was completely useless to him. He didn't disturb Tang Mangrao and went into the second domain. Yemo felt this heaven domain was a huge 8-trigram disc, and if he walked to the center of the disc, he would be at the 36th domain. There was no distinct milestone for the first and second domains, but GMO could clearly feel the difference between the two. After taking that step, it was the second domain. GMO exclaimed at the prodigy who built this place. This was absolutely out of this world. Just how much power and how much talent did he have to build this unimaginable cultivation place? The second domain had more fierce cultivation essence waves and greater space impediments, but it still directed cultivators to understand about the formation of fields. Yemo ignored it and just passed through the first 9 domains into the 10th. Coming here, Yemo clearly felt the confinement of space. It was very hard to walk even a step. One mistake and that space confinement would crush you. Yemo knew this was a real domain. Before the space confinement could attack him, he attacked with Zisu. In a cracking sound, Zisu cracked the domain and an empty space appeared. Yemo could use that to go into the 10th domain, but he didn't. He closed his eyes and waited for the domain to seal shut again before hacking out. With this, Yemo nodded. Coming into the 11th domain, Yemo understood that his previous understanding of domains was very narrow. A domain wasn't just a restriction of space around the opponent, it was more importantly to bind the opponent's cultivation essence and even spirit sense. Using a domain didn't necessarily need cultivation essence and spirit sense. Once a cultivator's understanding of domain reached a certain level, his will could form a new domain. If domain was birthed with will, one could easily master state, then he would be invincible. Perhaps even a disaster transformation state level 1 would be able to kill a truth realization state cultivator. With the use of 3 birth chant, every time Yemo went into another domain he would feel different. He felt his domain was undergoing enormous change. He went into a state of enlightenment. He just kept moving forward and learning, completely forgetting the notion of time. 10th day, Tang Mangrao exited from the 17th domain. She felt this was the furthest she could go. When she reached into the watching stadium, she knew Yemo was in the 23rd domain. On the 12th day, more and more people came as many of them learned someone went into the 25th domain. The last truth realization state Qianbei only reached the 26th domain and came out. On the 15th day, the huge hall was full. Countless powerful beings and top-grade cultivators rushed here. Some cultivator had reached into the 27th domain. This was a very rare record. The entire West Cultivator City went crazy now. Chapter 1292, 27th domain. The reason entering the 27th domain would cause such a huge commotion was because all the cultivators here knew that every 9 domains were at completely different levels. The 9th and 10th domain were completely different.
So was the 18th and 19th domain.
You might be fine in the 18th domain but not even be able to last a few seconds in the 19th domain. Now, someone was in the 27th domain. Everyone wanted to know if this person could go into the 28th domain. If he did, he would be the #1 master in West Cultivator City, or the cultivator with the greatest knowledge of domains. In the history of the Heaven domain, no one had passed the 30th domain. If this man could get into the 28th domain, he might be able to challenge the 30th domain. Because of this, those cultivators flocked to the observing palace. Those luxurious rooms were filled. Even those famous cultivators in the city had to squeeze in one room with some people. There was one top-grade room that no one went to squeeze in. It was said there were 4 cultivators inside, an all-female cultivator too.
However, no one dared to go in. Even the vice city lord Luo Yujian didn't ask to go in.
Everyone knew that the girls inside were the family of that cultivator. Who would risk disturbing the family and friends of a cultivator who could go into the Heaven domain's 27th domain? There was also news that this cultivator almost killed Shizhong Merchant Association's association leader Meng Sha before he went in. Eventually, the story became that the cultivator didn't even raise his hand and just used his cultivation essence to form a purple cultivation essence sword that heavily injured Meng Sha. Meng Sha was one of the 10 big powerful people in Heaven domain. Just who was this being who could heavily injure him without moving his hand? This was beyond their imagination. Su Jingwen began to worry seeing all these cultivators flock here. She thought that even with restrictions, their room wouldn't be able to stop all these powerful cultivators. Luckily, they worried too much.
No one dared to come to their room or even knock. Tang Mengrao breathed easy. In North Far State she was one of the big 3, but here she couldn't even be ranked. The 2 managers from the Shizhong Merchant Association were more powerful than her.
There were countless cultivators who could kill her here. She felt ashamed to be called one of the big 3 in North Far State now. There were still more and more people coming. Everyone wanted to go watch inside. Eventually, the powerful beings here set up a transfer projection formation and finally eased up the squeeze. Cultivators had spirit sense, and so even if they weren't in the Heaven domain square, their spirit sense could see the progress on the screen. There was no projection formation at the square but for EMO, a huge projection. Formation was set up. Meng Sha was very worried now. He realized how dumb he was. He had annoyed a powerful cultivator like EMO. If he had another chance, he would rather be a coward than try to show his power. It wasn't really losing face now, as it wasn't embarrassing losing to a powerful being who could reach the 27th domain. He was worried that powerful being would come out and look for his trouble. If that was the case, he would have nowhere to hide. He had a few truth realization state friends, but who would be willing to fight against this powerful being for him? Even he wouldn't himself. He sighed and could only sit down and yield to fate. His foundation was here. He couldn't leave at all. When EMO entered the 27th domain, he immediately felt that the space around him seemed to have turned into a swamp that he had sunk into. There were sharp sword rays everywhere in this swamp. One slight error and he would be ripped and crushed. The space seemed to be constantly contorting and he couldn't capture that rhythm. His domain quickly broke and shattered in this constantly changing space. That contorting space made GMO feel this was space disposition, not domain. But the next moment, he realized this was definitely no space disposition. This was still a type of domain. Luckily, those sword rays and the swamp didn't mix together so he could struggle. Instantly, he formed his domain again. He wouldn't have been able to survive here if he didn't gain a new understanding of domain after passing the 26th domain. As soon as his domain formed, it was crushed again, but GMO tried relentlessly. If it was some other cultivator, he might have retreated into the 26th domain. In fact, GMO knew too that he could use Illusion Cloud Domain Shatter Strike to hack open the domain so he could go into the 28th domain. But that way, he wouldn't be able to learn anything. In here, he had the time to attack, but in the 28th domain, he wouldn't even be able to use an attack. He also knew that every 9 domains represented a completely different level, so the 28th domain would be countless times more powerful than the 27th domain. Time passed as Yimo's domain kept getting crushed and reformed. As time went on, Yimo's domain could last longer and longer until it could completely defend against the domain here. But Yimo didn't go into the 28th domain now. He would rather go back to the 26th domain if he didn't have the confidence. Cultivation was important, but so was his life, so when his domain could completely defend against 27th domain, he started to expand out and attack. This idea came from the lightning sword. He learned his lightning sword by attacking the divine damnation with lightning. the method he used now was to use his own domain to attack the domain in here and feel the cultivation essence motion inside to improve his own domain. Time went on and he could completely defend against the domain here and walk freely without trouble.
However, he still couldn't attack the domain around him.
Yemo didn't give up like this. How could he go to the 28th domain if he couldn't fight back against the 27th domain? When you fought someone, it wasn't enough just to block the opponent's domain, you needed to break your opponent's domain. He used Illusion Cloud Domain Shatter Strike to do this before, but now he wanted to use his own domain to tear apart the space around him. If he learned how to do this, his domain would immediately be near great completion. Even if he fought Truth Realization State Tertiary Stage Masters, he might be able to win. There was heated discussion inside and outside the Heaven Domain Square because GMO had stayed in the 27th domain for more than 3 days. According to his past progress, he wouldn't stay in one for more than 1 day. Soon, a new round of betting opened up. One side bet GMO could enter the 28th domain, the other side said he would leave from the 27th domain. Chapter 1293, Real Domain, Master, those people are betting how many domains Martial Uncle Yi can go into.
Should we bet too?
Yu Chan saw the astonishing odds of going into the 36th domain. These odds didn't just include going into 28th domain now.
There was the odds of going into 36th domain. The losing odds of going into 28th domain was 1 to 3, quitting from 27th domain was 1 to 2. Going into 30th domain the odds rose to 1 to 8. The losing odds of going into 36th domain was 1 to 100. Yen Yen said, if you want to bet you can bet here, there's a place next to the projection formation. Just write what you want to bet on and place in your spirit stones. The spirit stones will be teleported away. Tang Mengrao nodded. I'll give you 1 million spirit stones, you can bet on what you like. Su Jingwen woke up and quickly took out a storage ring, passing it to Yu Chan. Help me bet too. Yu Chan took the storage ring joyfully and asked, Sister Jingwen, which one do you want to bet on? Su Jingwen's mind clearly wasn't on this and said casually, it doesn't matter, as long as you're betting on one that says EMO will win. She wanted to give EMO a little support through this indirect way. Seeing this, Yen Yen also placed a bet. This was the 4th day EMO was at the 27th domain. His domain could easily break the space dispositions and squeeze away, but it was still a little bit off from crushing the space domain. EMO was disappointed, he was just a little bit off, so he just sat down and ran the 3 birth chant. EMO let his domain slowly seep into this mock domain. Another 2 days later, EMO felt something was wrong. The key concept of forming domain here was through one's own cultivation essence. This didn't seem wrong, all the cultivators' domains were formed like that. EMO's domain before was formed like that too, but when EMO used 3 birth chant, the things he realized was completely different. Domain wasn't formed through cultivation essence, those domains formed with cultivation essence were called fake domain. Real domains were a will state, a force. When the cultivator's force was formed, the domain would be born through will. As for using cultivation essence to form the contortions and even spirit sense, it was just a method of attack in your domain. When domain was perfected and the enemy was trapped in the domain, your cultivation essence can turn into a method of attack. Cultivation essence and spirit sense weren't used to form domain, it was a method of attack for the domain. Realizing this, EMO woke up and suddenly got up. He squeezed away the domain around him and his cultivation essence expanded out. The locked space around him was completely shattered. EMO was overjoyed, he didn't expect it to be so simple. He realized now that only now was his domain truly in initial completion. The domain he previously thought was in initial completion wasn't even the beginning. Not just him, but probably more than 90% of cultivators weren't even beginners in domain. However, EMO felt suspicious of this place. Theoretically, this was a trial ground, it shouldn't be misleading cultivators like this. If he didn't have 3 birth chant, even if he passed the 36th domain, he wouldn't be able to truly understand the notion of domains. EMO wouldn't believe that the powerful being who set this place up was intentionally trying to mislead people. One explanation was that powerful cultivator didn't understand domains either, but then EMO shook his head. If the person didn't understand domains, how could he set up this huge heaven 36 domains? Plus, this place was indeed very helpful for cultivating domain. Even if fake domain was better than not understanding domain at all, now that GMO could easily break the domain here, he went into the 28th domain. Immediately, he felt like there were sharp beams pointing at him. the stir in space here was completely different than the 27th domain. In the 27th domain, space was space and the sword rays were sword rays. They were separate, allowing you to dodge them, but in the 28th domain, they were fused together. It was as though the place he was at wasn't space but a place formed with countless pin-sized killing chi. It was present no matter where he went. The space distortions were more than 10 times stronger than the 27th domain. Yi-Mo took a cold breath in. This was no trial grounds but a slaughterhouse. If he didn't truly understand domains, he would be instantly killed the moment he came in here. He wouldn't even have the time to go into the golden page world. Even a truth realization state peak stage cultivator wouldn't be able to survive in the pinpoint space. The domain previously learned was completely useless here. Even if you formed your domain, it wouldn't last 1/100th of a second. Yi-Mo didn't expect the difference to be this huge. Luckily he knew what true domain was and instantly formed his domain. When the killing chi space pressured him, Yi-Mo's cultivation essence wind blades and spirit sense blades also swept out. With a thud, Yi-Mo's domain was crushed, but he also stopped the attack of this space. Yi-Mo didn't continue trying to learn the space domain here. He felt this domain wasn't suitable for him, it wasn't right. But the space attack and mock domain attack was very good for him. He could use this opportunity to refine his newly learned domain. The cultivators watching saw that Spot had went into the 28th domain. There were shouts of joy for those who bet Yi-Mo was going into 28th domain but sighs from cultivators who lost. When Su Jingwen saw the dot finally go into the 28th domain, she breathed easy, but then immediately stared at the spot nervously. West Cultivator City, XAN Cultivator Association. That middle-aged man who previously didn't care if Yi-Mo joined the XAN Cultivator Association now frowned. After a while he asked, "You said that cultivator left here and went to the heaven domain, and is now in the 27th domain?" The fatter cultivator in front of him just wanted to talk but his communication bead lit up. He scanned with his spirit sense and immediately answered, "Yes." Association leader, but the news we just received is that he's in the 28th domain now. That association leader got up immediately and his face seemed a little strange. He walked a few steps and said, "I'm going there immediately." Then he said, "Ji Liang, tell Elder Gong to prepare some gifts. If that cultivator comes out, we need to greet him immediately." Association leader, what level or gift should we prepare? Ji Liang asked. The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "For someone like him, he won't take ordinary gifts seriously." He hesitated and said, "Bring that low-grade immortal artifact, only something like that can touch him." Ji Liang was dazed. But association leader, that's the only immortal artifact we have, it's the sect guarding. The association leader waved his hand. We were already rude to him by just sending a green rogue messenger. If we do it again, this person will look down on us. A low-grade immortal artifact is precious, but if we can pull a 28th domain powerful being to join us, it would be very worth it. Yes. Ji Liang agreed. Crack, Yi-Mo didn't use Zisu nor Illusion Cloud domain Shatter Strike, but his domain had Cultivation Essence Windblades now. After countless trials, his domain finally shattered the simulated domain. Yi-Mo realized that if he kept moving forward like this, his domain might really reach great completion by the 36th domain. Chapter 1294, 37th domain. He's entered the 29th domain. The cultivators inside the Observe Palace exploded again. That spot went into 28th domain and just stayed for 1 day before going into the 29th domain. What shook them even more was that the spot stayed there for 1 day again and went into the 30th domain. Yi-Mo went into the 30th domain in such a short time. The odds began to fall. At the 30th domain, Yi-Mo completely ignored the special pressure in binding that could instantly kill truth realization state cultivators. He even closed his eyes. After the 28th domain, he completely understood domain binding and attack. He was slowly combining his understanding of state and domain. Once he combined these two, Yi-Mo felt this domain would have a skyrocketing increase in power. The conditions in the 30th domain were many times worse than the 28th domain. If he didn't have a completely different understanding of domain, he would be torn apart instantly even if his original domain was in great completion. Yi-Mo shook his head. After the 27th domain, this place was completely a slaughterhouse. It was impossible to even stay alive, much less learn domains in here. No wonder rarely anyone kept going after the 30th domain. Yi-Mo began to progress faster and faster. On the 23rd day, he went into the 31st domain. On the 24th day, he went into the 32 RD domain. The betting completely stopped.
Now, the spirit stones betting that Yemo would go into the 36th domain were enough to buy half the entire Heaven Domain region. Although the Heaven Domain region really wanted Yemo to come out now, there was nothing they could do. Su Jingwen saw that Yemo was faster and faster and finally breathed easy and relaxed. On the 28th day, Yemo went into the 35th domain. According to Yemo's idea, the 35th domain should have even more intense space distortions. He came in here and immediately expanded his domain, but what shook him was there was no movement nor space ripples here. It was just an ordinary place. Yemo reached his spirit sense out and found this place was indeed an empty domain. He shook his head. He just wanted to go into the 36th domain, but he felt something was wrong. There seemed to be a stealth formation here. If he wasn't a level 9 formation grandmaster, he wouldn't be able to see this at all. But even so, there was nothing he could do. The formation heart wasn't here. If he knew where the formation heart was, he would be able to go in. Yemo ignored this irrelevant formation and went into the 36th domain. As soon as he came in, he felt this place was different than the domains before. There were space bindings and space distortions, and the killing intent was strong too, but Yemo felt this was the real domain, feeling the difference and similarities. Yemo frowned. Was it that for other cultivators, only the 36th domain was the place they could understand domain, but only in this place could he truly combine his state and domain? The news of Yemo going into the 36th domain spread like wildfire. Some cultivators who weren't in West Cultivator City even got the news. An absurd cultivator appeared in West Cultivator City, going into the 36th domain in 30 days. At this moment, cultivators didn't come to watch the projection formation but to see who this cultivator who was first in history to get into the 36th domain was. Su Jingwen got up in joy. She thought Yemo would be coming out immediately. However, it was Yan Yan and Yu Chan who were the happiest. Tang Mengrao asked casually, "Which one did you bet on?" Yu Chan said happily, "I bet 1 million that Martial Uncle Yi would get into the 36th domain." Sister Yen bet 200k as well. Sister Jingwen bet the most. There were 10 million spirit stones in there and I bet them all on the 36th domain. What? Even Su Jingwen was dazed. 10 million on a 1 to 100 odds? She would get 1 billion spirit stones. Even Yemo never had this many spirit stones. Just when Su Jingwen wanted to speak, she saw the spot disappear from the screen. With a rumble, a purple ray flashed. This was the first time Yemo used Zisu since the 28th domain. Zisu hacked out and the illusion cloud domain shatter strike clashed with the surrounding space. He felt the space binding around him lighten. Yemo wiped some sweat. He thought this was all there was, but just when he fending off against the domain pressure, the space binding rapidly changed. The domain attack also changed completely. In such a short time, Yemo wasn't able to form his shattered domain again, so he could only hack out with Zisu. However, this strike only cracked open one crevice in the domain. Without that strike, Yemo wouldn't even be able to retreat. He was ambushed by the 36 domains. Yemo was shook, but he was more joyful. He finally found how to combine domain and state. At the same time, he learned another means of domain. It was right of him to come here indeed. After Zisu brought about that crack, he quickly reformed his domain again. This time, he was ready. In the battle, Yemo learned more and more. The 36th domain was truly the place to learn domain. Eventually, Yemo could control the power of the domain. In his will, the domain changed in size direction. With a long howl, Yemo didn't even need to move his hand and his domain expanded out. The surrounding space cracked again and this moment of enlightenment came into his mind. Yemo knew his domain was in great completion. This was the real domain. At this moment, Yemo controlled the expansion of his domain and the powerful space domain crippled like glass. Yemo was very happy. He didn't know why there would be this misleading thing in here, but that wasn't important. He didn't need to stay here anymore. Yemo knew in order to leave, he just needed to go back. Yemo turned to the 35th domain, but when he was there at the door, he found that the 35th domain completely disappeared. He couldn't feel the 35th domain anymore. Yemo frowned. There was only one possibility. It was caused by that formation. Yemo turned back. The heart of the formation wasn't in the 35th domain. It might be in the 36th domain. Yemo walked for a moment and came to the end of the 36th domain. Yemo didn't find any formation heart, but a new formation world appeared before him. Was there a 37th domain? Yemo didn't understand. But even if there was 37th domain, he wasn't scared. As soon as he came in, he didn't even have time to scan his spirit sense out and he was covered in wounds. This terrifying killing intent wasn't something a cultivator of the cultivation realm could defend against. He went into his golden page world without hesitation. If he hesitated for a moment, he would die. Chapter 1295, The Danger in the Heaven Domain. As soon as GMO got in the golden page world, blood shot out like arrows. Even Shadowless flew over, worriedly buzzing. GMO ate a few pills before stopping the bleeding. 4 hours later, GMO took off the broken cultivation artifact armor and washed himself. The most serious injury almost sliced his arm off. GMO rejoiced. If it was sliced off, he wouldn't be able to get it back for sure. If he was just 10 milliseconds slower, he would be dead. This 37th domain wasn't a domain, it was a place to kill. GMO was sure that any master from the cultivation realm who came would be dead for sure. There were some serious problems with this place. This place seemed to attract high-level cultivators here. The more powerful and the more talented cultivators were, the more easily they were killed here. This was because the more powerful you were, the greater understanding you had of domain, and thus you could go further. Thinking about this, GMO shivered. According to this train of thought, Heaven 36 domain was set up just to kill prodigies. Why was it so? One day later, GMO recovered and thought about this place carefully. The instant he came here, his domain was shattered by the space here and his body was bound by the space. If it wasn't that his domain was in great completion, he would have been dead already. The brief instant that his domain stopped that binding allowed him to escape. Almost every inch of the space had fierce killing intent that was as powerful as a truth realization state tertiary stage cultivator's full-powered attack. Who could block this entire space filled with killing intent? Even if Chu Joyu was here, he would be dead for sure. Even a cultivator who could rip open space wouldn't be able to get away in such a short time. Only immortals could escape. But would immortals come here? The more he thought about it, the greater GMO's fright. Which bastard was this? He was so bleak, GMO threw out a surveillance formation outside and saw an extremely terrifying space. Dense killing force hung densely in the air. GMO knew that if any life came here, the killing intent would be triggered. This killing force existed in the form of light. Just how powerful space attack formation means were needed to set this up? How much spirit power was needed to power this? But soon, GMO found that these killing force were just the tip of the iceberg. In this space, there were waves of space distortions. They were clearly invisible and an extreme type of space kill formation. Just these space ripples were enough to tear apart any cultivator. In the past 36 domains, the space distortions, pressure, and pulling weren't completely formed so his domain could stop them, but here, they were all formed. This was just the killing force he could see. Just how much more invisible killing force existed here? GMO didn't dare to imagine. In order to see more, GMO threw out a few surveillance formations. They had no life force and thus weren't attacked. GMO carefully moved his golden page world while throwing out surveillance formation. He really wanted to go back to the 36th domain, but it had also disappeared. His control of golden page world wasn't perfect and thus he couldn't move rapidly. When the gold spot representing GMO finally disappeared, the square and observer hall exploded. Many people thought GMO was teleported out, but moments later, they knew GMO wasn't teleported out. Thus, there was only one possibility. This cultivator was killed. Sighs of pity and happiness sounded. It wasn't good news that a cultivator like this died, but it wasn't bad news for some of these power factions here. The happiest was Meng Sha. He eased up and wiped his sweat. At the same time, he thought of GMO's family and friends. Cruel glances beamed in his eyes. This man dared to insult him. Now that he was dead, how could he let go of the people who came with him? He has never lost so much face before. In Su Jingwen's room, she thought that GMO came out after the spot disappeared, but after a long while, she didn't see GMO come for her. She felt something was wrong. Soon, there was news that GMO died there. Even though Su Jingwen was nascent soul state level 7, she felt dizzy. Tang Mangrao quickly held her. She wanted to persuade Su Jingwen that GMO might not be in trouble, but even she knew that GMO was certainly in trouble. Seeing this, Yen Yen came to comfort her. Sister Jingwen, why don't we wait for GMO at the entrance of the heaven domain? Su Jingwen shook her head. I agreed to GMO to not leave unless he came. Now that he isn't here, I'm not going to leave. I will wait for him here. Yen Yen hesitated, but Tang Mangrao nodded. Jingwen is right, we can't leave. This room has no time limit. If we leave here, we'll be in danger. Yen Yen wasn't dumb and almost immediately realized what Tang Mangrao meant. Everyone fell silent. No one wanted to talk at this moment. 3 days later, the place calmed down again. Those cultivators came and left quickly. It was of course very significant to reach the 36th domain.
But so what if he didn't come out?
No one cared about a dead cultivator. Yuchan worried about GMO, but she was also worried about the spirit stones. No one spoke of the spirit stones and she didn't dare to ask. It was as though they forgot people in here had bet. It was the 6th day and Yan Yan was talking with Su Jingwen when her face changed. She was about to rush out but Tang Mangrao stopped her. "Don't rush, your brother is in the observing palace, that man won't dare to do anything to him." At the door to the observing palace, Yan Jinshin, who only had an arm and was covered in blood, rushed in. Before he could go upstairs, however, someone stopped him.
"The observing palace forbids fighting, but it's not a place for cultivators to avoid danger."
Yan Jinshin ignored this cultivator and yelled to the second floor, "Don't leave here, Shizhong Merchant Association is waiting.
They want to capture Brother Ye's wife."
Yan Jindong, who was at the first level, quickly held Yan Jinshin and said with red eyes, "It is the Shizhong Merchant Association." The cultivator ignored Yan Jindong and said to Yan Zihanshin again, "Please leave, no fighting cultivators are allowed in here."
Chapter 1296, Dried Bones. "Let him in, we have the most luxurious room air, why can't he come in? Is there some limit on the number of people who can come in?"
Su Jingwen walked out asking coldly. That guard looked at Su Jingwen and then the luxurious room behind her and thought for a while before moving aside. Seeing this, Yan Jindong quickly helped his brother up. The two pursuers of Yan Jinshin looked coldly at him and then Su Jingwen and Tang Mangrao before sending news with their communication beads. Those cultivators outside just saw Su Jingwen and exclaimed, "That cultivator's wife was so pretty." "Oh, Jinshin, who did it? Is it Shizhong Merchant Association?" Yan Yan looked at the broken arm and asked angrily. Before Yan Jinshin said anything, a cultivator outside the hall doors said coldly, "You're right, it is the Shizhong Merchant Association.
How can those who offended us roam freely?"
Then, Yan Yan saw the cultivator at the door. It was Meng Sha. Meng Sha saw Su Jingwen, who wasn't in the room, and suddenly grabbed at her. But his attack was immediately dispersed by another cultivation essence giant hand. Meng Sha saw a cultivator walk out of a room and saluted with his fists.
"Luo Vice City Lord, why are you doing this? They're just a few insects without backing."
Luo Yujian was truth realization state level 2, a little lower than Meng Sha. Luo Yujian smiled calmly.
"I admire the cultivator who went into the 36th domain. Plus this is the observing palace. Do you not know people can't fight here?" Meng Sha's face looked bad. "Even the palace lord didn't come out to stop me, yet you do. It's very astounding that you stayed here till now."
Luo Yujian said slowly, "You can ask the palace lord. If he allows fighting here, then pretend I said nothing and you can do what you want." Meng Sha's tone calmed down.
"In that case, I'll give you some face, but I wonder how long you can stay here for."
Su Jingwen knew now wasn't the time to stay outside, so she quickly ran inside the room. Even a cultivation essence giant hand wouldn't be able to reach in. She thanked Luo Yujian and went inside before sealing the formation.
Luo Yujian saw this and said, "I'm going now, but are you going to attack the room? If you do, I won't intervene." Then, Luo Yujian walked out and disappeared. Meng Sha glared coldly at Su Jingwen's room but didn't keep attacking. He said something to the two pursuers of Yan Jinshin and left. The two stayed at the door and didn't leave. Yemo stopped now. He saw a skeleton in the surveillance formation. The skeleton sat by a dried-up pond. There seemed to be some formation marks in the pond. The means were extremely advanced, but they weren't purposely hidden. Yemo saw that the endless killing chi here was caused by the space kill formation. After watching carefully, Yemo saw that there wasn't just one formation inside the pond. They were all very high-level space kill formations. Yemo knew he didn't have the ability to set up such formations yet. Soon, Yemo saw that there were two extreme-grade spirit range supplying the spirit power. These two supplies were separate and they were part of an exchanging formation. The power supply would switch to another spirit range after a period of time. This way, the spirit range could digest more spirit chi and thus, even after countless years, the space kill formation wouldn't be ineffective due to lack of spirit chi. But there was a flaw in this. The instant during the rotation of power supply, the space kill formation would pause momentarily. It was very brief but very hard to grasp. That person had to be at least a top-grade formation grandmaster and be watching here constantly. Yemo knew if he could grasp this time, He could damage the unprotected formation heart instantly. EMO started to calculate the period of spirit range rotation. The time he calculated scared him. It was 49 years for every rotation. Did he have to wait for 49 years here? He calculated more and got the result that the last rotation was 40 years ago. This meant he needed 9 years. He couldn't even wait for 9 months. In this formation, he could only stay in the golden page world. He wasn't able to break it. EMO turned his eyes to the skeleton beside the pond. The head was looking down. Even in the golden page world, EMO could feel the power and loneliness of this skeleton. EMO sighed. Perhaps this person came to the 36 domains like him. He didn't have the golden page world and was a very significant cultivator to be able to reach here. It was a pity he wasn't able to leave. EMO felt sympathy for this person. EMO collected his feelings and then saw a jade slip next to the skeleton. EMO moved the golden page world over and used a whole day before he took off the jade slip and the storage ring. EMO scanned with spirit sense and saw there were just a few words. North Far State's Chu Xiaoyi was tricked at Heaven Domain. This domain is a trap. Chu Xiaoyi from North Far State? EMO had never heard of this name, but EMO knew since this cultivator could come here. This person must be very powerful, perhaps even more powerful than Chu Zhouyu, but this person wasn't famous. One could see there were powerful people all over the ancient cultivation realm. After removing the restrictions in the storage ring, EMO saw at first glance that there were 7 immortal crystals. They were exactly the same as the ones he got in the All-Herb mountain range. Seeing this, EMO took them immediately without noticing the 9-chipped key next to them. What time difference would be created using these 7 immortal crystals? EMO made a timer with sand in a glass and put it outside the time formation disk. Then he put the 7 immortal crystals into the time formation disk without hesitation. They fit perfectly inside. The instant the time formation disk was activated, it ran crazy fast. EMO couldn't feel the time formation disk inside it. He quickly closed his eyes and started cultivation. Chapter 1297, Disaster Transformation State Tertiary Stage. EMO felt slivers of immortal chi seeping out mixed with the spirit chi from the extreme grade spirit range. It was extremely comfortable and he felt his power was increasing rapidly. When EMO felt the cultivation essence in his body rumble and the meridians broaden even more, he couldn't help letting out a howl. He was Disaster Transformation State Level 7. EMO rejoiced feeling the powerful and rolling thunder-like cultivation essence in his body. EMO forgot he was just testing the time formation disk and was shook. He forgot about time and cultivation. Thinking about this, EMO quickly stopped the time formation disk and left. He had been inside the time formation disk for 3 months, but the one-day timer still had some sand inside. The ratio was around 100 to 1. This was far greater than 12 to 1 using extreme grade spirit range. EMO quickly checked the 7 immortal crystals. It was a pity that the immortal crystals dimmed down around after just using them for 3 months' time. If he used these immortal crystals for cultivation, then he would be able to reach truth realization state middle stage for sure with truth carrot pill. But EMO knew that he had to use them. He just hoped there would still be some left after using them in the time formation disk for 9 years. If he didn't have concerns, he would really want to cultivate here for 9 years. But Su Jingwen and them were waiting for him in the observing palace. EMO controlled the golden page world to come to near the formation heart and threw in the time formation disk. The time formation disk landed perfectly and then EMO activated the time formation disk with formation flags. After the formation was activated, EMO couldn't see the time formation disk anymore. He saw the time formation disk blur. According to his calculations, since the ratio was 1 to 100. He would need to wait about 32 days outside before the power supply would change. He would stop on the 31st day in case he missed the rotation. Seeing so much immortal chi being wasted, EMO's heart was aching, but he knew this was the only way out. The time formation disk kept running, but EMO picked up Chu Xiaoyi's storage ring and looked at the 9-chip key. It was exactly the same as the one he got before. The only difference was it was in much better shape. It was a pity he used the other one or he would be able to compare the two. He got the 9-chip key and suddenly thought of that Shuiyu phone. He cursed Chu for not keeping the promise. That person was probably Chu Xiaoyi. He thought that it was Chu Zhouyu, but now it seemed he was wrong. If the person who sealed the formation was really Chu Xiaoyi, then it was easy to explain why he never went back. Chu Xiaoyi sealed that space-devouring monster. Clearly he was a cultivator with morals. Yet someone like that died here. It made GMO feel sad. In his death, Chu Xiaoyi realized that this place was a trap. It tricked prodigies in here to kill them.
Emo realized that his feeling wasn't wrong before. This place indeed intentionally misled the cultivators here. Even if it wasn't a prodigy and he left before the 28th domain, he wouldn't be able to get a real understanding of domain. This place for killing human prodigies clearly wasn't set up by human cultivators. Emo shook his head and placed the 9-chip fork on the side before looking at the other things in the storage ring. There were very few spirit stones, but there were some spirit crystals. They were all high level. However, all the pills and spirit herbs had turned gray. There were some cultivation artifacts. Chu Xiaoyi had so many immortal crystals and used them to seal another terrifying being, yet he really didn't have much in his storage ring. There was a pure white jade box on the side. Emo saw half a necklace. It was just a low-grade spirit artifact, but it was the best kept. Emo immediately knew that this necklace must have had a special meaning to Chu Xiaoyi. Emo didn't touch it and sealed the jade box. Emo had decided to bring back Chu Xiaoyi's remains when he came out back to the North Far State. Chu Xiaoyi's last words put North Far State at the front. Clearly, he wanted to go back there. There was such a powerful cultivator in the history of North Far State, but he had never heard of him. Emo shook his head and carefully put away Chu Xiaoyi's storage ring. He didn't touch anything else inside. He took the 7 immortal crystals to save his life, but as for other things, Emo wasn't going to take them even if there were immortal crystals. He took Chu Xiaoyi's remains and put the storage ring back on his finger again. Emo had a deep respect for Chu Xiaoyi, who sealed off the space-devouring demon. In the remaining time, Emo didn't cultivate but watched the time carefully. A month passed quickly in cultivation, but it was passing very slowly watching the timer. No matter how slow, Emo didn't dare to get distracted at all. He only had one chance. At the beginning of the 31st day, Emo took out formation flags, watching the surveillance formation constantly. He would stop the time formation disk immediately on the 31st day. Just when it was time, Emo suddenly paused. He found that his time formation disk stopped running. He didn't even throw out his formation flags. What was going on? The next moment, Emo saw the 7 immortal crystals in the time formation disk turn to dust. The immortal crystals were gone. Emo's mouth was bitter. 7 immortal crystals, he wasted them all on the time formation disk, which he didn't even use to cultivate. Emo hated the guy who set this domain up. He would kill that bastard if he could. Emo didn't even dare to calculate how much time was left, as he was scared that the time would pass the moment he was calculating. Emo didn't even blink his eyes and looked at the space kill formation. He was holding tens of formation flags tightly in one hand while his other hand held Zisu. 1 day passed but nothing moved. 2 days, 3 days, 11 days, still nothing. On the 12th day, Emo's eyes were sore. Not blinking and staring at one place for 12 days. That was uncomfortable even for disaster transformation state cultivators. Just when Emo was considering whether he should calculate the time, he saw the space kill formation seem to pause for a moment. Without hesitation, Emo dashed out of the Golden Page World. Chapter 1298, Smash into Pieces. Emo dashed out immediately. He was ready to go back to the Golden Page World instantly if he was going to get killed. Getting injured was better than losing his life. The moment Emo dashed out, he knew he succeeded. There were no space attacks, other than the space binding and pressure. The terrifying death beams didn't move. It meant his judgment was right. The greatest threat. The space kill formation didn't move during the exchange of spirit power. For Emo, it was fine as long as the space kill formation didn't move. His domain was in great completion, so the space pressure and distortion didn't stop him at all. He expanded his domain out and they all dissipated like clouds. Emo instantly threw out tens of formation flags when he left the Golden Page World and released Zisu. A purple shadow sliced across the air into the formation heart. At the same time, tens of lightning swords hit the same place. He threw out formation flags to delay the space kill formation. The goal was to buy him some extra time. Rumble, 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 rumble. Zisu hacked the formation heart and there was a huge explosion. Before the crack could self-repair, the arm-sized lightning swords landed on the formation heart. Before the rumbling sound died down, Emo rained down tens more lightning swords. Soon, the formation heart turned to dust. Hearing a crack, Emo knew the spirit power supply had finished rotating, but so what? He had already broken the formation heart of the space kill formation. There were just simulated space distortions here while the space death rays and ripples started to dissipate. Emo wiped the sweat from his head. He didn't expect the formation heart to be this tough even without defenses. If he didn't use the lightning sword for assurance, the power supply exchange would have finished before he broke the formation heart. If this was really the case, then he would have to run back to the golden page world. Luckily, he was very careful and completely disintegrated the formation heart to dust. However, there were still many formation hearts in the bottom of the pond, including formation binding, domain simulation. Guillermo didn't touch the attack formations from 28th to 36th domain. He took out a jade box and put Chu Xiaoi's remains inside and left it in the golden page world. After doing this, Guillermo saw a broken shard below Chu Xiaoi. He probably used this to block the space kill formation before, but now it was torn to pieces. Guillermo stood at the pond and looked coldly at all the formation hearts inside. With his formation skills, he could completely remove them all, but Guillermo didn't do this. He wanted to do it the most satisfying way, using lightning sword. Rumble, 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 black lightning landed inside the pond non-stop. Moments later, the air above the pond was covered in black lightning swords. The more lightning swords Guillermo used, the more he felt satisfied. The most respectful way for a formation grandmaster to break another formation grandmaster's formation was to use his own formation skills without damaging the formation. The most coarse way was to damage it with attacking means, making the formation unable to work. The most insulting way was to smash the formation to pieces. Guillermo was doing this the most insulting way. He didn't look at the formation heart and just sent lightning sword down. He even let out a recording crystal, recording the whole process. He knew it was hard to meet the guy who set the formations up, but if he did, he would show him this crystal ball. As he smashed the formation at the bottom of the pond to pieces, the space distortions in domain also disappeared. Eventually, this area of space turned into an ordinary place. But even so, Guillermo kept using lightning sword until he blasted the bottom of the pond to pieces. There wasn't even half a formation flag left before Guillermo stopped to breathe. Now, the first 27 domains weren't damaged, but starting from 28th domain, there was nothing left. Even so, Guillermo didn't stop here. He shot out tens of formation flags, and 15 minutes later, Guillermo pulled out a huge spirit range from under the ground. This was an extreme grade spirit range. Another 15 minutes later, he pulled out another spirit range. After putting 2 extreme grade spirit range into his golden page world, Guillermo finally felt comfortable. Now, he stopped that recording crystal. Just thinking about how angry this cultivator would be when he saw the crystal ball, Guillermo felt very good. Guillermo went back to the intersection between 36th and 37th domain. The 36th domain appeared again, but Guillermo wasn't teleported out. He came to the 35th domain. This place became an ordinary place. Guillermo knew he had to go back to the 27th domain to be teleported out. Guillermo lost the interest to find the first 27 domain space formations. It misled cultivators but was still a trial place. He didn't need to damage it. Not everyone could learn domain. Sometimes using cultivation essence to form domain wasn't necessarily bad. In the Observer Palace, Su Jingwen had cried a few times already. Guillermo had disappeared for nearly 2 months. If she couldn't wait for Guillermo to appear, she would rather die here than be in the hands of Shizhong Merchant Association. Su Jingwen was planning to wait a full year, but in just 2 months, the Observer Palace told Su Jingwen and them that they had to leave. The reason was simple. In case someone else was to reach 28th domain, there were too few rooms, so they needed to reorganize and build more rooms. Their rooms need to be rebuilt, so they had to leave here. Impossible. Hearing this news, Yan Yan was furious. Observer Palace has been here for a few hundred years, but it has never been replanned. How come we've just come here for 3 months and it's being replanned? It must be due to the Shizhong Merchant Association. Tang Mengrao frowned. The Observer Palace clearly isn't weaker than Shizhong Merchant Association. Why would they be afraid of them? Su Jingwen had calmed down from her sadness of Yimo's disappearance. She hadn't been in the cultivation realm for long, but in Ninghai City. She was managing a big corporation and knew of the battles. She felt the Observer Palace didn't need to ruin their reputation for the Shizhong Merchant Association. She thought for a moment and asked, was it the Observer Palace who hosted the betting? Chapter 1299. What do you dare to do? Yan Yan still didn't react, but hearing Su Jingwen ask this, she subconsciously answered, yes, these big stakes are usually held by the Observer Palace itself. Yan Yan immediately said in shock, Sister Jingwen, you're saying we won too many spirit stones from them and thus they. Su Jingwen nodded. It should be right. When Yimo was at the 27th domain, the stakes were 1 to 100 for Yimo getting into the 36th domain. I'm sure we're the only people who bet Yimo would be able to get in. Did they lower the odds when Yimo went into the 28th domain? Yuchan quickly said, "Yes, Sister Jingwen, as soon as Martial Uncle Yu went into the 28th domain, the odds dropped to 1 to 8.
Su Jingwen nodded.
We bet the 1 to 100 and I bet 10 million top-grade spirit stones. If they paid us, they would have to pay 1 billion spirit stones. No matter how big the merchant association, it would hurt them greatly. This would be half or even more of their assets."
Tang Mengrao nodded.
"That should be it. If we leave the Observer Palace, the Shizhong Merchant Association wouldn't let us go and Jingwen won't be able to live to see another day. There is no way the Observer Palace will pay us the spirit stones.
No reputation is worth 1 billion spirit stones. Then what should we do?" Yuchan held the 2 betting cards.
These 2 cards had never left her hand. Su Jingwen frowned.
It was death to go out, but they had to do so. That city lord Luo Yujian just casually helped them. He couldn't be helping all the time.
They could only rely on themselves now. Suddenly, there was a wave of laughter outside the palace. "Palace Lord Yu wants to rebuild the Observer Palace. The Shizhong Merchant Association decides to support with 3 million spirit stones. The girl in the first room is not bad, ha," there was a soft voice. "Thank you, Association Leader Meng. The rest of the things has nothing to do with the Observer Palace. We need to rearrange this place, it has nothing to do with you."
Association Leader Meng, "I won't be staying for long." "No problem, haha."
Meng Sha didn't seem annoyed at all. When Yemo came to the 27th domain, he felt his body become lighter. He looked up and he was already at the place he came in the domains from. The girl who stayed at the Observer Palace is in trouble now.
There's no way Association Leader Meng will let her go.
One body condensation state didn't even finish his sentence and he stopped because he saw Yemo who suddenly appeared. Then, he stuttered.
Xianbei, you're fine," Yemo frowned and said coldly, "Don't give me bullshit, what did you mean?"
The other body condensation state was also shocked but smarter. He quickly bowed and said, "Xianbei, after you went into the 36th domain, your dot disappeared. Then, people outside said you died so that Meng Sha is going to look for trouble with your wife."
He tried but was stopped by Vice City Lord Luo.
"Now, the Observer Palace is going to be reorganized, so they requested your family and friends to leave within a time or they would be kicked out." Before he finished, Yemo had disappeared. This body condensation state wiped his head before looking around carefully. "Shizhong Merchant Association is finished, Meng Sha is done for. Observer Palace." The first body condensation state reacted quicker this time and quickly pulled the other body condensation state cultivator. "Let's go quickly and watch the truth realization state battle." Then, he ran off first. In the Observer Palace, Palace Lord Yu stood at the door and said to Su Jingwen and them coldly, "The Observer Palace is going to be reorganized. Everyone else has left, you have half an hour. If you don't leave I will forcefully send you away. What right do you have to tell us to go?" "I paid spirit stones, this room has no time restriction," Su Jingwen said coldly. Palace Lord Yu said in contempt, "There are no more cultivators in the heaven domains. You're staying here to hide from your enemies. Do we have to wait for you to be done with hiding before we reorganize our palace? You have to leave no matter what. I, Yu Zhongtong, don't have time to talk with irrelevant people. You have 15 minutes left." This time, before Su Jingwen could speak, an icy cold voice sounded, "What if I don't want to go? What do you dare to do?" Yu Zhongtong turned around to see the cold-faced Yemo. He had never seen Yemo before, but Yemo came here silently without him noticing at all. But Meng Sha was dazed and asked in shock, You're not dead?" He felt his mind go blank. Yemo wasn't dead. What was going on? If Yemo wasn't dead, it meant he had to die. He brought this on himself. The first time Yemo didn't kill him, but yet he had to cause trouble again. Yemo. Su Jingwen flew into Yemo's arms as soon as she saw him. The helplessness disappeared. "Woo-woo, I knew you were fine, I knew it." Tears flew out of her eyes uncontrollably. If possible, she really didn't want Yemo to go those dangerous places, but Su Jingwen knew that it was impossible. Only powerful people could talk and survive in the cultivation realm. Yemo thought of the moment when Su Jingwen first invited him to dinner. At that time, he had never thought Su Jingwen would cry. But ever since she came with him, this wasn't the first time he saw her like this. It was that time that Su Jingwen said to him, "I'm older than you, you can call me Sister Jingwen."
Sister Jingwen. Emo called out, feeling warm in his heart. Su Jingwen was dazed and immediately thought of the same memory. Emo knew how she was feeling and patted her back, staring and then stared coldly at Meng Sha, who tried to leave. You want to go? Meng Sha shivered and quickly saluted with his fists. Yi Qianbei, it was a misunderstanding. I was coming back to explain to you. You knew I would come out? Yemo's voice grew colder. Su Jingwen felt Yemo's killing intent and came out of his arms, silently walking behind him. She detested this Meng Sha from the bottom of her heart. Brother Yi. Yan Jingxin and them walked out of the room too. They knew they were saved now that Yemo was here. Yemo looked at Yan Jingxin's shoulder and asked, "What's this?" Meng Sha said before Yan Jingxin could, "My Shizhong Merchant Association's people had a conflict with him. They accidentally hurt his shoulder. I came to apologize. I didn't expect Yi Qianbei is fortunate to be fine. This is great." Su Jingwen looked at Meng Sha in contempt and said, "Yemo, kill him." Su Jingwen rarely had any killing intent and would never ask Yemo to kill someone. But Meng Sha insulted her. She knew if Yemo didn't come out, she would be in a situation worse than death at his hands. Meng Sha shivered and pulled out the crescent blade. He knew that it was impossible to escape from Yemo. Finally, Yu Zhongtong realized that this young man was the person he was trying to kick away, the cultivator who went into the 36th domain. His face began to spasm when he saw he couldn't see Yemo's power level at all. He began to regret now. He shouldn't have cooperated with Meng Sha. At this time, Meng Sha suddenly said, "Palace Lord Yu, we're on the same side now. If I die, you won't be doing very well either. The best thing is to join forces." Chapter 1300, Kill Truth Realization State. Yu Zhongtong thought he was Truth Realization State level 6 and Meng Sha was Truth Realization State level 3. If they joined forces, Yemo might really have some concern. However, he immediately saw the scorn in Yemo's eyes and was shook. He felt Yemo heard the sound transmission between the two. So Yu Zhongtong didn't dare to move. This young cultivator definitely was at Truth Realization State peak stage being to be able to hear Truth Realization State sound transmission. In fact, Yemo would be quite concerned if Meng Sha and Yu Zhongtong joined forces. He wasn't by himself. Even if he was, there would be quite some pressure to face a Truth Realization State primary stage and middle stage cultivator. While Yu Zhongtong was hesitating, Yemo hacked out with Zisu an illusion cloud formation kill strike without hesitation. Meng Sha knew Yemo's power and took things seriously. Before Yemo even attacked, he used Crescent Blade to send over a dense clutter of red killing rays towards Yemo. With Meng Sha's full-powered attack, the force of the Crescent Blade seemed dominating. The red killing rays came in waves. Even Yu Zhongtong was shook. He was prepared that if Meng Sha could hold on, he would attack Yemo as well. But if Meng Sha couldn't stand off at all, he wouldn't move at all. Meng Sha also used a low-grade cultivation artifact shield on the side. He thought that even if Yemo was Truth Realization State peak stage, the killing ray of the Crescent Blade would make Yemo concerned or retreat a little. Then, during that time, he would risk getting injured to capture Su Jingwen. If he had no hostage, he would be killed by Yemo for sure. But soon, Meng Sha felt something was wrong. He released his shield, but it floated slow like a feather in the sky. The next moment, he felt his domain crumple, and when he could react, he was completely in Yemo's domain. He seemed to be swallowed by a swamp and couldn't move much. That heaven-covering purple ray swept over and Meng Sha was shook. If this continued, he would be instantly disintegrated. Meng Sha burned his essence blood like crazy, wanting to escape from Yemo's domain. He was certain he had never seen a domain this powerful. This wasn't great completion, this was beyond it. Thud thud thud. Yu Zhongtong just realized that Meng Sha's crescent blade and the red beams clashed on an octagonal cauldron that appeared above Yemo's head. It couldn't hurt Yemo at all. The first time Yemo fought Meng Sha, Yemo didn't even use the octagonal cauldron and completely defeated Meng Sha. Now that he was disaster transformation state tertiary stage and his domain was in great completion, he used the octagonal cauldron instead. This wasn't to say he grew weaker, but this fight was completely different. Last time, Meng Sha didn't take Yemo seriously at all and didn't use his full power. It was normal, he was almost killed by Yemo. This time, Meng Sha treated Yemo as someone more powerful than him and that used his full power. Yemo still chose to use the octagonal cauldron against a full-powered truth realization state level 3. The difference between a disaster transformation state and truth realization state was huge. Only an absurd cultivator like Yemo could ignore the difference.
Meng Sha barely broke free from Yemo's domain and but was swept away by countless purple sword rays. The shield was smacked away. By the purple ray, illusion cloud formation kill strike had formed. No matter how powerful Meng Sha was, there was no going back. With a splurge, blood arrows shot into the air. Meng Sha watched his body get devoured by the killing rays, and when it ravaged his body, he suddenly realized and looked at Yemo with extreme shock. Your disaster. How could Yemo let him say disaster transformation state? Zissou spun and Meng Sha's essence spirit was killed. Yemo waved and a storage ring disappeared into his hands. This was the first time he killed a truth realization state cultivator head-on. Even if he wasn't a truth realization state cultivator, he was at the peak of Luoyu cultivation world now. Yu Zhongtong looked dazedly at the bloody mist Meng Sha had become. Meng Sha had never been afraid of anyone in the heaven domains. He was on good terms with the Xing Cultivator Association leader, so even the Vice City Lord paid his respects to him. Yet this guy was killed in a few moves. This was too scary. This absurdly young cultivator killed Meng Sha so easily. Just who was he? Yemo looked at Yu Zhongtong calmly and said, "Palace Lord Yu, the big hotel abuses the clients. I seem to see that your extreme grade luxury room has no time limit. How come I just went out for a spin and you're kicking people away? Are you full of shit, or is the Observer Palace full of shit?" Yu Zhongtong shivered and remembered that he also offended Yemo. With Yemo's display of power, he was done for if no one helped him. Yu Zhongtong couldn't control himself sweating. Why did he offend someone like this? If someone else dared to say he was bullshitting, he would have crushed that person to pulp, but he didn't even dare to argue back to Yemo. However, he knew he had to answer back to Yemo, so he saluted with his fists respectfully and said, "Yi Qian Bei." Wan Bei was too rude to chose this time to reorganize the Observer Palace. But it was due to Qian Bei being too amazing before. You went into the 36th domain. This squeezed up the Observer Palace. It's my bad this time, please forgive me. The Observer Palace is willing to compensate Yi Qianbei's losses. Yemo was furious, but he didn't plan on killing Yu Zhongtong. Even if he killed Yu Zhongtong now, it wouldn't change the fact that the cultivation realm was survival of the fittest. Plus, Yu Zhongtong was a truth realization state middle stage master. This was very rare no matter where. He killed Meng Sha already. If he killed Yu Zhongtong, it might make the West Cultivator City unhappy. Just when Yemo was planning to make Yu Zhongtong compensate, Yu Chan suddenly said, "Marshal Uncle Yi, the Observer Palace owed us more than 1 billion spirit stones, but they still haven't given them to us now. I suspect that they want to kick us out so they can keep the spirit stones and let the Shizhong Merchant Association annihilate us." Yu Zhongtong's face looked bad upon hearing this. He knew that he had successfully aroused the killing intent of Yemo. Yu Chan explained, "Sister Jingguan bet 10 million spirit stones on you getting into the 36th domain when the odds were 1 to 100. Now, not only did they not pay us what we won, we didn't even get our original money back. Is that so?" Yemo's killing intent surged again. Yu Zhongtong felt he was like a shaky boat in a blizzard under such intense killing intent. "Shenbei, please calm down. Wan Bei didn't intend to take the spirit stones. Wan Bei was planning to give them the spirit stones after they came out," Yu Zhongtong quickly said, seeing that Yemo was about to attack. He knew that if Yemo attacked, it would be fast like lightning and never ending like rain. Yemo knew Yu Zhongtong was lying, so he sneered and released Zissou. "Yi Qianbei, please hold up. West Cultivator City's Luojin Yu greets Yi Qianbei." Someone quickly dashed here. He wasn't tall and looked a little scholarly. Seeing this, Yemo didn't dare to be rude and also saluted with his fists. "City Lord Luo, I don't dare to be called Qianbei, just call me Yemo." Yemo was very grateful to this Luo Yujin. He heard that this Luo Yujin saved Su Jingwen and them the first time.